Chapter 668. Zhao Danchen smiled cruelly and was about to make a move when Feng Xian gently pulled him back and said, "Let me ask some information first." Zhao Danchen knew what she was going to ask, so he nodded. Feng Xian raised his head proudly and said, "Boy, before you die, tell me where you hid that girl, Huang Fuqi." Long Chen laughed involuntarily and said, "Aren't you talking nonsense? I saved her from your hands, and now I'm telling you where I hid her. Do you think I'm an idiot, or that you're just a brainless person with big breasts? You're just an idiot." Feng Xian's eyes turned red at his words. She didn't believe that Long Chen would still dare to ridicule her in such a situation. He was about to die. What else could he rely on? Feng Xian forcibly suppressed the anger in her heart. For Huang Fuqi, she could endure it again. So she said in a friendly tone, "Let's make a deal. I, Feng Xian, am a man of my word. If you can give Huang Fuqi to me, I can save your life today." As soon as she said this, the people of the Wuxia alliance, especially Zhao Danchen, looked at Feng Xian coldly. His eyes were like the edge of a sword, full of sharpness. However, his eyes didn't scare Feng Xian. After all, Feng Xian was an expert at the 5th level of the earth martial arts realm. She was qualified to say this and not give face to Zhao Danchen. Zhao Danchen didn't fight with Feng Xian because he knew Long Chen's character. Long Chen was even more arrogant and proud than him. How could he agree to what Zhao Danchen said? Long Chen smiled and said, "I can accept this deal, but I have a condition. If you meet this condition, I will give Huang Fuqi to you." "What condition?" Feng Xian asked. "If you kill Zhao Danchen and give me the ancient demon's corpse, I will give you Huang Fuqi. What do you think?" Long Chen said with a smile. His boldness truly made everyone gasp in amazement. It wasn't just the Dragon Clan side. Everyone was looking at Long Chen in fear. A member of the martial union dared to say such things to Long Chen. He was calm in the face of danger while provoking two great experts. Most people didn't have this kind of temperament. To be honest, if Long Chen was telling the truth, Feng Xian would really consider it. But Long Chen was a cunning guy. Even if Feng Xian killed Zhao Danchen, Long Chen probably wouldn't give her anything. Of course, Feng Xian was right. Even if she killed Zhao Danchen, Long Chen wouldn't give her. Feng Xian was familiar with Long Chen's character, so she didn't want to take the risk. Zhao Danchen looked at Feng Xian warily. Long Chen was really too cunning. He was a little worried that Feng Xian would make a move on him because of Long Chen's trivial matters. Fortunately, Feng Xian didn't fall for it. She frowned slightly and said, "It seems that you don't have the sincerity to make a deal. Think about it. If you don't agree, not only you, but all the war people and dragons will die today. There will be a river of blood here. Don't force me to make a move." Feng Xian had already exerted pressure on Long Chen. At the same time, she had also exerted pressure on the people behind Long Chen. However, none of the members of the Dragon Clan would betray their friends for the sake of their own lives. Long Chen felt that he was lucky to have made such a group of friends. He didn't have any regrets. All eyes were on Long Chen. They wanted to see what Long Chen would decide. Long Chen didn't hesitate for a moment. He pointed at Zhao Danchen, the ancient demon's corpse, and Feng Xian. He said lightly, "The three of you, do you want to come at me together or one by one? Or do you want to attack in groups of 2? Everyone was stunned at first. They didn't understand what he meant, but when they did, their jaws dropped to the ground. "Do you want to come at me together, one by one, or do you want to attack in groups of 2? Everyone was speechless. Zhao Danchen, the ancient demon's corpse that he controlled, and even Feng Xian, could easily kill Long Chen. But Long Chen said such arrogant words. If it wasn't to please the crowd, what was it? To put it bluntly, it was just a joke. The people of the Wushu alliance laughed. Only Zhao Danshan didn't laugh. Because of Feng Xian's delay, Zhao Danshan couldn't stand facing his old enemy anymore. He had been defeated in front of the ancient demon territory, and one of his arms had been torn off by Long Chen. This was the worst humiliation he had ever suffered in his life. Now that his opponent was in front of him, Zhao Danshan couldn't bear it anymore. Only by killing Long Chen with his own hands and tearing off every part of his body, Zhao Danshan would be satisfied. "I'll do it." Zhao Danshan let out a furious roar as he stomped heavily on the ground step by step. His heavy footsteps caused the ground to rumble. He didn't even want to control the ancient demon's corpse. He just wanted to kill Long Chen with his own hands. Facing Zhao Danshan, who was at LV4 of the Earth martial arts realm, the dragons didn't want Long Chen to kill him. But Long Chen was stubborn, so they couldn't do anything about it. They could only resign themselves to fate and hope for a miracle. Zhao Danshan's body was flowing with golden power. He stood in front of Long Chen like a golden god of war. Long Chen was quite calm. But under Zhao Danshan's threat, he didn't fall. His expression didn't even change. "You?" Long Chen smiled. He didn't take Zhao Danshan seriously. "Is there any use in talking here, Long Chen?" Zhao Danshan's gaze was ice-cold as he spoke indifferently. "It's useless. Let's finish this quickly." After Long Chen said that, he started to transform. Today's battle was inevitable. He would let Zhao Danshan know that he, Long Chen, was a peak that Zhao Danshan could never reach in his life. In the eyes of the crowd, Long Chen's dragon soul transformation looked even more terrifying than Zhao Danshan's golden body. On the dragon's side, Long Yu, Jiang Wuya, Lei Zhen and the others were discussing. "Big sister, do you think seventh brother is a match for Zhao Danshan?" Jiang Wuya said with a serious face. "Zhao Danshan has reached the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. I hope seventh brother can hold on for a while. I think the news from Martial Emperor City will reach here soon. Among the few of us, fifth brother Qi Ying's movement technique is the fastest. He should be the one to carry out this mission. I'm sure that when Zhao Danshan and the others left Martial Emperor City a few days ago, he had already succeeded. If that news comes, Zhao Danshan will definitely rush back to Martial Emperor City. Tens of thousands of poisonous ghost teeth ants are my trump card. They were given to me by my master. If I put them in Martial Emperor City, it will cause a lot of chaos. However, it will also kill many ordinary people." Lan Ling said sadly. "The location of the poisonous ghost teeth ants is in Martial Emperor City. The location of the venomous ghost teeth ants is in the Martial Emperor City, where tens of thousands of the Martial Alliance's law enforcement team are stationed. It won't affect ordinary people much, so don't blame yourself, sixth sister. In order for us to escape this crisis, we have no choice but to use this method. The venomous ghost teeth ants are not easy to deal with, and all the experts have been brought here by Zhao Danshan. I hope that Zhao Danshan will rush back after hearing this news. He has just become a martial emperor, and he doesn't want to lose his subordinates. Without the Martial Alliance law enforcement team, how will the Martial Alliance control the Shenwu sacred dynasty? Before this, they had roughly known that Zhao Danshan would attack the war people. Therefore, they carried out a plan first, which was to put the poisonous ghost teeth ants raised by Lan Ling in the gathering place of the Wushu Alliance law enforcement team. Many leaders of the law enforcement team had returned to the Wushu Sage dynasty to congratulate Zhao Danshan on becoming a new martial emperor. If Zhao Danshan didn't come back to help, Shaolin alone wouldn't be able to deal with so many poisonous ghost teeth ants. Although the poisonous ghost teeth ants were useless to experts, they were a nightmare for warriors above the 7th level of the Reaching Heaven realm. Lan Ling didn't usually take them out. Therefore, Long Chen didn't know about them. However, the other members of the dragons knew about them. At this moment, they only hoped that Long Chen could hold on until Zhao Danchen heard the news and returned to Martial Emperor City. After Long Chen transformed into the dragon soul, Zhao Danchen couldn't help but attack. There was a strong aura coming from Long Chen. This made Zhao Danchen wonder if Long Chen's strength had improved again. Impossible. He has just reached the second level of the Earth martial arts realm. Zhao Danchen smiled inwardly. At this moment, the golden power ran through his body. His body was burning hot, making him look like a sun. He had just reached the fourth level of the Earth martial arts realm. Although he was still a little bit weaker than a martial emperor, he was no match for Long Chen. He would wash away the shame he had suffered last time. He would not only break Long Chen's arms, but also make Long Chen suffer a fate worse than death. This was the cruelest revenge. A bloody light flashed in Zhao Danchen's eyes. He took 2 steps forward and sneered. His body suddenly turned into a golden arrow, rushing toward Long Chen. His fist instantly cut through the air, making a fierce sound of friction. It reached Long Chen's eyes. The golden fist contained a strong power. With the strength of the fourth level of the Earth martial arts realm and Zhao Danchen's golden body, it was only a simple attack, but it had such a powerful attack. Zhao Danchen was like a tide, crazily attacking. Long Chen, on the other hand, was like the hardest rock on the seashore, motionless in the face of the wind. When Zhao Danchen made his move, he stood still, closed his eyes, and slowly threw a punch. This slow punch contained Long Chen's greatest understanding of the Earth martial arts realm. It seemed to be very slow, but before Zhao Danchen could react, he had already thrown out his fist. The golden and blood-red fists collided in midair. Bang! The golden light burst, and the bloody light also dissipated. Long Chen and Zhao Danchen both took a few steps back. This was a battle of pure strength. However, the result was clearly out of everyone's expectations. Zhao Danchen had a golden body and was also at the fourth level of the Earth martial arts realm. How could Long Chen break Zhao Danchen's overwhelming punch with a simple punch? Chapter 669. The first confrontation didn't have a one-sided result like everyone had imagined, which made everyone extremely shocked. This was just a competition of pure fist strength, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see through it. Long Chen was able to block Zhao Danchen's move. They thought that Zhao Danchen had gone easy on him. Only Feng Xian, Long Shan and others with profound cultivation could see that Zhao Danchen had actually used all his strength in the previous punch. Even so, he still did not defeat Long Chen. Even Zhao Danchen spent a lot of effort, but Long Chen easily repelled him. Everyone's heart was still tight. How did this boy's strength improve so much? Behind Zhao Danchen, Feng Xian's face under the veil showed a shocked expression. Zhao Danchen's improvement in strength had made her very uncomfortable, but Long Chen's strength seemed to be much stronger than hers at the beginning. Moreover, although he has not reached the fourth level of the Earth martial arts realm like Zhao Danchen, his understanding of the martial arts realm is obviously more solid than Long Chen's. The punch just now showed some clues. Before this, Feng Xian had always thought that Long Chen was just a crafty young man who knew a magical escape method. She did not expect that today, he could have such fighting strength. For the first time, Feng Xian looked at Long Chen seriously. At this time, Zhao Danchen had once again fought with Long Chen. For the first time, everyone thought that Zhao Danchen was deliberately holding back and wanted to test Long Chen's strength. Next, it was the real trampling. However, they were obviously wrong. Zhao Danchen's eyes, from the beginning of the complacency and contempt, from the beginning of the first battle, became astonishment and doubt. The power that emerged from Long Chen's body before was no weaker than his current strength. Could it be, your strength has improved? Zhao Danchen lowered his voice and said gloomily. What do you think? Long Chen said in an indifferent tone. He then looked at Zhao Danshan with a provocative gaze and said, "I've already said it before. Those who have lost to me will always be defeated by me." "Impossible!" Zhao Danshan roared. Ever since he broke through, the thing he wanted the most was to defeat Long Chen and wash away his shame. And now, the opportunity was right in front of him. Zhao Danshan didn't believe that he wouldn't be a match for Long Chen even after advancing to this level. With Long Chen's background, he wasn't qualified to become Zhao Danshan's nemesis. After this roar, Zhao Danshan's fist burned with a flickering golden light. Golden Divine Fist. This move once again gathered all the strength in Zhao Danshan's body at this time. The golden light flashed and the heavy fist power, which could topple mountains and overturn seas, instantly arrived in front of Long Chen. It was like a golden mountain, pressing down on Long Chen. This time, it was Zhao Danshan who took the initiative to attack. With the full power of the fourth level of the Earth martial arts realm, the power of this punch was much stronger than before. In a real battle, the difference in strength between the two would soon be revealed. However, to everyone's surprise, Long Chen's face was still very calm. There was no panic or confusion as everyone had imagined that Long Chen would appear. He calmly looked at Zhao Danshan's attack, his eyes full of calmness. Boom, boom, boom. Under the golden divine fist, the air exploded again and again. Zhao Danshan's attack was many times more powerful than his previous golden divine fist. When Zhao Danshan had used this punch, it had directly broken Long Chen's Soul Crusher Dragon Claw's Black Dragon Breaks the Sky. This time, Long Chen used the same trick again. He used the Soul Crusher Dragon Claw's 5 Dragons Breaks the Sky again. Suddenly, 5 blood-red dragons roared wildly and rushed toward Zhao Danshan's golden divine fist. The collision of the fist and the claw made a fierce sound in mid-air. Boom! Long Chen's claw had a rather terrifying power. The claw scratched Zhao Danshan's fist. Even though Zhao Danshan had the golden god of war, the back of his hand was still cut by Long Chen. Long Chen was also shaken by Long Chen's violent fist power and was sent flying. Wow! There was an uproar on the Wuxia Alliance's side. They had seen that Long Chen had been sent flying by Zhao Danshan. However, they were a little dumbfounded in the next moment. This was because they had seen Long Chen use a magical movement technique. He swayed in midair like a willow leaf and easily dispelled the power of Zhao Danshan's move, causing Zhao Danshan's attack to completely miss. Everyone could see the glaring bloodstain on Zhao Danshan's hand. At this time, the bloodstain was still dripping blood. However, with the powerful recovery ability of Zhao Danshan's golden battle body, the bloodstain was recovering at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. He estimated that he would be able to fully recover after a while. The golden battle body at birth was much more impressive. The confrontation this time caused everyone to be even more silent. They had thought that Zhao Danshan could easily defeat Long Chen. They didn't expect that such a situation would happen. Zhao Danshan had reached the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, but not only did he not defeat Long Chen, but Long Chen had also taken advantage of him in the battle. When did Long Chen become so strong? There was a feeling of disbelief in everyone's eyes. The speed of Long Chen's rise was simply too fast. Moreover, he had surprised everyone every single time. This time, everyone was guessing that Long Chen's strength had increased. If he had been strong before, he would definitely not be a match for Zhao Danshan. Now, he could slightly suppress Zhao Danshan, which was enough to show that Long Chen must have made great progress in less than a month. Zhao Danshan also completely believed it. He was not discouraged. Instead, he became more crazy. Previously, when he had reached the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, he had looked down on Long Chen. But now, he finally understood that Long Chen was still a very difficult opponent for him to deal with. He was a hurdle that would be very difficult for him to overcome in his life. Looking at Long Chen's expression of not taking him seriously, Zhao Danchen was angry. He didn't know why, but ever since he became a martial emperor, he always reminded himself that he needed to cultivate his moral character and control his impulsiveness. But when he met Long Chen, all his previous warnings were swept away. What he wanted to do most now was to cut Long Chen into pieces. However, he had a feeling that he had been defeated by Long Chen previously. Now that both of them had advanced to the next level, wouldn't that mean that he, Zhao Danchen, would still be defeated by Long Chen? Zhao Danchen had a premonition from the previous battle. Unless he, Zhao Danchen, went all out and used the Martial Emperor's ring, Martial Emperor's seal, or even the ancient demon's corpse to attack Long Chen, he would not be able to defeat Long Chen. Only by using his unique skill, Zhao Danchen would be able to deal with Long Chen. However, Feng Xian was here. If he and Long Chen went all out, Feng Xian would reap the benefits. What should he do? For a moment, Zhao Danchen thought quickly. Currently, Long Chen should be able to deal with Zhao Danchen, unless Zhao Danchen uses the Martial Emperor ring, Long Shan said in surprise after watching for a while. In other words, he has improved again. The dragons were speechless. Long Yu clearly remembered that he was the one who led Long Chen into the Earth martial arts realm. Now, Long Chen had reached the third level of the Earth martial arts realm, but she, Long Yu, was still at the third level of the Earth martial arts realm. She had not made any progress at all. On the path of cultivation, the higher the level, the more difficult it was to move forward. However, Long Chen was like a freak. His speed of cultivation in the martial arts realm was faster than Long Yu and the others could imagine. Seventh brother is really nature-defying. Only a peerless monster can describe him. They looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Of course, it was impossible for them to relax. After all, Zhao Danchen was at the fourth level of the Earth martial arts realm and he had the Martial Emperor ring. If Zhao Danchen went all out, it would probably be an earth-shattering battle. Moreover, there was no hope for Long Chen to win this time. After Zhao Danchen became a martial emperor, it could be said that he had completely replaced the previous Zhao Wuji. He had reached the sky in one step. Just as everyone was discussing, a martial king suddenly came forward and whispered a few words in Zhao Danchen's ear. Zhao Danchen's expression changed. He looked in the direction of Long Yu and the others like a poisonous snake and said, "The ghost-toothed poisonous ants in the Martial Emperor city were released by you, right?" The news finally arrived. Long Yu and the others felt slightly relieved. Next, it was up to Zhao Danchen to decide. So what? If you want to destroy us, you have to be prepared for the Wuxia Alliance law enforcement team to be bitten to death by the ghost-toothed poisonous ants, Long Yu said indifferently. Her words were within Zhao Danchen's expectations. Today, I wanted to take the opportunity to deal with the War people and the Long family. Now that the old man of the Long family is crippled, there is Long Chen. Long Chen is my old enemy. Now that the ghost-toothed poisonous ants are running rampant, it will be troublesome to kill Long Chen. I can temporarily not do anything. Long Chen and Feng Xian both want to fight for the ancient tomb token. I'll let them fight while I reap the benefits. Thinking of this, Zhao Danchen had already made a decision. When he realized how powerful Long Chen was, he forced himself to wake up. After sweeping his gaze across the dragons, Zhao Danchen said coldly, "This move of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao is indeed a good one. I will spare your lives today. However, the next time I, Zhao Danchen, come, it will be the day of your death." Finally, his gaze landed on Long Chen. This gaze was cold and cruel. It could be considered a provocation to Long Chen. After that, Zhao Danchen was quite at ease. He led the people of the Wuxia Alliance and left angrily, leaving only Feng Xian standing there. Feng Xian and Zhao Danchen were both cunning people. They were not willing to use their strength and let others take advantage of them. Zhao Danshan was able to endure his hatred and leave so easily. Of course, Feng Xian did not think of making a move. It could be seen that the strength that Long Chen displayed was not inferior to Zhao Danshan's. Chapter 670. Since you don't want to tell me where Huangfu Qi is, I won't force you. However, you have to be careful. The Wushu Sage Empire is only so big. How long do you think you can hide a person? After saying that, Feng Xian followed Zhao Danshan's footsteps and left. This crisis was finally over. Long Chen did not know the specifics of the strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao Danshan, but he could guess. Originally, he thought that he was going to fight to the death with Zhao Danshan today. He did not expect Zhao Danshan to leave first. Long Chen could breathe a sigh of relief. He was not in his strongest state yet. He had not mastered the divine seal of desolation. Moreover, Xiao Lang, a great help, had not woken up from his deep sleep. Zhao Danshan did not make a move today. He thought that he could let Long Chen and Feng Xian fight to the death first. However, he did not expect Long Chen's idea to wait until he had mastered the divine seal of desolation. When Xiao Lang woke up, he would go to Martial Emperor City and fight to the death with Zhao Danshan. As for Feng Xian, he would kill him when they fought for the ancient tomb token. These two people were definitely going to die. After Zhao Danshan and Feng Xian left, everyone was in disbelief. They were able to survive this time, just like the last time. It was all thanks to Long Chen. Long Chen had single-handedly turned the tide in both times of crisis, ultimately leading to victory in the decisive battle. At this moment, everyone had surrounded Long Chen, looking at him as if he was a monster. Long Chen could only helplessly smile and say, "What's wrong, everyone? Could it be that I've become even more handsome recently, causing you all to fall head over heels for me? Fuck you. You're flirting with a girl. How can you use that on your brothers?" Everyone laughed and scolded him. The crisis was finally over. Everyone felt as if a lifetime had passed. Let's go. Today, we escaped a disaster and welcomed the return of an expert like seventh brother. It's a joyous day. Us brothers and sisters should have a good drink to celebrate Long Chen's return. All right. A lively and happy atmosphere filled the place. Soon, the war people held a grand bonfire party. Among them, Long Chen brought out Huangfu Fengchen and the others and told them about the recent events. After hearing that Long Chen had experienced so much in such a short period of time, everyone was speechless. At this moment, in their hearts, Long Chen had become a monstrous character. This time, the bonfire party was quite lively. All the war people were celebrating. There were many performances. The war people were excited. There were also many performances of beasts. It was to Long Chen. This could be considered the grandest festival of the war people. As for Long Chen, as the savior of the war people twice, he was naturally warmly received by the other party. This made him feel a little overwhelmed. However, this could be considered the last gathering before Long Chen bid farewell to the God Wushu Sage dynasty. From now on, regardless of whether he obtained the ancient tomb token or not, Long Chen would step onto the path of leaving the God Wushu Sage dynasty. The group of brothers and sisters he had met in the God Wushu Sage dynasty, as well as Huangfu Qi and the others, were his most precious treasures. Only by getting rid of Zhao Danshan and Feng Xian in the God Wushu Sage dynasty could Long Chen leave this place with peace of mind, so that his group of friends could live in peace in the God Wushu Sage dynasty. It was the first time that Huangfu Qi had come to a place with so many people. Everyone was willing to play with this cute little girl. Long Chen also mixed Huangfu Fengchen and the few people of the dragons together. Although Huangfu Fengchen had lost his strength, everyone still respected him very much. Moreover, Long Chen also handed Huangfu Qi over to Long Yu. In the end, Long Shan, who was rarely open-minded, directly accepted Huang Fuqi as his disciple. In this way, Huang Fuqi's seniority ran above Long Yu and the others. After settling Huang Fufengchen's family first, Long Chen was also relieved. As long as Long Chen settled Feng Xian, Long Yu, and the others, he would send people to help Huang Fufengchen to suppress the Huangfu family again, and then let Huang Fuqi be the head of the family. Of course, the premise was that Huang Fuqi had to reach the Earth martial arts realm as soon as possible. It was a lively night. Looking at their happy expressions, Long Chen also enjoyed this kind of life. If little Shi was here and saw such a lively scene, he would definitely be very happy. After drinking a little wine, Long Chen thought with some confusion. Seventh brother. Suddenly, Long Yu stood in front of him and called out. When Long Chen raised his head, Long Yu stuffed a Qiankuan bag into his hands. What is this? Long Chen asked. Yellow Emperor Seal. Long Yu said directly. Give it to me. Long Chen asked in astonishment. If we don't give it to you, who can we give it to? If it's in our hands, it will only be snatched away. If you fight with Zhao Danshan one day, we all believe in you. If you succeed, the 5 Emperor Seals will be yours. If you fail, try your best not to let Zhao Danshan get the 5 Emperor Seals. Is that okay? Long Chen nodded and said, I can guarantee that Zhao Danshan feels that he won't be able to get the 5 Emperor Seals. You can rest assured about this. Long Chen rarely promised something so firmly. In this way, Long Yu was also relieved. She smiled faintly at Long Chen and said, It's so lively tonight. What are you thinking about hiding here alone? Nothing, Long Chen said with an embarrassed smile. Then let's get down to business. Long Yu sat down beside Long Chen, looked at Long Chen with a serious expression, and asked, Seventh brother, you probably know that my grandfather's body condition was not good to begin with, and after being seriously injured 3 times in a row, he can no longer participate in battles. As for the Wushu alliances Zhao Danshan and Feng Xian, they are all serious dangers to us, existences that can destroy us at any time. Although we can escape today, we can only escape for a while, but we can't escape for a lifetime. Big sister, what do you want to ask? Long Chen said directly. It could be seen that Long Yu had something to ask him. Long Yu nodded his head, and said, Our crisis can only be resolved by you alone. I just want to ask you, do you have the confidence to deal with Zhao Danshan and Feng Xian? Tell me the truth, I need a definite answer, only then can I make the next step of the deployment. Long Chen thought for a while and said honestly, I am now in the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm, and Zhao Danshan has the Martial Emperor Ring and the Martial Emperor Seal. However, I can be sure that even with the Martial Emperor Ring and the Martial Emperor Seal, I should be able to fight him to the death, or even defeat him. Of course, I am currently practicing an advanced king-level combat skill. As long as I complete it, I will be sure. Long Chen was telling the truth. Zhao Danshan had the Martial Emperor Ring and the Martial Emperor Seal, but he, Long Chen, also had the various magical powers of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, and even a magical power like time reversal, the fire of the golden crow, and so on. All of them were not weak. If there was really an unavoidable crisis, Long Chen could even use the blood sacrifice. Under the blood sacrifice, both Zhao Danshan and Feng Xian were no match for him. Of course, Long Chen would not choose to use the blood sacrifice until the last moment. Now was the crucial time to go to the archaic cemetery. If his strength decreased, he would lose a lot of initiative. Moreover, when he reached the Earth martial arts realm, he did not know what the result would be if his strength decreased if he used the blood sacrifice. Would he completely remove the part of the understanding about martial arts, or would he only reduce the genuine essence, but not the growth of the martial soul? All these were unknown, so he could not take risks for the time being. That is to say, after a period of time, you even have the strength to kill Zhao Danshan. Long Yu's face revealed a happy expression. This was the result she wanted the most. She knew that Long Chen was actually a very steady person and would not make empty promises on this matter. Zhao Danchen has the ancient demon's corpse. The ancient demon's corpse is only a fighting machine that can only use physical strength. As long as I can overwhelm it in strength, it will not be difficult to deal with it. Even if it and Zhao Danchen besiege me together, I am not afraid. Big sister, you don't have to worry about Zhao Danchen's side. Long Chen had enough confidence in himself. He did not exaggerate and just said indifferently. Long Yu still did not believe it. She subconsciously always felt that Zhao Danchen was too strong, but Long Chen made such a guarantee. Could it be to make her feel more at ease? However, she also thought that with Long Chen's character, he should not be the kind of person who would brag. To be honest, the pressure in Long Yu's heart was quite great. I will leave Zhao Danchen to you, but what about Feng Xian? Long Yu gritted her teeth and chose to believe in Long Chen. If Long Chen really had such power, then it would be much easier for her to formulate the next plan. Feng Xian. Long Chen frowned, thinking of her performance outside the martial emperor city. 5th LV5 of the Earth martial arts realm, and from the Tianfeng sacred dynasty. It is indeed not easy. However, big sister, do you still remember Xiao Lang? Long Chen raised his head and looked at Long Yu. That demonic beast of yours? Where is it? Long Yu asked. Xiao Lang is now on the verge of rushing to the 4th LV King level. If it really reaches the 4th LV King level, I think it is possible for the two of us to work together to deal with Feng Xian. Long Chen said directly. 4th LV King level. Long Yu gasped. She did not expect that the demonic beast that had just reached the LV King level would be as terrifying as Long Chen. To Long Yu and the others, Long Chen and his demonic beast were simply the best of the best. They had never heard of demonic beasts being able to advance, but the sun-devouring demonic wolf had done it. In Long Yu's mind, Long Chen was a person full of mysteries. He was shrouded in a thick fog, and no one could figure him out. If I work together with Xiao Lang, we should not be afraid of Feng Xian, Long Chen said. This was also his own idea. At present, there was no one on the dragon's side who could deal with these two difficult opponents. He had to rely on himself. This also made Long Yu feel more at ease. Long Yu clenched her teeth, and there was some hesitation on her face. However, looking at Long Chen's determined eyes, she nodded and said, 7th brother, I believe in you. If that is really the case, my opponent is not scary, because you can block the highest level of power. In the Wushu alliance, except for Zhao Danchen, we can deal with the others. Feng Xian does not have any subordinates. As long as you can kill Zhao Danchen and hold Feng Xian back, we can take down the entire Wushu sage dynasty. Chapter 671. Long Yu had placed all his hopes on Long Chen. They placed all their hopes on Long Chen. If Long Chen succeeded, then they would succeed. If Long Chen failed, then none of them would have a good ending. To Long Chen, it was indeed a kind of pressure to have everyone's future and life and death in his hands. However, he was confident in his own strength, and in order to reassure Long Yu, he smiled and said, "Don't worry too much, once I complete this important cultivation, and Xiao Lang awakens at the same time, I will look for Zhao Danchen." Yes. Long Yu paused for a moment then said, "Based on your current situation, you should split up Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian to deal with. Zhao Danchen is slightly weaker, and is your primary opponent. As for Feng Xian, her goal is the ancient tomb token, and if the ancient tomb token doesn't come out, she can completely put it aside for now." Just like that, the plan was decided. Long Yu said, "As long as you can kill Zhao Danchen, I will be able to control the entire Wushu sage dynasty. As for the specific actions, I will wait for you to make sufficient preparations before making any decisions." The bonfire party continued until it was very late at night before everyone gradually dispersed. Before that, Long Yu gathered everyone for another discussion. Long Chen did not participate. He found a place and directly went to study the high-level king-level divine seal of desolation. Moonlight poured down. In the middle of the lush forest, Long Chen sat on a thick branch of a tall ancient tree, looking up at the vast horizon. This Wuxia sage dynasty, there is only one last hurdle left. Long Chen muttered to himself. Long Chen had also cultivated the divine seal of desolation for more than 10 days. Originally, a battle skill of this level should have taken him a very, very long time. However, in a mysterious space created by the stone tablet, Long Chen saw the palm that covered the sky and suddenly fell down. That palm contained all the charm of the divine seal of desolation, and comprehending the divine seal of desolation from that palm was much easier. Zhao Danshen. He actually reached the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm, and his trump cards have also increased by quite a bit. However, I, Long Chen, will give you a big surprise. Long Chen clenched his fists and smiled faintly. When Zhao Danshen thought that he would be very powerful after learning the Martial Emperor seal, Long Chen would use the divine seal of desolation to show him what the most powerful battle skill of the Wuxia sage dynasty was. Under the moonlight, Long Chen sat on a branch with his legs crossed. His body did not move, but his hands were making seals. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow, and there was no pattern. However, the trajectory of the palm seemed simple, but in fact, there was a kind of magical and mysterious feeling. As Long Chen moved, a gray gas formed in his palms and rotated around his palms, gradually turning into a gray irregular ball. This gray ball was like a world of its own. Amidst the blurriness, it seemed that there were many things in this gray ball. There were gray clouds and land, an oasis that occasionally appeared, and the giant palm that suddenly appeared, just when the speed of Long Chen's hands reached a level where the naked eye could not see them clearly. The magical gray disappeared and suddenly dispersed. Only the divine seal of desolation is left, but it's still not enough. I should have to practice for a period of time before I can completely control the divine seal of desolation. Long Chen thought. Just as he was about to start again, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from not far away. Long Chen looked down and saw a young girl in white. She had light makeup on and her clothes fluttered in the wind. She walked out from the darkness and stopped below Long Chen. It was as if she had come out of a dream. It was Lu Yi. Come up. When Long Chen saw her looking at him, he knew that she was looking for him. Lu Yi had not reached the 9th level of the reaching heaven state, so she could not fly yet. However, Long Chen's position was not high. With a casual leap, she came to the side of Long Chen. She sat down on a tree branch beside Long Chen and sat beside Long Chen. She looked at Long Chen with a charming expression and pursed her lips, not saying a word. What's wrong? Long Chen saw that she looked a little worried. When you showed off your power today, I was watching you from afar. You are really getting more and more powerful. You have left me far behind, Lu Yi said helplessly. Long Chen chuckled and said, Are you praising me? Why do I have a sour taste in your voice? Are you jealous of me? Amused, Lu Yi burst into laughter. She could be considered an extremely beautiful person, and she was even more beautiful when she smiled. She felt very similar to Ling Shi, and for a moment, Long Chen was actually a little spellbound. His fixed gaze caused Lu Yi's face to immediately turn red. What are you looking at? She turned her head away in embarrassment. Long Chen came back to himself and said with an embarrassed smile, Nothing. If you finish your business in the Wuxia sage court, you will leave immediately, right? Lu Yi suddenly raised her head and plucked up her courage to look at Long Chen boldly. This was probably what she really wanted to say tonight. Long Chen did not want to lie to her, so he nodded heavily. In other words, no matter what, we will never see each other again, right? A bitter expression appeared on Lu Yi's face. In a daze, tears began to well up in her eyes. Long Chen thought for a moment. He knew that between him and Lu Yi, there was indeed some indescribable feelings. In fact, it was Lu Yi who liked him more, and Long Chen always felt that she had the shadow of Lingxi in her, so he was closer to her. In the ancient demon area, it was she who begged Jiang Wuya, so that Long Chen could survive. It was also in the ancient demon area that Long Chen helped Lu Yi escape the fate of marrying into the martial emperor city of the Wuxia alliance. In the eyes of outsiders, this was already considered love. However, Long Chen knew in his heart that he would only have one person in his heart in this life. It was difficult for them to meet again in this life. As for Lu Yi, he could only say sorry. It was not that she was not good, she was a very good girl, but Long Chen's heart had already been filled by one person. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and said, I don't know what the future will be. The road ahead is uncertain. I have stayed in the Wushu sage court for nearly a year. I don't know when I will die on the road ahead. So, I think we will never see each other again. Maybe I will come back. This meant that Long Chen had suffered a setback in the sovereign domain, yet he didn't die. This meant that he had completely lost all hope. However, such a situation was very rare. Long Chen was a prideful person in his heart. He wouldn't allow himself to be a coward. As long as he moved forward bravely, he would kill any demon that stood in his way. Perhaps I will come back. Lu Yi muttered in a slightly dazed manner, and then she gazed gratefully at Long Chen and said, I'm truly grateful that you didn't give me hope just because you wanted to console me. My mother told me that some people are bound to be passers-by in life. It's my fortune to obtain them, and it's fate to lose them. There's no need to force anything, so I've thought it through. Long Chen bit his lips and hesitated to speak. He was able to discern Lu Yi's feelings towards him. However, many men could decide life and death, but they couldn't decide their feelings. Long Chen was like that as well. He was at a loss when it came to the world of feelings. However, Lingxi had given him a direction to move forward, and his only goal was to work hard towards that direction. There was a strong desire in his heart to head to the sovereign domain and have a showdown with those people who had looked down upon him. Long Chen wanted to head to the Imperial region and let those people who had easily beaten Long Chen into pieces at Poplar Town that day. Long Chen would head to the Imperial region and let him see what sort of state those people he'd looked down upon had attained. Who knew that he would still be alive and well? When she saw that Long Chen didn't speak and was just frowning as if he was thinking about something, Lu Yi didn't speak for now. She waited for Long Chen to recover his calm before she said, You're heading to the Imperial region to look for a girl, right? Even though her mother had warned her, Lu Yi still wanted to know if it was really like that. Long Chen nodded and said, Yes. There was no need to say anything else. Lu Yi bit her pink lips and forced a smile, but her tears still flowed uncontrollably. To be honest, what she imagined the most at this moment was that she was the person Long Chen was looking for. Unfortunately, she wasn't. Goodbye. Lu Yi jumped off the branch. Her white figure fluttered in the wind and finally disappeared from Long Chen's sight. She left very cleanly. Long Chen sighed. Lu Yi was also a passerby on his path forward. Long Chen was like a rising star. He was destined to rise to the highest peak and become an unparalleled scorching sun. Passers-by couldn't stop his footsteps. After stabilizing his mood, Long Chen calmed himself down and then began to practice again. There was not much time left. Long Chen knew that he had to kill Zhao Danshan before the ancient tomb token appeared. In this way, he could deal with Feng Xian wholeheartedly. She was the last enemy of Long Chen. He made a seal in his hand again. Lu Yi's eyes were red and swollen. She returned home. In this newly formed family, there were Jiang Wuya and King Qingli. They lived a very happy life here with the war people. As long as the threat of the Wuxia alliance was removed, there would be no worries for the rest of their lives. Whether it was Jiang Wuya or King Qingli, they liked this kind of life very much. Seeing that Lu Yi came back with a red and swollen face, the couple roughly guessed what had happened. King Qingli held Lu Yi in his arms and said, "Child, do you remember what I said?" Lu Yi nodded obediently. "Mother, I want to go out alone and be quiet. I don't want to go to crowded places. I want to go to a place with mountains and rivers to enjoy the scenery and relax." Lu Yi said. "I'll go with you." King Qingli said. "No, I want to be alone. When I come back, you will see a happy daughter." Lu Yi reluctantly showed a smile. Jiang Wuya and King Qingli looked at each other and finally agreed. They loved their daughter. If she couldn't get over it, she probably wouldn't be happy for the rest of her life. Chapter 672. After Zhao Danshan and Feng Xian returned, they were very peaceful and did not make any big moves. Zhao Danshan was probably waiting for the ancient tomb order to come out and then let Long Chen and Feng Xian both suffer. As for Feng Xian, she did not make a move for the time being. She probably also realized that the current Long Chen would probably be a threat to her. Zhao Wuji was clearly only a warrior at the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm, but he almost killed her. This lesson made Feng Xian timid. However, other than the war people, there were many more spies. Long Yu and the others caught a few of them and found out that they were from the Huangfu family. They were ordered by Feng Xian to investigate the whereabouts of Huangfu Qi. Huangfu Qi was among the war people. For the sake of safety, Long Chen basically brought Huangfu Qi with him. Even if he was cultivating, he would let Huangfu Qi play by his side. Anyway, Huangfu Qi liked to stay with him. There was another thing, and that was that Lu Yi had left. Jiang Wuya said that she was taking a stroll, so Long Chen gave up. Although it was a time of crisis, Lu Yi was not an important person, so she should not be in any danger. After Long Yu learned of Long Chen's strength, she quickly and completely deployed and actively prepared for battle. The experts of the Red Soul had already spread throughout the major cities of the Wuxia Sage dynasty. As long as the Wuxia alliance of the Wuxia Sage dynasty collapsed, Long Yu could quickly replace the Wuxia alliance and control the Wuxia Sage dynasty. She was born to lead, so she was quite familiar with these things. In fact, it was not that Long Yu wanted to lead the Wuxia Sage dynasty, but the Wuxia alliance was their enemy. If Xiao Danshan did not die, they would not be able to live. And if Xiao Danshan died, they would have to bear the responsibility of ruling the Wuxia Sage dynasty. Otherwise, who knew how chaotic the Wuxia Sage dynasty would be without anyone to control it? Long Chen focused on leveling up. A month later, Long Chen was sitting on a thick branch in the War People's Forest. Huangfu Qi was playing happily below. There were many children in the War People's Forest. At this time, a group of people were laughing and chasing each other. They were having a good time. Huangfu Qi, with her advantage in strength, quickly became the big sister here. She was so happy that she didn't want to go home. Because Long Chen had told her, she only played with the kids and didn't affect Long Chen. At this moment, the same grayish gas appeared in Long Chen's hand. This gas covered his palm, and it could be seen that it was the same kind of gas as the deathly aura on the mysterious stone tablet. The aura of death was dancing in Long Chen's hand. All of a sudden, Long Chen gently waved his arm and pressed his palm lightly on the trunk of a tree that was so thick that it would take two people to wrap their arms around it. His palm seemed to be pressed into a liquid, and it sank very easily. It was as if he had not touched a tree, but a lake. The children were running around the tree at this time. Suddenly, they found that the tree had disappeared. They raised their heads in a daze and looked at Long Chen, who was sitting in midair. Just now, Long Chen had used a little bit of strength, and the death aura within the Desolation Divine Seal had burst out, directly corroding the tree beneath him. That kind of gray death aura had a strong corrosive effect. The divine desolation seal is finally complete. Long Chen opened his eyes and looked at his palm in disbelief. His true qi was originally an existence of extreme yang. However, through the use of the divine seal of desolation, it could be transformed into this terrifying gray death qi. This kind of power seemed to be a bit cruel. Its effect could even be compared to the 9 Serenities demon ancestral flame of the wolf cub. If Long Chen's divine desolation came into contact with his body, even Zhao Danshan's golden battle body would be directly corroded. The divine desolation seal was known as the strongest king-level battle skill. It should have this effect. Above the soul-dispersing dragon claw and wind god's kick, Long Chen finally had his own unique killing move. This killing move was much more vicious than he had imagined. It was what he relied on to deal with Zhao Danshan and Feng Xian, and it was also what he would rely on when he entered the archaic cemetery in the future. In terms of magical powers, Long Chen already had many. Just the magical powers of the ancient blood spiritual dragon alone could not be obtained by an ordinary person in their lifetime, let alone Long Chen who had several of them. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief when the divine desolation seal was complete. The final battle was finally coming. Below, the children began to chatter and shout. "Uncle Chen, did you make the tree disappear? You're so powerful." "That's right, that's right." A perfectly fine tree suddenly disappeared. A few children who were not even 10 years old had stars of worship in their eyes. Long Chen did not expect that he would become an uncle. Time really made people grow old. Even Huangfu Qi called him brother. The younger ones called him uncle. That was not wrong. Most of their parents were in their 20s. Long Chen was also almost 20. It was normal for them to call each other brothers. "Big brother, I want to learn this too." Huangfu Qi tugged at Long Chen's clothes after he came down. "You'll become a man if you practice this. You want to learn it too?" Long Chen teased her. "I don't want to become a man. It's so ugly." Huangfu Qi hurriedly jumped out of the way and led a group of children to make faces at Long Chen. Then, they ran off again. "It's a success." Long Yu appeared in front of him with a gentle smile on his face. "Well, I think Xiao Lang is almost there. However, I don't need Xiao Lang to fight with Zhao Danshan. There's no time to lose. I'll go to Martial Emperor City now and fight with Zhao Danshan to the death. I'll leave the rest to you." Long Chen was decisive. He had already waited for a month. He knew that there was no need to wait any longer. The final battle was finally about to begin. Under Long Yu's call, basically all the experts above the Earth martial arts realm had arrived. They all looked at Long Chen with admiration. "I'll go to the Wushu Alliance to take down Zhao Danshan. What to do next is up to you," Long Chen said indifferently. The more he grew, the calmer and more natural his state of mind became. "Don't worry. But you have to promise us that you will come back to see us in one piece." Long Yu looked at the young man with pity. Everyone had seen his growth. "You're a man of indomitable spirit." Long Yu added. "Of course. Don't you know who I, Long Chen, am? I'm leaving now. Grandpa Long, I'll leave the safety of the battle clan to you for the time being. I'll head to the Martial Emperor City in secret. Feng Xian won't know that I've left. Other than you guys, no one else will know. As for Qi Qi, I'll take her away." Huangfu Fengchen knew that Long Chen would put Huangfu Qi in the Great Void Realm, so he was very relieved. Everyone turned their hopeful eyes to Long Chen. "Brother, we're useless. The future of the dragons and the war people depends on you," Jiang Wuya said as he patted him on the shoulder. "Second brother, I remember that Feng Xian still has a 10,000-year-old geocentric milk. I'll get it back and let your broken arm grow back, Long Chen said firmly. I'll try my best. Your life is more important. Jiang Wuya's face was slowly filled with gratitude. Just like that, Long Chen took Huangfu Qi with him and comforted her in the Great Void Realm. Then, he quietly set out on the road to Martial Emperor City. The war people were still peaceful. There were no changes because of Long Chen's departure. When Feng Xian found out that Long Chen had appeared in Martial Emperor City, it was possible that Long Chen had already killed Zhao Danchen. The final battle was quietly ignited. On the way to Martial Emperor City, although Mo Xiaolang had not completed the transformation to the 4th grade Martial King level, he could already talk to Long Chen. Big brother, I think I'll be able to complete the transformation in a few days. Every 3 grades is a level. When I reach the 4th grade Martial King level, I'll become even stronger. When that time comes, I'll deal with Feng Xian with you. She almost made Qiqi lose her life. I'll take revenge for that. Sure. Long Chen smiled. Everything was fine. Now, it was time to see how long Zhao Danchen's life would last. The invisible sword pierced towards Martial Emperor City. Martial Emperor City, Martial Emperor Palace. The dark and gloomy roof of the Martial Emperor Palace had become the place where Zhao Danchen often stayed. Zhao Danchen did not know why. He had never liked this place before, but after he occupied it, he got used to it. From here, he could look down on the entire Martial Emperor City. Controlling this city meant controlling the entire country. A huge holy dynasty. Although it had declined, its population and territory were still there. On the other hand, Zhao Danchen realized that he was lonely. He had killed Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji for power and strength, but in exchange, he was revered by everyone. Even Shaolin, who was at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm, had a respectful expression when talking to him. This kind of life made Zhao Danchen even more gloomy. Ordinary people did not dare to speak in front of him. Everyone understood that the current Zhao Danchen was much more gloomy and frightening than the previous Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji, not only in terms of temperament but also in strength. Martial Emperor City was shrouded in a gloomy cloud. Long Chen. In the Martial Emperor Palace, Zhao Danchen clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were bloodshot. This guy has many tricks. I have the Martial Emperor seal and the Martial Emperor ring, but I'm afraid I can't win against him. If I fight with him, even if I can kill him, I will be injured. At that time, that bitch Feng Xian will take advantage of me. Even though Zhao Danchen was extremely angry at Long Chen, he did not dare to make the first move. He wanted Long Chen and Feng Xian to fight to the death. However, a month had passed, and there was still no news of the ancient tomb token. Feng Xian and Long Chen also did not make any moves. Chapter 673. It seems that Feng Xian is quite patient. Has she realized that Long Chen will be a difficult opponent? Zhao Danchen stood up and looked at the endless stream of people outside the Martial Emperor City in the dark space. Although Zhao Danchen wanted to kill Long Chen immediately and use his head to wash away his humiliation, he could only endure it for now. How could a person who had defeated him, Zhao Danchen, be simple? However, Zhao Danchen couldn't endure it anymore. The crushing defeat back then was torturing him in his heart. It seems that I'm going to make a move now. I don't care about anything else, Zhao Danchen thought. At this moment, footsteps were heard from the stairs below. Then, someone knocked on the door. Come in, Zhao Danchen said. There was only one person who could come here, and that was Shaolin. After opening the door, Shaolin walked in with a hunched back and his hair and beard were all white. He was also old. What's the matter? Zhao Danchen said with a frown. He didn't like people to disturb him when he was thinking. I have a piece of news that I think the Martial Emperor will be interested in, Shaolin said humbly. Just say it, Zhao Danshan said impatiently. My men caught a woman in the heavenly Mulan lake in the north. This woman must have come out alone to relax. She's only at the 8th level of the reaching heaven state. My men easily subdued her and sent her to the martial emperor city. She's waiting for the martial emperor's orders, Xiao Lin said methodically. Who? Zhao Danshan's interest was piqued. Louis, Xiao Lin raised his head and said unhurriedly. Zhao Danshan was shocked at first. Then, the expression on his face changed from gloomy to evil. Slowly, he smiled coldly and there was a burning look in his eyes. Xiao Lin, you know her best. Bring her here. I want to have a taste of Long Chen's woman. Xiao Lin nodded and left. In this dark space, only the sound of Zhao Danshan's heavy breathing could be heard. Ever since he had become a martial emperor, there had been very few women who could pique his interest. As for Louis, he did not care much about her at first. However, Long Chen had saved her back then, so the significance was different. Very quickly, Louis, who was wearing a long white dress, was brought here by Xiao Lin. Because everyone knew that Zhao Danshan might be interested in her, no one dared to touch Louis along the way. They only made her faint. Before that, Xiao Lin woke Louis up. After entering the pitch-black room, Louis saw a pair of golden eyes in the darkness. It was like a beast looking at its prey. Louis's heart fell to the bottom. There was a knot in her heart that could not be untied, so she wanted to go out and relax to ease her life. Moreover, if she stayed among the war people and kept looking at Long Chen, the knot in her heart would only become more and more difficult to untie. Going out and relaxing was also supported by Jiang Wuya and King Qingli. They did not want their daughter to be depressed all day. Therefore, she could not be blamed. These days, she was immersed in the mountains and rivers and had indeed forgotten many things. However, she did not expect her luck to be so bad even though she was already very careful. There were very few people in the Martial League who knew her, but she just had to meet one. Back then, Zhao Danshan had only brought a few martial kings to the ancient demon region to fetch the bride. She happened to meet one. It showed how bad her luck was. At the moment when she was subdued, she knew that she would be brought to the martial emperor city and face this madman named Zhao Danshan. At this time, after Xiao Lin sent her here, he tactfully left. In this narrow and dim room, only Zhao Danshan and her were left. Zhao Danshan's eyes swept from her delicate face to her white skin, then to her bulging breasts, and then to her graceful waist and slender legs. His eyes became hotter and hotter. There had never been a woman who could give him such a thrilling pleasure like now. Louis. Zhao Danshan smiled. He paced in front of Louis and looked at Louis from all directions. Then, he walked in front of her and gently touched her chin with his finger. He smiled and said, "Do you know what interesting things are going to happen next?" This terrifying man had an aggressive aura on his body. This caused Louis's body to tremble. She had endured for so long, but she still could not control herself. However, she knew that she could not be afraid, so she forced herself to calm down and said coldly, "I don't know." Zhao Danshan smiled and said, "Then I will make you understand." With a whoosh, he stretched out his hands. Like a pair of pliers, he firmly grasped Louis's thin shoulders and controlled her body. Then, he kissed Louis's face. Bastard! In a moment of desperation, Louis could only turn her head away. At the same time, she kicked Zhao Danshan's crotch. This was a subconscious action. In a moment of desperation, Zhao Danshan forgot that Louis was also a warrior. Moreover, she was very close to him, so he was kicked by Louis. However, Zhao Danshan had a golden body. Even if Louis kicked his most vulnerable part, it did not cause him any pain. However, Zhao Danshan stopped moving. He still grabbed Louis's shoulders and looked at her sinisterly. He said, "You dare to kick my baby? Unfortunately, you still don't know how hard it is. However, you will know very soon. Looking at you, I am afraid that Long Chen has not developed you properly. He should be a eunuch. Such a beautiful person is right in front of his mouth, but he actually can't do it. Huh, Zhao Danshan's words made Lu Yi feel a chill run down her spine. However, he mentioned Long Chen. Are you qualified to compare with Long Chen? Lu Yi raised her head high and looked at him stubbornly. Her eyes were full of disdain. What did you say? Zhao Danshan's voice stopped in the middle of the night. Lu Yi already had a plan in her heart. At this time, she also threw caution to the wind. She said, "You scum, beast. How can you compare with him? You deceived your master, killed your ancestors, and murdered your master. On the other hand, Long Chen is loyal and righteous. He is willing to risk his life for his brother. Compared to him, you are like a pile of dog shit. You." The sides of Zhao Danshan's golden pupils had already begun to become bloodshot. At this time, he was like a furious beast. All right. You forced me to do this. I originally wanted to make you feel better, but now. Zhao Danshan sneered. His gaze was like a knife that pierced towards Lu Yi. He stretched out a hand and was about to pull Lu Yi's clothes. As he looked at this proud woman, he felt an incomparable excitement. The ugly baby between his legs was already raised high. It was like a long spear that was flickering with golden light. Goodbye. Lu Yi closed her eyes. As long as she died, Zhao Danshan would not be able to obtain anything. Along the way, she was unconscious, so Lu Yi did not have the chance to commit suicide. At this time, her life was about to end. The reason why she had held on until now was because she still had a lot of reluctance. Now, it seemed like there was no other way. However, at this time, heavy footsteps came from below. Who is it? At this critical juncture, someone actually came. Zhao Danshan was enraged. He immediately roared in that direction. Immediately, the metal door was shattered by Zhao Danshan's roar. Outside the door was a horrified Shaolin. Bastard, are you here to seek death? Zhao Danshan had just had sex, but he was interrupted by Shaolin. Naturally, he was furious. Martial Emperor. I have something to do. Shaolin said with great difficulty. Hurry up and say it. If it's not a big deal, kill yourself. Zhao Danshan roared. Lu Yi, who was beside him, was trembling. Shaolin calmed himself down and said, Long Chen is here. He has already arrived. In Martial Emperor City, besides you, no one can deal with him. I think he is here to fight it out with you, Long Chen. This name stunned Zhao Danshan instantly. His eyes widened before he slowly squinted and said, Are you saying that Long Chen is here? After he finished speaking, he burst out laughing. After hearing Long Chen's name, Lu Yi's eyes, which were originally in despair, lit up again. Just as she was about to commit suicide, Long Chen actually came. He was like a savior in her life. Every time she was in danger, he would appear in front of her like this. This made Lu Yi so moved that she cried bitterly. Why are you crying? I'm afraid you will cry miserably later. Zhao Danshan smiled coldly. He grabbed Lu Yi's arm and rushed up. At the top of the Martial Emperor Palace, there was an exit. Zhao Wuji always left from this exit. Now, it was Zhao Danshan's turn. However, who would it be next time? Long Chen didn't stop along the way and finally arrived at the Martial Emperor City. This place was quite a distance away from the Huangfu clan. Feng Xian might not even receive the news when the battle ended. After all, it was too far away. Thus, after arriving at the Martial Emperor City, Long Chen was very high profile. He directly entered the Martial Emperor City from high up in the sky, attracting the attention of countless people. Many people were familiar with Long Chen's appearance. Thus, this martial emperor seal caused a huge commotion. Long Chen had arrived. 1 month ago, among the war people, Long Chen returned like a king. He saved the war people who were in danger and chased away Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian. With such strength, everyone regarded Long Chen as one of the 3 great experts who could work together with Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian. Moreover, everyone knew about the conflict between Long Chen and Zhao Danchen. They were mortal enemies. Now that Long Chen had come to the martial emperor city, wasn't it obvious that he wanted to have a final battle with Zhao Danchen? The entire martial emperor city was in an uproar when Long Chen arrived. Chapter 674. Last time, Feng Xian had come to martial emperor city in the same way. In the end, martial emperor Zhao Wuji had died. This time, Long Chen had also come to martial emperor city in a high-profile manner. What would the outcome be this time? Anyone who lived in the inner city of martial emperor city was basically a loyal supporter of the Wuxia alliance. They thought that they were a member of the Wuxia alliance. However, it was different in the outer city of martial emperor city. The people who lived here were the dignitaries of martial emperor city. Basically, they would side with whoever the Wuxia sage was in charge of. In their hearts, they did not hate Long Chen. Instead, they were looking forward to the battle between Long Chen and Zhao Danchen. They wanted to know what kind of turmoil it would cause. Long Chen's eyes were cold as he looked at the bustling martial emperor city below. When Feng Xian had arrived, the martial kings of the Wuxia alliance had dared to surround her. However, when Long Chen arrived, the others immediately saw through Long Chen's identity. Therefore, no one made a move. They were basically staring blankly at the heaven-defying young man in the sky, waiting for the current martial emperor to deal with him. Just like that, Long Chen arrived outside the martial emperor palace. The last time he had come out of the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land, Long Chen had been standing in this position. When he came back again, his and Zhao Danchen's status was no longer important. Long Chen was not a procrastinator. When he arrived, his eyes looked directly at the martial emperor palace. He knew that Zhao Danchen was there. The people below were discussing. This Long Chen has come to the Wuxia alliance. He is obviously not taking the martial emperor seriously. Nonsense. I think he is here to challenge the martial emperor. I heard that Long Chen is very strong, but I don't think so. Not only is the martial emperor powerful, but he also has the ancient demon's corpse. Even if it was Feng Xian, the martial emperor would be able to defeat him easily. That's not true. I heard that the woman is at the 5th level of the earth martial arts realm, 1 level higher than a martial emperor. But as for this Long Chen, I don't see anything special about him. The rumors are too unbelievable. He once defeated a martial emperor, but the current martial emperor is much stronger than before. As soon as he heard it, he knew that the discussion came from the martial emperor's inner city. None of this was important. Most importantly, in Long Chen's rear, where the war people were, Long Yu and the others were all waiting for Long Chen's good news. Long Chen carried the fate of many people, so this time, he only had one way out, and that was to win beautifully. Zhao Danchen, come out! Shouted Long Chen softly. His voice spread throughout the entire martial emperor city. With a whoosh, Zhao Danchen appeared at the top of the martial emperor palace. Just like that, the two of them met. Long Chen's eyes darkened. In Zhao Danchen's hand was Lu Yi. At this moment, Zhao Danchen was holding Lu Yi in his hand, unable to move. She raised her head and looked at Long Chen with tears in her eyes. Her eyes were full of regret. She quickly said, Long Chen, I'm sorry, it seemed that Lu Yi had been caught by Zhao Danchen when she was relaxing. Long Chen pursed his lips and said nothing. Lu Yi's appearance had disrupted his plans. Therefore, Long Chen knew that he had to remain calm. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to protect Lu Yi, but he would also not be able to protect himself. Speaking of which, you really know how to pick the right time. If it was just a little later, Long Chen's woman would have become my, Zhao Danshan's, woman. Of course, she can't escape this fate now. Zhao Danshan looked coldly at Long Chen. Long Chen's calm expression made Zhao Danshan's eyes gradually burn with flames. He recalled what Lu Yi had said. She had said that he wasn't qualified to be compared to Long Chen. Zhao Danshan was proud and arrogant. This sentence had dealt a heavy blow to him. Therefore, it was time to prove himself. Long Chen saw that although Lu Yi's clothes were a little messy, she hadn't been violated yet. He heaved a sigh of relief. Although this was a difficult situation, it didn't shake his firm heart. He only had one goal in coming here today, and that was to kill Zhao Danshan. Let her go and we'll fight to the death. How about that? Although Long Chen's voice was calm, it echoed throughout the entire martial emperor city. Everyone was watching this scene. Lu Yi's appearance seemed to make this battle more interesting. Everyone was guessing whether Zhao Danshan would give up on this hostage and fight fair and square with Long Chen. Everyone's gaze fell on Zhao Danshan. Let her go. Zhao Danshan roared with laughter. Compared to his arrogance, he was even more sinister. He had gone to great lengths to get his hands on Lu Yi. Not only would he not let her go, but he would also use her to defeat Long Chen. Zhao Danshan had always been a despicable person. Based on his laughter, everyone understood what he was trying to say. Zhao Danshan would never let go of this opportunity. Long Chen. Lu Yi was on the verge of breaking down. She had already realized that she might become a burden to Long Chen. She might even be the factor that led to Long Chen's defeat. If that was really the case, she, Lu Yi, would rather die. At this moment, her heart was filled with regret. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Long Chen was worried that she would do something stupid, so he said to her first, "Don't do anything stupid. Just wait and see. I have a way to take you back safely from his hands. Trust me." His words made Lu Yi's heart calm down. Long Chen's resolute gaze made her choose to believe in Long Chen. She had always been an obedient child, especially when it came to Long Chen's words. She had originally wanted to end it, but Long Chen's words made her regain her confidence and chose to believe in Long Chen. In her heart, this heaven-defying young man was already an invincible existence. There was a kind of person whose existence would always break the perception of others, making others think that he was omnipotent. Anything that couldn't be solved would be easily solved in his hands. Long Chen was this kind of person. Long Chen's words could be considered as looking down on Zhao Danshan. Lu Yi was still in Zhao Danshan's hands, but Long Chen was actually talking to her as if no one else was present. This caused Zhao Danshan's face to turn black. His arms tightly wrapped around Lu Yi, making it impossible for her to move. "If you have the guts, then come to the city gates." Long Chen glanced at Zhao Danshan and directly headed outside Martial Emperor City. This was also the place where Feng Xian and Zhao Wuji had fought. Zhao Danshan sneered and brought Lu Yi over. In his other hand, a small black flag appeared. This was the Eternal Demon Flag. Under Zhao Danshan's control, the ancient demon's corpse suddenly rose up from the ground outside Martial Emperor City and appeared in front of Long Chen. The stench of blood and decay rushed towards Long Chen. This was the first time that Long Chen was facing this ice-cold war machine head-on. A massive pressure came crashing down on him. Zhao Danshan had also arrived. He didn't land on the ground, but instead hovered in the air, controlling Lu Yi and the Eternal Demon Flag at the same time. As he saw Long Chen and the ancient demon's corpse confronting each other, he laughed and said, "We're here. Since everything is ready, let the game begin." A dense crowd of people appeared on the walls of Martial Emperor City. Outside Martial Emperor City, another unparalleled battle was about to begin. Game. Long Chen frowned. He could faintly feel that this despicable Zhao Danchen was about to use some shameless method. Sure enough, Zhao Danchen gently held onto Lu Yi's arm. With just a little bit of force, Lu Yi was in so much pain that her face turned pale and sweat dripped down her forehead. However, in order not to worry Long Chen, she clenched her teeth and didn't let out a cry of pain. Zhao Danchen laughed and said, "Do you see that? These are the rules of my game. When my ancient demon's corpse attacks you, as long as you, Long Chen, dodge once or attack once, I will break one of her arms or thighs. You have a total of 4 chances, because the 5th time, I will directly break her head." Ayaya, why are you looking at me like that? Do you think that I don't have enough tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex? After Zhao Danchen finished speaking, even the people of Martial Emperor City began to talk. In general, the people of Martial Emperor City, especially those outside Martial Emperor City, didn't truly accept Zhao Danchen. They were only oppressed by Zhao Danchen's tyranny. For someone like Zhao Danchen who had killed his master, how many people would accept him? At this time, in the eyes of the crowd, Zhao Danchen's words were a bit despicable. The topic of their discussion was nothing more than complaints about Zhao Danchen. They felt that he couldn't live up to his status as a martial emperor. Zhao Danchen could hear these gossips, so his expression became quite ugly. After he finished speaking, Long Chen only looked at him coldly. This kind of indifference made Zhao Danchen suddenly feel ashamed. Zhao Danchen's heart burned with a crazy anger. I've clearly suppressed him and he's about to die by my hands. Why does he still dare to look at me like that? Zhao Danchen crazily roared in his heart. He waved the eternal demon banner in his hand and the eyes of the ancient demon's corpse gradually lit up with a blood-red color. Long Chen, remember, you only have 4 chances to fight back. Zhao Danchen was so angry that he laughed crazily. Lu Yi was like a helpless kitten in his hands. Her tears kept flowing. She really wanted to die like this, but why did Long Chen say that he had a way? Long Chen said, Zhao Danchen, you probably don't know this, but a true powerhouse doesn't fear any of your tricks. You may have defeated me in tricks, but that only means that you lost to me in strength. So, what is there to be proud of? Bullshit. If I can take your life, then I'm stronger than you. Zhao Danchen roared. Under his control, the ancient demon's corpse howled towards Long Chen in front of everyone's horrified eyes. It was like a black shadow that instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. The powerful body of the ancient demon corpse punched out with a loud bang. In an instant, there was a series of crackling sounds in the air. The huge fist aura locked onto Long Chen and the mountain-like fist pierced through Long Chen's chest. Long Chen, remember that you only have 1 arm. Zhao Danchen's wild laughter echoed in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and gave up on attacking. Chapter 675. Boom! As the crowd exclaimed in surprise, the ancient demon corpse's fist landed directly on Long Chen's chest. The only thing Long Chen could do at this critical juncture was to activate his dragon soul transformation. Blood-red scales had just appeared to block Long Chen's chest and the ancient demon's corpse's punch directly dented it. How could a punch from the ancient demon's corpse be so easily blocked? Back then, Long Shan had indirectly blocked a punch from the ancient demon's corpse, but he had still been seriously injured. Long Chen, on the other hand, had taken a punch from the ancient demon's corpse head-on. The force of the punch had sent Long Chen flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and the sound of bones cracking could even be heard from his chest. Long Chen's body-tempering combat technique was only at the elementary king level true martial demonic body, which was far inferior to Zhao Danchen's golden battle body. Zhao Danchen might have been able to block a punch from the ancient demon's corpse, but Long Chen couldn't. This punch had left Long Chen half dead. Cries of surprise rang out from the martial Emperor city. They hadn't expected that Long Chen would actually not block it. He had actually given up on resisting a punch from the ancient demon's corpse. If he wasn't a real man, how could he have done this? A faint look of admiration appeared in their eyes as they watched Long Chen's figure fly away. Of course, there was also some pity. After all, Long Chen, who had originally been on par with Zhao Danchen, had probably lost a lot of his combat strength. It was likely that just Zhao Danchen alone would no longer be a match for Long Chen. Zhao Danchen had relied on the fact that he was holding Lu Yi hostage to easily let Long Chen take a punch and fly more than 30 meters away. He rolled on the ground a few times before Long Chen recovered from the impact. He leaped up and barely managed to stabilize his body. His cold eyes were still fixed on Zhao Danchen. He didn't say a word, but his gaze alone made Zhao Danchen feel a trace of fear. It was as if the person looking at Zhao Danchen was not a human, but a ferocious beast from ancient times. A thick trail of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, dyeing his body red. Long Chen. The punch from the ancient demon's corpse had shattered Lu Yi's heart. She felt that Long Chen was lying when he said that he had a plan. Under such circumstances, how could Long Chen have a plan? Long Chen was almost certain to lose under the ancient demon's corpse's punch. Zhao Danchen, you despicable piece of trash. You're a coward. You don't dare to fight him fair and square. Instead, you use such despicable means. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? Lu Yi shouted at Zhao Danchen. Shut up. Zhao Danchen shouted at her. Lu Yi was right. Zhao Danchen was indeed behaving like a coward. Under such provocation, Zhao Danchen couldn't take it anymore. Moreover, the people in the direction of Martial Emperor City were also pointing at Zhao Danchen. This feeling of being looked down upon made Zhao Danchen feel like a volcano was accumulating in his chest. If this had happened in a deserted place, Zhao Danchen could have used Lu Yi's threat to take Long Chen's life. However, he couldn't do so outside of Martial Emperor City. Zhao Danchen was also a prideful person. When the ancient demon's corpse had injured Long Chen, the overwhelming public opinion had completely ignited his anger. Moreover, now that Long Chen was seriously injured, would Zhao Danchen still need to use Lu Yi to take his life? The conclusion was undoubtedly no. Bitch, just wait and see who's stronger. Zhao Danchen grinned maliciously. He threw Lu Yi to the ground and glared at Long Chen with a fiery gaze. At the same time, he manipulated the eternal demon flag in his hand, wanting to use the ancient demon's corpse to control Lu Yi. Long Chen had to die. As for Lu Yi, after he killed Long Chen, Zhao Danchen would let her understand who was the strongest man in the Wuxia sage dynasty. Whether it was outside or in bed, he, Zhao Danchen, was an invincible king. As for Long Chen, he would forever be defeated by Zhao Danchen. Long Chen, I was only playing with you before. I didn't expect that you wouldn't even be able to withstand a single punch from the ancient demon's corpse. However, in order to make you give up, I will give you a chance to fight me. Zhao Danchen said arrogantly. He had said that he was just playing with Long Chen. Some people who hadn't reached his level might have believed him, but most people knew that Long Chen had lost most of his combat strength because he had played with Long Chen. After all, the physical body wasn't Long Chen's forte at the moment. At this time, Zhao Danchen had just put down Lu Yi and controlled the ancient demon's corpse to imprison Lu Yi. Long Chen was still more than 40 meters away. As Zhao Danchen spoke, the corners of Long Chen's mouth, which was covered in blood, curled into a pleased smile. His patience had finally paid off. Long Chen knew Zhao Danchen very well. He had chosen not to make a move previously because he was waiting for this moment. He knew that when Zhao Danchen was looked down upon by many, he would still choose to do it himself. Zhao Danshan had his own pride. If he were to be looked down upon, his impulsiveness would drown out his rationality. Therefore, Long Chen had succeeded. When Zhao Danshan put down Lu Yi and let the ancient demon's corpse imprison Lu Yi, Long Chen suddenly turned into a bloody light and appeared beside Zhao Danshan in an instant. He swept up Lu Yi, who had escaped from Zhao Danshan's control, and instantly left Zhao Danshan and the ancient demon's corpse. In the next moment, Long Chen appeared more than 20 meters away with Lu Yi in his arms. From the moment Long Chen was injured to the moment Lu Yi was rescued, only a very short period of time had passed. Just as Long Chen rescued Lu Yi, he first put down Lu Yi. Invisible waves rippled out from his chest and a magical time force acted on his body, restoring his body to the state it had been 10 breaths ago. 10 breaths of time. These 10 breaths allowed Long Chen's body to return to the state it had been before he had been injured by the ancient demon's corpse. All of this happened in a very short period of time. Everyone was stunned. Long Chen had a very strong gambling personality. Of course, he had his own reasons for doing so. A gamble with a reason was no longer a gamble. He had known that Zhao Danshan wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of public opinion. In the end, Zhao Danshan had indeed released Lu Yi. As long as he released her, Long Chen would have time to rescue Lu Yi. At the same time, Long Chen also took advantage of this time to use time reversal to completely restore the serious injuries he had just received to his most perfect state. After using time reversal, Long Chen rescued Lu Yi from Zhao Danshan's hands. The process was extremely thrilling, but he had succeeded in the end. As for time reversal, only Lu Yi was familiar with it. This was because Long Chen had used time reversal to save her life when they had been fleeing in the ancient demon territory. On top of Martial Emperor City, everyone's expressions were dull and lifeless. They simply didn't know what had happened in that split second. Long Chen's time reversal had been very small, but quite a few people had seen the blood at the corner of his mouth flow back into his mouth. In a very short time, his chest had been caved in, and it had already begun to swell up. Lu Yi had seen the most, so she was also the most shocked. She had never imagined that Long Chen would turn into a bloody light and sweep her up. At that moment, she stared blankly at Long Chen. I'm going to officially fight him. I'll put you in a safe place for now. Once I kill him, I'll let you out. How about it? Long Chen said concisely. Lu Yi hadn't recovered from her shock yet. She stared blankly at Long Chen and nodded blankly. Her trust in Long Chen had reached the point of blind faith. If Long Chen wanted her to commit suicide right now, she would probably agree. Hence, Long Chen had brought this silly girl into the Great Void Realm. From now on, he could finally have a good fight. Long Chen's gaze turned to Zhao Danshan and met Zhao Danshan's gaze, which was filled with anger, humiliation, and confusion. You actually recovered. You used a life combat technique. What a powerful life combat technique. Zhao Danshan was stunned for a moment before a greedy look appeared on his face. Such a life combat technique had reached a terrifying level. Zhao Danshan had never seen such a terrifying life combat technique before. In fact, he had never even heard of it before. The two young powerhouses of the divine Wushu Sage Empire faced off against each other. The people in the direction of Martial Emperor City were still shrouded in mist. How did that Long Chen snatch that girl from Long Chen's hands? Yeah, I didn't even get a clear look before he snatched her away. Also, where did he take that girl? That's strange. Long Chen seems to have a lot of secrets on him. What's even more strange is that he was clearly injured just now, and it looked very serious. Why does he seem to have returned to his peak state now? No one could answer these questions. However, they suddenly wondered if something strange would happen today. For example, if Long Chen killed Zhao Danshan. Then, Who would be in charge of the divine Wushu sage empire? However, they could only fantasize about this. Even if Long Chen could defeat Zhao Danchen, could he defeat Zhao Danchen and the ancient demon's corpse working together? However, what they didn't know was that the ancient demon's corpse actually had a drawback. That was, Zhao Danchen had to use the eternal demon flag to control the ancient demon's corpse. This required him to use only one arm, and he also had to be completely focused. In other words, it was impossible for Zhao Danchen and the ancient demon's corpse to besiege Long Chen. It was time for the final showdown between the two young powerhouses. Zhao Danchen's eyes were filled with all sorts of flames, greed, hatred, and so on. As for Long Chen, there was only one kind of indifference in his eyes. Chapter 676. It was as if he was looking at a dead man. Zhao Danchen manipulated the ancient demon corpse to drill back into the ground. Zhao Danchen leisurely put away the eternal demon flag. He didn't want to use the ancient demon corpse in a true battle with Long Chen. Long Chen was also in his peak state. This time, it's already fair. In a fair state, are you my opponent? Zhao Danchen sneered. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, he rushed towards Long Chen as soon as he finished speaking. The real battle was about to begin. Although Long Chen didn't show it, he knew that Zhao Danchen was a target that he had to kill as soon as possible. The densely packed blood-red scales glittered under the sunlight. With a whoosh, Long Chen's blood-red figure collided with Zhao Danchen's golden figure. At this time, both of them displayed their full strength. Long Chen's soul-scattering dragon claw and Zhao Danchen's golden divine fist and divine yellow seal fiercely collided. Boom boom boom. On the ground, huge pits were blasted open by their clash. Smoke and dust filled the air, filling everyone's field of vision. It was just like the battle between Zhao Wuji and Feng Xian. In Martial Emperor City, besides people at Shaolin's level, basically no one could see the figures colliding. They also couldn't see who had the upper hand. Absolute killing 9 heavens. Under Long Chen's attack, it surpassed Long Shan's absolute killing 9 heavens. 9 divine dragons rumbled towards Zhao Danchen. This attack was swift and powerful. The 9 divine dragons were all images, and each of them was a claw print from Long Chen. In an instant, they pounced in front of Zhao Danchen. Rumble. This crazy attack came one after another, completely annihilating Zhao Danchen. The ground was filled with smoke and dust. No one could see what was happening. However, at this moment, a golden light suddenly burst out from the smoke and a red shadow suddenly moved out. This red shadow was Long Chen. After dodging Zhao Danchen's golden eye of annihilation, Long Chen sneered and turned into a red shadow again, rushing towards Zhao Danchen. You madman! Long Chen's desperate fighting style made Zhao Danchen quite depressed. During the battle, Long Chen had a spirit of never stopping until he knocked down his opponent. When two people meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. Therefore, just as the battle began, Zhao Danchen was actually suppressed by Long Chen. The spiritual essence of the two was almost the same, but Long Chen was stronger in terms of combat experience. Although Long Chen came from a small place, his combat experience was dozens of times that of Zhao Danchen. Zhao Danchen had been fighting with people weaker than him since he was a child. He had never had an enemy, but Long Chen had always been fighting with people stronger than him. The things that were honed and summed up in a battle could also determine the outcome of a battle to a certain extent. At this time, the battle between Long Chen and Zhao Danchen was like this. In addition, the Willow Wind steps from the Huangfu clan also gave Long Chen a lot of advantages. Zhao Danchen had to resist Long Chen's attack, but for Zhao Danchen's attack, Long Chen could easily dodge it by relying on his movement technique. In the God Wushu Sage dynasty, there was no movement technique that could compare to the Willow Wind steps. Whoosh! Zhao Danshan's fist directly blew away Long Chen, but Long Chen sneered again. Wind God kick, storm style. His blood-red long legs suddenly turned into countless whips that lashed at Zhao Danshan. The densely packed whips made Zhao Danshan's scalp go numb just by looking at them. Huangwu Divine Seal. Zhao Danshan really couldn't stand the feeling of being suppressed. He directly condensed a huge Huangwu Divine Seal and blasted Long Chen away. The willow wind steps prevented Long Chen from suffering any injuries. The two of them, who had been fighting fiercely, finally separated a little. However, Long Chen still looked relaxed. Although he looked ferocious, his movements were rather elegant. On the other hand, Zhao Danshan didn't suffer any injuries from Long Chen's fierce attack. However, his face was covered in dirt, and his clothes were in a mess. The expression on his face could be said to be crying but had no tears. In Zhao Danshan's opinion, Long Chen's faint smile was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered. The hatred from the past, coupled with the current hatred, the two kinds of hatred added up and completely drowned Zhao Danshan. A towering rage burned in Zhao Danshan's body. Long Chen. Zhao Danshan almost roared these two words. He had never been so angry in his entire life. Such a scene shocked the people in Martial Emperor City. They had never imagined that in the end, Zhao Danshan would actually be played by Long Chen. From the appearance of the two of them, it could be seen that Long Chen had actually gained the upper hand in the battle just now. He had caused the dignified martial emperor of the Wuxia alliance to be covered in dirt. This young man, who had risen rapidly in the past year, had a magical halo around him. He was really heaven-defying. Many people looked at each other in dismay. Will Zhao Danshan really be defeated by Long Chen? Many people had this question in their minds. However, they quickly denied themselves. This was because they knew that Zhao Danshan still had two trump cards that he had yet to use. One of them was the Martial Emperor's ring on his thumb, and the other was the advanced King tier battle skill that belonged to Martial Emperors, the Martial Emperor's seal. In fact, there was a reason why Zhao Danshan could learn the Martial Emperor's seal so quickly. This was because the Martial Emperor's seal existed in the Martial Emperor ring. As long as he wore the Martial Emperor ring, Zhao Danshan would be able to quickly understand the Martial Emperor's seal with the help of the heroic spirits of the ancestors and use the Martial Emperor ring as a medium to display the Martial Emperor's seal. Otherwise, with Zhao Danshan's talent, it would take him at least a year to completely cultivate the Martial Emperor's seal. There was probably not a single person in the entire Myriad Kingdom domain who could learn and use the Divine Desolation seal in just a month like Long Chen. The battle paused for a moment. Zhao Danshan carried a towering rage as he walked towards Long Chen step by step. The center of his eyes was golden, while the rest of his eyes were bloodshot. These bloodshot veins were densely packed, making Zhao Danshan look rather ferocious. Although he did not transform, Zhao Danshan looked even more beastly than Long Chen. Although Long Chen looked like a beast spirit in the eyes of others, his movements were graceful and swift. It was the complete opposite of Zhao Danshan. It looks like I won't be able to kill you without using a bit of the Martial Emperor ring's power, Long Chen. After a pause, Zhao Danshan continued, you can already be considered an outstanding genius to be able to reach this level and force me to use the power of the Martial Emperor's possession. However, no matter how great a genius is, he will still be crushed under the power of a Martial Emperor ancestor. As he spoke, countless golden mysterious patterns appeared on Zhao Danshan's body, just like Zhao Wuji's. These dense golden mysterious patterns fused with his golden battle physique. Zhao Danshan's golden battle physique had a greater advantage than Zhao Wuji's. This was because his strong body allowed him to withstand more power. Martial Emperor's possession. There was a lot of discussion on the walls of Martial Emperor City. With the Martial Emperor's possession, Long Chen is dead for sure. Unfortunately, Zhao Danshan still used this move. The power of the Martial Emperor ring is getting weaker and weaker. I really don't know if the Martial Emperor ring will still have power after he becomes a Martial Emperor. The majestic power continuously flowed into Zhao Danshan's body from the Martial Emperor ring. More and more golden mysterious patterns appeared on Zhao Danshan's body. Even his face did not leave. After the Martial Emperor's possession was completed, Zhao Danshan's power increased tremendously. It even reached the standard of LV5 of the Earth martial arts realm. Such a huge power turned into a soaring pressure that acted on Long Chen's body. The power of the Martial Emperor ring was indeed terrifying. Previously, Long Chen saw Zhao Wuji use it. This time, he experienced the power of his opponent. In the past, Long Chen had been able to completely suppress Zhao Danshan. However, that might not be the case now. The battle seemed to have become more interesting. Previously, it was Long Chen who bullied Zhao Danshan. But now, it was about to be reversed. Could Long Chen withstand the pressure from Zhao Danshan? Such a wonderful battle made everyone watch with relish. His hatred turned into the power of the Martial Emperor ring. Feeling the huge power in his body, Zhao Danshan smiled ferociously. However, what made him disappointed was that he didn't see any fear or despair on Long Chen's face. He was just as cold as before. This made Zhao Danshan wonder if Long Chen didn't have any fear on his face or if he could endure it. To be honest, Zhao Danshan sincerely admired Long Chen from the bottom of his heart for being able to fight with him until now. Die. With a super strong power, Zhao Danshan's speed instantly increased by several times. Everyone watched nervously. Is that so? A cold smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Devouring World of Blood. This was the skill that Long Chen used the most. Under Long Chen's control, the devouring world of blood quickly covered him and Zhao Danshan. The surroundings were filled with a blood-red fog. The fog sometimes turned into a blood-red dragon shadow and sometimes dispersed. It was quite strange. It was this strange fog that produced a strong devouring power on Zhao Danshan's body. This was not the first time that Zhao Danshan experienced the power of the devouring world of blood. However, every time, he felt like vomiting blood. After using the Martial Emperor ring, he had clearly increased his strength by several levels. However, Long Chen's devouring world of blood forced him to use part of his strength to suppress the boiling blood in his body. That blood did not seem to belong to him. His blood was surging and colliding in his body. After using the Martial Emperor ring, Zhao Danshan's body was already quite unstable. Moreover, the use of Long Chen's devouring world of blood caused Zhao Danshan's body to be on the verge of collapse. If this went on, there was no need for Long Chen to do anything. Zhao Danshan would be directly devoured by the power of the Martial Emperor ring under his devouring world of blood. Chapter 677. Back then, the Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji had used too much of the Martial Emperor's ring's power, which had caused his body to explode. This is bad. Zhao Danshan realized that this was not a good sign. If this continued, something like this might really happen. Therefore, he had to take advantage of his current ability to kill Long Chen. He had never thought that Long Chen's devouring bloody world would have such a strong effect on his own power. This made Zhao Danshan feel speechless. Could Long Chen really be his nemesis? Impossible. Zhao Danshan controlled his power and roared. He used the power of the Martial Emperor's possession to attack Long Chen. When he saw Zhao Wuji's fearful expression, Long Chen knew that the devouring bloody world would definitely affect his absorption of the Martial Emperor's ring's power. He was overjoyed. He was going to completely suppress Zhao Danshan today. However, he did not dare to be careless. At this moment, Zhao Danshan had completely sunk into madness. Long Chen carefully controlled the power of the devouring bloody world and suppressed it on Zhao Danshan's body. Divine Yellow Martial Seal. The name of this technique was similar to the pronunciation of Long Chen's ultimate killing technique. Under Zhao Danshan's control, a golden, martial, character, which was several times bigger than before, shot towards Long Chen. This martial character was like a golden mountain peak. This kind of power could probably collapse the entire martial emperor city's walls. The golden light of the martial character even broke through Long Chen's devouring bloody world and pierced through it. Long Chen's eyes darkened. The third layer of the soul-dispersing dragon claw, absolute kill of the 9 heavens, collided with the divine yellow martial seal. This time, Long Chen was pushed back by Zhao Danshan. Although he was suppressed by the devouring bloody world, Zhao Danshan's power still caused his blood to churn. This time, Long Chen was finally defeated. Zhao Danshan laughed maniacally. Long Chen was not even a match for the divine yellow martial seal. This meant that he was at his wit's end. Zhao Danshan had seen all of Long Chen's techniques. At this point, killing Long Chen was a surefire way to go. Hearing Zhao Danshan's laughter, everyone knew that under the martial emperor's possession, Long Chen was no match for Zhao Danshan. Although they felt it was a pity, there was nothing they could do about it. Zhao Danshan had the martial emperor's ring. In terms of real power, Zhao Danshan would definitely lose to Long Chen. Even if Long Chen lost in the end, it would be a glorious defeat. This is the most terrifying and troublesome opponent I have ever faced in my life. In that case, I should let you enjoy the best treatment. Zhao Danshan's maniacal smile was getting closer to Long Chen's. Under this terrifying pressure, Long Chen's expression did not change. Is he going to use the martial emperor's seal? Long Chen guessed when he saw the golden light surging out of Zhao Danshan's body. The martial emperor's seal was indeed a powerful technique. Long Chen had witnessed it when he saw Zhao Danshan use it. At this moment, Zhao Danshan used the power of the martial emperor's ring. The martial emperor's seal was exactly the same as Zhao Wuji's on the battlefield. Boom! Boom! Even more violent qi flowed on Zhao Danshan's body. The dazzling golden light completely enveloped Zhao Danshan. After using the martial emperor's ring, he realized that his strength could completely suppress Long Chen. At this moment, killing Long Chen was absolutely safe. This was the first time Zhao Danshan had used the martial emperor's seal, so he was rather excited. You can be proud of dying under my first use of the martial emperor's seal, Long Chen. At this moment, Zhao Danshan's hands frantically formed seals under everyone's gaze. The power of the martial emperor's ring surged into his body. Then, it surged out of his palms and condensed into the martial emperor's seal. Behind Zhao Danshan, a huge shadow of a golden god of war appeared. This golden god of war wore golden armor and looked majestic. There were golden runes all over its body. It was like an enlarged version of Zhao Danshan. A majestic power appeared on the body of this golden god of war. After feeling the huge power opposite him, Long Chen narrowed his eyes. It had to be said that Zhao Danshan's power was quite huge. He might even be able to kill an ordinary expert in the 5th level of the earth martial arts realm. Just like Zhao Wuji, who had almost killed Feng Xian. In the martial emperor's ring, there was the power left behind selflessly by past martial emperors. Die. A crazy look appeared on Zhao Danshan's face. He pushed out the martial emperor's seal in his hand. The shadow of the golden god of war behind him suddenly condensed into Zhao Danshan's hand. A palm suddenly pressed in the direction of Long Chen. This overwhelming palm even shattered Long Chen's devouring world of blood. It could be seen how powerful the martial emperor's seal, which had used most of the power of the martial emperor's ring, was. The entire martial emperor city rumbled and shook under the influence of the martial emperor's seal. Zhao Danshan's terror made everyone feel terrified. They realized that from today onwards, Zhao Danshan was almost invincible. He was definitely the most terrifying person in the Wuxia Sage Empire. Under the leadership of Zhao Danchen, the entire Wushu Sage Empire would enter a new era. The only person who was not afraid should be Long Chen. He looked indifferently at the martial emperor's seal displayed by Zhao Danchen. He looked indifferently at this powerful move. It should be over. Compared to Zhao Danchen, Long Chen was different in that he formed hand seals with one hand. They were both hand seals, but Long Chen's looked much simpler. As he formed hand seals with one hand, a small gray ball quickly appeared on his palm. What's wrong with Long Chen? Is he frightened by Zhao Danchen's attack? He actually did not resist. This thought appeared in many people's minds in Martial Emperor City. This was because Long Chen did not even try to dodge. In the next moment, they suddenly saw Long Chen's hand, which was behind his back, suddenly move. A hand seal was formed, and the gray shadow suddenly rushed towards the Martial Emperor's seal that was attacking. This small ball of gray gas formed a handprint, but it made everyone's hair stand on end. From this small handprint, they seemed to see a dead world, and a gray palm that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. What is this? Zhao Danchen was the first to feel the terror of the gray. Of course, compared to Zhao Danchen's Martial Emperor's seal, it was probably much weaker. After all, not only did Zhao Danchen use his own power, but he also used the power of the Martial Emperor's ring. Just as this thought appeared in Zhao Danchen's mind, Long Chen's hand seal changed. The huge palm in the gray hand seal suddenly broke through the world and transformed into a gray palm that covered the sky. This gray palm seemed to grow out of Long Chen's body. It was filled with a gray deathly aura, as well as a sinister and terrifying aura. The gray palm appeared in Zhao Danchen's vision in an instant. In the next moment, the gray palm that was filled with death aura collided with Zhao Danchen's Martial Emperor's seal. Everyone opened their eyes and watched the final battle. What was shocking was that the intense collision that they had imagined did not happen. After the gray palm and the golden war god collided, the gray power turned into gas and enveloped the golden war god, making a sizzling sound. Zhao Danchen's Martial Emperor's seal was actually corroded by Long Chen's Divine Desolation seal. This was the power of the Divine Desolation seal. The gray palm instantly pounced on the golden war god. The golden war god had great power, but under Long Chen's attack, it disappeared bit by bit. At the same time, the huge power of the Martial Emperor's ring also shattered Long Chen's gray palm. Of course, the corrosive ability of the Divine Desolation seal was far higher than Zhao Danchen's Martial Emperor's seal. In a short time, the shadow of the golden war god was completely extinguished by Long Chen's gray palm seal. How is this possible? Long Chen's move, which exhausted all of his energy, hit nothing but air. He formed a strange hand seal and turned the Martial Emperor's seal into a clump of death chi. Moreover, the gray palm seal was at a terrifying speed and instantly covered Zhao Danchen, whose face was full of disbelief. Impossible. The Martial Emperor's seal that he had high hopes for was gone just like that. Zhao Danchen did not even have the time to react. He had killed Zhao Wuji because he wanted to obtain the Martial Emperor's ring and Martial Emperor's seal. He had thought that he was invincible in the world. Who would have thought that Long Chen would actually use a move and destroy the move that he was most proud of? The golden eye of desolation burst out with a bright light, completely penetrating Long Chen's Divine Desolation seal. Two golden rays of light soared into the sky. However, this could not block the attack of the Divine Desolation seal. Zhao Danchen was not careful and was covered by the palm formed by the Divine Desolation seal. The terrifying gray airflow instantly burned his body, making a terrifying sizzling sound. In an instant, Zhao Danchen let out an earth-shattering scream of agony. Boom boom boom. He punched crazily, trying to break Long Chen's Divine Desolation seal. Unfortunately, the Divine Desolation seal was not that easy to break. His punches could only dissipate a lot of the Divine Desolation seal. Absolute kill of the 9 heavens. At the last moment, Long Chen suddenly rushed into the range of the Divine Desolation seal. The claws in his hands quickly scratched Zhao Danshan's neck. A total of 9 claws scratched Zhao Danshan's neck, all hitting the same place. For the first time, Zhao Danshan's eyes bulged and were bloodshot. He stared in the direction of Long Chen in disbelief and had lost the ability to resist. Long Chen's Divine Desolation seal hit his body and quickly corroded his body. Long Chen took advantage of this time to snatch Zhao Danshan's Cosmos sac. At the same time, he used his claws to directly cut Zhao Danshan's neck. Even though he had the golden battle body, it was useless at this time. The Desolation Divine Seal's most powerful ability was its Death Aura's ability to corrode life. Zhao Danshan had been entangled by the Desolation Divine Seal and had no chance of survival, especially when Long Chen had slit his neck in the end. Chapter 678. Finally, the Divine Seal of Desolation dissipated. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Zhao Danshan's body had turned into a skeleton. He stood outside the Martial Emperor city in a daze. He had yet to fall, even though he was already dead. Long Chen, on the other hand, stood beside Zhao Danshan, completely unharmed. Zhao Danshan had turned into a skeleton. He could not be any more dead. This meant that Long Chen had defeated Zhao Danshan. He was the strongest person in the Wuxia Sage Empire. As for Feng Xian, he was not a member of the Wuxia Sage Empire. Zhao Danshan was dead. Many people found it hard to accept this result, especially those in the Martial Emperor city who were loyal supporters of the Martial Emperor. They thought that the Martial Emperor's notice and the Wuxia Alliance's notice had disappeared from the Wuxia Sage Empire. The Wuxia Sage Empire was going to change. Looking at the young man in the field, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. They had mixed feelings. Zhao Danshan's death was just like Zhao Wuji's death. Many people only believed it after a long time. Previously, everyone thought that Long Chen would die under Zhao Danshan's Martial Emperor seal. They did not expect that Long Chen would turn defeat into victory in such a short time. He killed Zhao Danshan and killed Zhao Danshan, leaving only a skeleton. This was a shocking piece of news. Long Chen killed Martial Emperor Zhao Danshan. My God, what's wrong with the Wuxia Sage Empire? Geniuses, each more monstrous than the last, especially Long Chen. I thought he was the most talented person after Zhao Wuji. I didn't expect him to be the most talented person. Zhao Danshan used the power of the Martial Emperor ring, but he was still no match for him. If Long Chen controls the Wuxia Sage Empire, it will have a bright future. But does this mean that the Wuxia Alliance is going to be destroyed? The destruction of the Wuxia Alliance meant that they could get a lot of benefits and opportunities. Many people were already thinking about how to take advantage of the chaos in the Martial Emperor city. The people who were the most pained and confused were the people of the Wuxia Alliance, especially those who lived in the Martial Emperor city. This meant that their lives were going to be in great turmoil. Once Zhao Wuji died, the Wuxia Alliance would definitely be destroyed. How could Shaolin, who was only at the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Realm, be qualified to control the Wuxia Sage Empire? Everyone turned to look at Shaolin. This old man was able to stay in the Wuxia Alliance for such a long time and was valued by Zhao Wuji. At the same time, Zhao Danshan did not kill him. This meant that Shaolin was quite capable. Most importantly, he knew that a wise man submits to circumstances. Of course, Long Chen did not care about the people of the Martial Emperor city. After killing Zhao Danshan, he was relieved. Zhao Danshan was dead and Zhao Danshan's Cosmos sac was now in his hands. Zhao Danshan's Cosmos sac was very important to Long Chen. After killing Zhao Danshan, he could not wait to open the Cosmos sac. Just as he expected, people like Zhao Danshan would only put the Red Emperor seal and the Gold Emperor seal in the safest place, which was to carry them with him. There were many imperial crystals in Zhao Danshan's Cosmos sac. The important items were the ancient demon flag, the red emperor seal and the gold emperor seal. The 5 emperor seals were finally gathered today. Long Chen was very pleased. The 5 emperor seals were related to an imperial-level combat skill. Even the advanced king-level divine seal of desolation was so powerful, let alone an imperial-level combat skill. If he could enter the Archean cemetery, the 5 emperor seals would be Long Chen's trump card. After killing Zhao Danchen, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Long Chen had finally completed one of the tasks that Long Yu and the others gave him. Feng Xian would be much easier to deal with. Now that he had obtained the 5 emperor seals, the most important thing was to clean up the mess. With the death of Zhao Danchen, the Wushu alliance would be leaderless. Not only would the martial emperor city be in chaos, but the entire Wushu Sage Empire would also be in chaos. Long Chen did not want any innocent people to die because of him. Hence, he turned around and looked at the hundreds of thousands of people in the martial emperor city. Long Chen's brilliance surpassed all of their brilliance. Those who met Long Chen's blood-red gaze lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Long Chen. To them, Long Chen was too terrifying. Finally, Long Chen's gaze stopped on Shaolin, who was surrounded by the crowd. This old man's hair was already white. When he saw Long Chen's blood-red gaze, he felt that this young man was much more terrifying than Zhao Danchen. He also subconsciously missed Long Chen's gaze. Even Zhao Danchen was dead. He was definitely not a match for him. Back then, he submitted to Zhao Danchen because of Zhao Danchen's strength. Now, if Long Chen requested it, Shaolin would repeat it. In this world, the strong were respected. The fact that Long Chen was able to kill Zhao Danchen proved that he was worthy of Shaolin's admiration. Xiao Wu Huang. Long Chen's voice was heard. Shaolin listened carefully. This martial emperor city will be temporarily handed over to you. In a few days, our Dragons team will officially enter the martial emperor city and replace the Wushu alliance to take over the Wushu Sage Empire. In these few days, I will not allow anything to happen in the martial emperor city. If the next time I come here, what I see is different from what I expected, I will take your life. Shaolin lowered his head and did not say anything. At first, some of the other Wushu alliance members had expressions of anger. However, when they saw that no one dared to react, they helplessly recognized the truth. Therefore, they could only lower their heads. To them, this was indeed a humiliation. However, they had no way to resist. The other party was simply too strong. To them, the other party was simply too strong. Long Chen paused for a moment before he continued, the Wushu Sage Empire will be handed over to my dragon's brother to lead. Of course, if anyone in the Wushu alliance is willing to submit to Long Chen, we will welcome them. Of course, that includes you, Shaolin. Keep an eye on the martial emperor city for me these few days. I will not treat you unfairly in the future. It had to be said that Long Chen's words were full of temptation to many people who were already disappointed in the Wushu alliance. Long Chen stopped here. That was enough. From Shaolin's expression, Long Chen could tell that Shaolin would definitely do as he had said. Shaolin would take good care of the martial emperor city and wait for the dragons to accept it. As for the other cities, once the news of Zhao Danchen's death spread, Scarlet Soul's people would take care of them. The entire Wushu Sage Empire was quietly changing dynasties. Shaolin, listen to my orders. Shaolin's voice came from the city tower of the martial emperor city. Long Chen looked at him from afar. He could see that Shaolin's face was filled with submission. He knew that as long as Long Chen was still in the divine Wushu Sage Empire, he would have to listen to Long Chen. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to escape Long Chen's grasp. Furthermore, Shaolin was not young anymore. He had dozens of family members in Martial Emperor City, so he would not be able to escape. Some people still called Shaolin a coward in their hearts when he surrendered. However, no one dared to say it out loud. After all, everyone wanted their own lives. Furthermore, the previous Zhao Danshan had not been that deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Long Chen controlled the entire Wushu Sage Empire with just a few words. He immediately turned around and left, leaving behind only Zhao Danshan's white bones. Everyone felt their hairs stand on end as they looked at the white bones that were still standing on the ground. Chen Wuwang, go and bury the white bones. It's an eyesore. A gust of northern wind blew, carrying with it the smell of blood. Shaolin frowned as he spoke in a bad mood. After leaving the divine Wushu Sage Empire, Long Chen first got Lu Yi out. After all, there were still many things that had not been settled. Lu Yi was still in the Great Void Realm, and her eyes were red and swollen from crying. She was in a lush forest. When Lu Yi came out and saw this environment, as well as the unharmed Long Chen in front of her, she immediately felt ecstatic. She felt as though she had escaped from death. She really wanted to hug Long Chen. However, when she thought about the relationship between the two of them, she could only hold back. Long Chen. Are you alright? Where's Zhao Danshan? Lu Yi asked anxiously. Can't you tell? Of course, I'm alive and well. As for that bad guy, Zhao Danshan, I've already turned his bones into ashes. That should be enough for you, right? Long Chen stretched his body and said with a smile. Zhao Danshan is dead. Lu Yi's eyes lit up, but she immediately smiled bitterly and said, You must be lying to me. He's at the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, and he has a martial emperor ring. He's almost at the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm. How could you defeat him unscathed? Go out and ask around, and you'll know. Long Chen knew that this matter was a bit unimaginable. However, Zhao Danshan was indeed very powerful. This was not an exaggeration. Really? Lu Yi then realized that this seemed to be true. She looked at Long Chen for a while again. She was shocked, but also deeply grateful. Thank you, for saving me again. Lu Yi said a bit unnaturally. The relationship between her and Long Chen was really complicated. She originally wanted to go out to relax and forget about him. She didn't expect that such a thing would happen in the end. Long Chen smiled and said, It's nothing. I was going to kill Zhao Danshan, and I happened to save you. I'll take you to meet the war people. You haven't been back for so long. I guess my second brother must be very worried. I know, 7th uncle. Lu Yi gritted her teeth and let go of the love and hatred in her heart. Looking at Long Chen like this, she suddenly had a trace of understanding. She had never entered his heart. It was a one-sided love. If she behaved too much, maybe Long Chen would stay away from her forever. In this case, why not be a good friend? In this way, she could still have the opportunity to see him. Lu Yi was also satisfied. Chapter 679. I'm 7th uncle. Long Chen was a bit speechless. This wasn't wrong. Long Chen recognized Jiang Wuya as his second brother, and Lu Yi was Jiang Wuya's daughter. However, being called an elder by someone of the same age was really a tangled feeling. Alright, let's go back to the war people first. Seeing that Lu Yi's mood had been restored, Long Chen knew that this girl's mentality had changed. This was also a good thing. It wasn't that Lu Yi was bad, but Long Chen had his own goals. He didn't want to be an irresponsible man and make some bastard promises that he couldn't fulfill. If that was the case, then what difference was there between him and Zhao Danshan? There were many things that he did for Lu Yi's own good. Lingxi was still waiting for him. She might be suffering. As Long Chen thought of her, it was like countless ants were crawling in his heart. The two of them walked towards the war people. Wait. Long Chen suddenly stopped. He wanted to leave, but he suddenly remembered something. What is it? Lu Yi's beautiful face had a moist luster. I don't think I've given you any gifts. Although this thing is a bit ugly, it should be enough for you to protect yourself. Long Chen took out a small eternal demon flag from the Great Void Realm. When they left Martial Emperor City, Long Chen took out the eternal demon flag. This thing was actually very simple to control. When Zhao Danchen first obtained the eternal demon flag, he knew how to use it. Long Chen was no exception. He quickly summoned the ancient demon corpse. Although this ancient demon corpse had a powerful body and might be useful to Long Chen was more willing to give it to Lu Yi to guarantee her safety. This was the last thing he would do for Lu Yi. Isn't this the eternal demon flag? Lu Yi covered her mouth in surprise. No, Long Chen, this thing is too precious, I can't accept it. She didn't blame the ancient demon corpse for being too ugly, but she thought that this thing might be very important to Long Chen. Long Chen shook his head. I can defeat Zhao Danchen, so the ancient demon corpse is useless to me. Take this ancient demon corpse. If I leave in the future, let it protect you. If my brothers and sisters are in danger, help them. After all, your father is one of the dragons. Now, I will teach you how to control the ancient demon corpse. Long Chen's words were very decisive. Although Lu Yi was very embarrassed to accept it, in the end she couldn't change Long Chen's mind. Moreover, when she thought that Long Chen was still thinking about her, she felt very happy. Therefore, Lu Yi learned how to control the ancient demon corpse. As long as she used it well, she, Lu Yi, would be equivalent to a warrior in the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Among the war people, only Long Shan had the strength of a warrior in the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. However, he was already old and didn't have much time left. Before the others reached the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, it was also a good thing to let Lu Yi's ancient demon corpse shock the battlefield. After explaining so many things, Long Chen finally found that he could leave the God Wuxia Sage dynasty with peace of mind and embark on his own long road. What would the road ahead be like? How many people would bump into Long Chen's life? How many people would die at the hands of Long Chen? These were all unknown. Just as Long Chen was about to go back to the war people, something strange happened. A muffled sound came from afar. Long Chen hurriedly raised his head and looked at the sky. He was shocked to find that part of the sky in the west was dyed red. Long Chen, this is a sign that the ancient tomb token is about to appear. Lu Yi heard this and said quickly. Long Chen nodded in surprise and said, it should be. I didn't think that the ancient tomb token would appear at this time. After the red light appears, the ancient tomb token will appear at random times. Looking at the direction, it should be in the Eternal Divine Sea. The Huangfu clan is close to the Eternal Divine Sea. When Feng Xian sees this, she will definitely rush over. I can't fall behind her. Go, I will inform father and the others. I will let them take this opportunity to control the God Wuxia Sage dynasty and move our core to Martial Emperor City, Lu Yi said sensibly. Long Chen nodded and said without hesitation, I'll be leaving. Yes, be careful. Put your life first. If you can't get it, then forget it. There will be more in the future. Lu Yi's crystal-clear eyes flashed with concern. This is my only chance. Long Chen gritted his teeth and said. I'm leaving. Without stopping, Long Chen disappeared in front of Lu Yi like a whirlwind. Xiao. Looking at the direction in which Long Chen disappeared, Lu Yi swallowed the word Xiao helplessly. Her eyes were still staring in the direction in which Long Chen disappeared. After a long time, she finally wiped a tear from her eyes. Long Chen was at ease leaving the God Wuxia Sage dynasty to Long Yu and the others. With Long Shan and the ancient demon's corpse, as well as 2 experts at the 3rd level of the earth martial arts realm, Long Chen believed that they could easily control the entire God Wushu sage dynasty. Moreover, as long as Feng Xian left, the Huangfu clan would easily return to the hands of Huangfu Fengchen. Of course, Long Chen's influence was also very important. His side was the most crucial battle, and it was also the most important battle. Feng Xian was definitely more difficult to deal with than Zhao Danshan. Whether or not I can successfully enter the primordial cemetery depends on this last attempt. Feng Xian must have already reached the eternal divine sea. That's right. The closer he got, the more Long Chen could roughly estimate that the place where the ancient tomb token would appear was in the eternal divine sea that he had been to before. That was the endless white sea of mist in the eternal divine sea. But now, the white sea of mist had already turned into a sea of red. Long Chen displayed his fastest speed and arrived below the eternal divine sea. The sea of mist in the sky had already turned into a sea of red. The flowing red light was quite shocking. It's up there. Without saying anything, Long Chen displayed his flying skills and flew towards the Sky Island. He had a premonition that the ancient tomb token would appear near the Sky Island. At the same time, he displayed the soul-devouring demon pupil. With the soul-devouring demon pupil, as long as Feng Xian appeared within 1 mile of him, Long Chen would be able to find her. This time, the most important thing was not to find the ancient tomb token, but to kill Feng Xian. As long as Feng Xian died, the ancient tomb token would definitely belong to Long Chen. And if Feng Xian did not die, even if Long Chen obtained the ancient tomb token, he would not be able to rest in peace. After all, if Feng Xian could not find Long Chen, she could kill Long Chen's brothers and sisters. Would Long Chen allow such a thing to happen? In short, this time, it was either you die or I live. It had not even been half a day since the battle with Zhao Danshan ended. But fortunately, Long Chen's recovery ability was amazing. At this moment, he was almost at his peak state. Moreover, compared to the previous battle, this time, Long Chen had an even greater advantage. The closer Long Chen got to Heaven Sky Island, the redder the area became. The bird-type demonlings in the Eternal Life God Sea were starting to get very uneasy, and were screaming and flying about in all directions. After the death of the phoenix, they had lost their protection, and were much more timid than before. Flocks of bird-type monsters fled in panic as if they were in a storm. Long Chen transformed into his dragon soul and released his powerful aura. The bird-type monsters were very familiar with this aura. It was the person who had killed the Sky Phoenix, so when they saw Long Chen, they hurriedly fled at an even faster speed. Soon, Long Chen could see the Sky Island in front of him. Unfortunately, time is too tight. Otherwise, I could take out the 5 Emperor Seals and have a look. Maybe it would be easier to deal with Feng Xian. Long Chen approached the Sky Island and thought to himself. But then he thought, even the divine seal of desolation is so hard to cultivate. I'm afraid I'll need at least 1 or 2 months to cultivate the 5 Emperor Seals. If I can kill Feng Xian, I'll try to see what secrets the 5 Emperor Seals have. Thinking of this, Long Chen stopped thinking about the 5 Emperor Seals. Walking on the Sky Island, he carefully observed his surroundings. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the square where he had appeared last time. As he approached, Long Chen narrowed his eyes because he had already seen Feng Xian with his soul-devouring demon eyes. After dispelling the soul-devouring demon eyes and rushing forward for a while, Long Chen could already see Feng Xian's slim figure standing in front of the stone tablet where Long Chen had comprehended the divine seal of desolation. She can also see the mysteries of the stone tablet. Long Chen was slightly surprised. Soon, he was 10 meters behind Feng Xian. At this time, Feng Xian suddenly turned her head. Her face was no longer wearing the white veil. Her coquettish face was rosy and delicate, revealing a seductive charm. Seeing that it was Long Chen, she smiled sweetly as if she was talking to a friend she had not seen for many years. She said, "Long Chen, you finally arrived." Facing this cunning woman, Long Chen did not dare to let his guard down. He calmed down and said coldly, "Today, either you or I die. Do you still want to talk nonsense?" After Feng Xian heard this, she giggled and said, "You're really not likable. What kind of conflict do you think we have? What happened before was just a small matter. We don't get to know each other without fighting. What are you trying to say?" Long Chen frowned and said. Feng Xian saw that Long Chen really did not know how to flirt, so her face gradually became cold. She said, "I see that you are a great genius. It is a pity that you die like this. You are so young, why do you want to compete with me for the ancient tomb token? You have many opportunities to enter, but I only have one left. You go back now. After I succeed, I will help you deal with Zhao Danchen. How about it? Zhao Danchen is already dead. I just killed him." Long Chen immediately replied. Chapter 680. Dead. Feng Xian looked at Long Chen in astonishment. She could see that Long Chen was not a person who liked to lie. From his cold eyes, Feng Xian realized that this was probably true. He had a lot of things, comparable to Zhao Wuji, but he died in your hands. Feng Xian had to re-evaluate Long Chen as a person. Zhao Danchen was a despicable person, an out-and-out despicable person. He was crazy by nature, but Long Chen was different. His personality was like that of a wolf and a poisonous snake. Compared to Zhao Danchen's ferocious tiger, these two types of animals seemed to be much more terrifying. Long Chen did not answer Feng Xian. There must be a reason why this woman suddenly asked him to go back. So Long Chen sneered and said, "Tell me the truth. Did you find something strange about this monument and want to investigate it? But you were worried that I would disturb you, so you advised me to leave. You also know that this monument has a secret." At this moment, Feng Xian was even more surprised. Long Chen was right. She was lost in thought when she was interrupted by Long Chen. She knew that it would take a lot of effort to kill Long Chen, so she directly wanted to trick Long Chen. She did not expect that Long Chen would see through her. "Don't you know that there used to be a divine phoenix here? And then? I killed it. You killed it again." Feng Xian could not see through this young man. She vaguely remembered that when she met Long Chen for the first time, Long Chen did not have the power to resist her and was forced to flee in all directions. But after less than 2 months, she suddenly realized that Long Chen was the most terrifying person in the entire Wushu sage dynasty. The previous Long Shan, Zhao Danchen, and Zhao Wuji could not compare to the current Long Chen. Forbearance, youth, patience, calmness, and decisiveness. These were all good characters that Long Chen had cultivated on his long road. In that case, you have also learned the battle skill hidden in this monument. Feng Xian's expression gradually became cold. "Do you have so much nonsense to say?" Long Chen grinned. "Fine." Feng Xian's eyes showed killing intent. Facing Long Chen, no matter how good her temperament was, she could not hold back. "If that's the case, then I won't say anything more. As long as I finish you off, the ancient tomb medallion will be mine, and this battle skill will also be mine." Feng Xian had never been able to resist young juniors, especially those with great potential and strength like Long Chen. Zhao Danchen and Huang Fuyu were both like this. However, Long Chen, who had not been eye-catching before, now made her feel fear. "Just right. After I get rid of you, everything will be mine, Long Chen." Long Chen replied with a sneer. After a brief pause, he continued, "Do you still remember the last time when the wolf cub and I ganged up on you, but we were far from being a match for you? This time, I'll show you the power of us brothers." Xiao Lang. Just as Feng Xian was feeling puzzled, a black flame suddenly spewed out from Long Chen's chest. The black flame was like a storm as it rapidly revolved around Long Chen and grew larger. Soon, it became so large that it covered the sky. Flame was a symbol of high temperature, but for this black flame, it was the opposite. Feng Xian suddenly felt that the surrounding temperature had dropped to an extremely low level. Whoosh! When the flame dissipated, a pitch-black demon wolf appeared beside Long Chen. This demon wolf had a strong body, sharp teeth, and 4 claws. It was burning with a black flame, and 2 cold flames replaced its eyes. This made the demon wolf look like it had come from hell. Compared to Long Chen, it was even colder and more terrifying. Soon, the sun-devouring direwolf's body shrank to the size of an ordinary horse. Although it would be weaker in terms of strength, the wolf cub would possess unparalleled speed. 4th grade monarch level. Long Chen had already discovered that Xiao Lang had successfully reached the 4th grade monarch level after refining the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird's demon core. The ancient phoenix bloodline in the demon core was very useful to Xiao Lang. It was even more useful than some 5th grade monarch level demonic beasts. Previously, the 2 brothers had been embarrassed in front of Feng Xian. This time, it was even more humiliating for Long Chen and the others. The man and the wolf stood on the left and right. One of them had blood-red eyes and a bloody aura that was even more terrifying than the ancient demon's corpse. The other one was cold and gloomy. Both of them were somewhat strong, and even Feng Xian was shocked by their strength. Her brows furrowed as she gradually realized that this was going to be a very difficult battle. "Do you want me to kill you?" Feng Xian said coldly. On the Sky Island, there was a cold wind blowing at her from time to time. Her long skirt fluttered, and her snow-white legs were vaguely visible. Feng Xian did not look like a woman in her 30s at all. Long Chen and Xiao Lang looked at each other. A hot-blooded battle was ignited at this time. Long Chen still remembered that it was because of this shameful woman that Huang Fuqi almost lost her life. If Long Chen had not risked his life to come to the Eternal Divine Sea, Huang Fuqi would not have survived. In order to become stronger, Feng Xian would not even let a little girl like Huang Fuqi go. It was obvious how vicious she was. "You can kill Zhao Danchen, so you are qualified to fight against me." Feng Xian smiled coldly. At this time, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang suddenly moved and rushed toward Feng Xian from 2 different directions. They seemed to be scattered, but in fact, they cooperated seamlessly. Seeing that they were really going to attack, Feng Xian's face was very ugly. "Really 2 unlikable boys, then don't blame me." A burst of anger ignited in her heart. Feng Xian's figure also moved quickly. That kind of body movement similar to the willow catkin wind-following step had already been displayed at this time. Facing an expert in the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm, Long Chen did not dare to be careless at all. He chose to attack with Xiao Lang. They must catch Feng Xian unprepared in the shortest time. When approaching Feng Xian, Long Chen immediately used his strongest skill, which was the Devouring World of Blood. When the Devouring World of Blood was displayed, under the control of Long Chen, Feng Xian could be controlled, and Xiao Lang could be safe and sound. The blood-red mist instantly filled this space. It was the first time for Feng Xian to see Long Chen use this kind of divine sense. Like the others, a huge swallowing force acted on her body. Even though she had the genuine essence of the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm, she could not be immune to this swallowing force. What the hell is this? A domain type of divine sense, and it is the domain of the Sky martial arts realm. He is still in the Earth martial arts realm, so he certainly does not have the domain of the Sky martial arts realm. This should be a kind of divine sense, but how can an ordinary divine sense be so nature-defying? Just controlling the boiling blood qi consumed 20% of Feng Xian's true essence. This 20% of Feng Xian's true essence could not be used at all. Otherwise, the blood would go out of control, and it would rampage in his body. If he happened to be using his true essence to cast a big move at that time, and something went wrong, then he would be finished. The formation of the devouring world of blood shocked Feng Xian from the very beginning. At this time, Xiao Lang displayed a super-fast speed and instantly rushed in front of Feng Xian. His limbs and teeth were covered with the cold Nine Serenities demon ancestral fire. At this time, it suddenly pounced on Feng Xian, its sharp teeth and sharp claws flashing with a threatening light. The body of a demonic beast was quite strong. Even if some people cultivated super-strong fighting skills, in terms of physical strength, they might not be as good as a demonic beast. In particular, Xiao Lang was already at the 4th level of the King Realm. His every move was already more powerful than the Divine Phoenix. What was more terrifying was that the claws of the sun-devouring demonic wolf were covered with the Nine Serenities demon ancestral fire. What kind of fire? Feng Xian was shocked again. She had seen this kind of fire once before, so she knew how terrible it was, so she did not face it head-on. She directly displayed the phantom-like body movement and passed by Xiao Lang, so that Xiao Lang's attack missed. At this time, Long Chen had already rushed in front of Feng Xian. His legs suddenly lifted up, like a sharp blade, instantly piercing into Feng Xian's defensive range. Divine Wind Style. This was the most powerful move of Wind God leg technique, with hundreds of changes. Long Chen's endless leg shadows were like a storm. Under the suppression of Long Chen's devouring world of blood, even if Feng Xian had a very strong attack, it was difficult for her to display it at this time, and she was forced to retreat by Long Chen. Roar! Xiao Lang failed the first time, so he suddenly turned around and pounced on Feng Xian again. Demonic beasts also had their own fighting skills, and Xiao Lang was no exception. His sun-devouring demonic wolf body now had a strong power, and each pounce and sweep contained a power no less than a fighting skill. Bastard! Feng Xian was forced to this extent at the beginning, and she was really angry. When Long Chen and Xiao Lang attacked her from two sides at the same time, her body suddenly spun. 3,000 phantoms. This was Feng Xian's most mysterious magical ability. The 3,000 phantoms immediately formed a storm around her, and Long Chen and Xiao Lang were blown away by this wind. Then, all the storm condensed into a total of more than 3,000 phantoms. They seemed to be formed by flowing wind, and could dissipate at any time. But they didn't dissipate. The 3,000 phantoms were Feng Xian's 3,000 clones. At this time, under her control, the 3,000 phantoms surged towards Mo Xiaolang, as if to completely separate Xiao Lang from herself. After successfully surrounding the sun-devouring demonic wolf, she coldly looked at Long Chen. "Brat, it's your turn to die." As she spoke, a fierce gust of wind swept around her. Long Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Feng Xian wasn't stupid, and naturally knew that she should use the 3,000 phantoms to deal with Xiao Lang. However, Long Chen wasn't worried. The 3,000 phantoms didn't seem to be able to trap Xiao Lang. Under Xiao Lang's Nine Devil ancestral flame, the 3,000 phantoms would probably be completely destroyed by Xiao Lang in a short period of time. Chapter 681. Of course, Feng Xian could create even more 3,000 phantoms. But, 3,000 phantoms required true essence. Feng Xian's true essence had already been suppressed by Long Chen's devouring blood world by 2 layers, so how could she possibly care about these 3,000 phantoms? Now, there are only the 2 of us left. Feng Xian used her movement technique and quickly rushed towards Long Chen. If it was just Long Chen, she would not be afraid. The only thing she was afraid of was the 9 Serenities demon fire of the sun-devouring demon wolf. So what if there are 2 of you? Long Chen's devouring blood world completely enveloped the 2 of them. If there are two of you, then go to hell. Feng Xian's face immediately turned sinister. Long Chen didn't like her, and she naturally didn't like Long Chen either. She also knew that the 3,000 phantoms wouldn't be able to trap the wolf cub for long, so her only option was to end the battle quickly and kill Long Chen as soon as possible. 3,000 phantom palms. What attacked Long Chen were countless illusory palms. These illusory palms contained a massive amount of power and were completely condensed from the wind. The violent winds rushed towards Long Chen, causing rumbling sounds to ring out. 3,000 phantom palms was similar to the 3,000 phantoms' direct attack, but its effect was completely different. Willow Catkin Wind. Facing the dense palm wind, Long Chen confidently used Willow Catkin Wind Step. He had used Willow Catkin Wind Step to its peak level. It was even more powerful than Feng Xian using her own movement technique. The countless 3,000 phantom palms could only blow Long Chen's figure back and forth, but not once did they hit Long Chen. This kid's comprehension ability is really abnormal. Such a person must not be allowed to live in this world. Feng Xian's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Suddenly, two illusory blades appeared in her hands. The blades were composed entirely of fast-flowing wind, just like real blades. In fact, they were even more terrifying than real blades. At this time, the two blades flashed with a whistling sound, and countless blades burst out from the two small blades, twisting the surrounding air. Feng Xian held the two blades as if he was directly controlling the countless blade lights. To be honest, I admire you for being able to block the 3,000 illusory palms. But can you dodge this move? Feng Xian let out a ferocious laugh. Her body suddenly swept towards Long Chen. At the same time, she formed a powerful impact and struck out with the dual blades in her hands. Rumble. The two blades suddenly transformed into countless wind blades. These were countless blades formed by the wind. Their speed was many times faster than the previous 3,000 phantom palms. Long Chen's Willow Catkin Wind following step had been able to dodge the previous 3,000 phantom palms, but it was still unknown when it came to these endless wind blades. Wind Clan's combat skill, Storm Blade. This combat skill, like its name, was completely formed by the wind blades. The Wind Clan is the ruler of the Tianfeng dynasty. The Tianfeng dynasty is countless times stronger than the Wuxia Sage dynasty. Even this combat skill is so terrifying. Long Chen was shocked. Of course, he was not frightened. Under his devouring world of blood, Feng Xian's spiritual ether had been suppressed by 20%. Otherwise, her attack would be even more terrifying. Long Chen's mind was spinning. Looking at the proud Feng Xian, he suddenly came up with a plan. He would use the same old move, but this move was tried and tested. When he was fighting against Zhao Danshan, if he did not use this move, Long Chen would not be able to fight in his best state. 9 Heavens Absolute Kill. The blade-like claws in his hands turned into 9 divine dragons that swooped towards the fake blades. Suddenly, there was a fierce crackling sound between heaven and earth as Long Chen's claws crazily collided with the storm blades. He had displayed the absolute killing technique of the 9-layered heavens, so his claws could definitely split apart the storm blades. However, the number of storm blades far exceeded his imagination. At this time, Feng Xian had completely suppressed the output of the 3,000 phantoms, and had used all of his Jin Yuan to condense the storm blades. In this way, her intention was clear. She wanted to kill Long Chen first, and then deal with Xiao Lang. For her, Long Chen was a big trouble. Only by killing Long Chen first could she truly feel at ease. The feeling that this young man gave her was too terrifying. Countless storm blades attacked Long Chen endlessly. Each storm blade was very fast. In a short period of 5 breaths, Long Chen crazily used the 9 Heavens Absolute Kill and shattered all the storm blades. However, Feng Xian condensed a large number of storm blades and attacked Long Chen. In desperation, Long Chen once again used the high-intensity Nine Heavens Absolute Kill. In a short period of time, he used the Nine Heavens Absolute Kill several times without hesitation. Otherwise, those storm blades would have cut him into pieces. I'd like to see how much spiritual ether you have left to fight against me. Feng Xian laughed and once again used the storm blades. Her spiritual ether was divided into 3 parts. 20% was used to suppress the devouring blood world, the rest was used to form 3,000 phantoms, and the rest was used to take Long Chen's life. Of course, even so, the spiritual ether in her body was much more than Long Chen's. Long Chen's spiritual ether was quickly consumed when he used the Nine Heavens Absolute Kill, just as Feng Xian had expected. After 15 breaths, Long Chen had used the Nine Heavens Absolute Kill 5 or 6 times in a row. This king-level medium-level cultivation method had made him reach the realm of a dried-up oil lamp. However, the storm blades did not stop. In Feng Xian's opinion, Long Chen had no chance of surviving. She could sense that the fluctuations on Long Chen's body were getting weaker and weaker, and he was on the verge of exhaustion. Go to hell. Feng Xian sneered, and 2 more storm blades appeared in her hands. In order to kill Long Chen, she had almost exhausted all the spiritual ether she could use. Behind her, 3,000 phantoms had already died under the attack of Xiao Lang's 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire. I'll kill this kid first. As for that demon wolf, I'd like to see what's so special about it. If I can tame it, my strength will definitely increase to another level. When I reach the archaic cemetery, I'll be able to open the eyes of those people. Feng Xian's heart was burning with passion. After using the storm blades, Feng Xian still did not feel at ease facing the dried-up Long Chen. She used her movement technique to move towards Long Chen. Long Chen's storm blades did not kill Long Chen, so she could only use it once. Unfortunately, what she did not see was that Long Chen did not panic even though he was already at the end of his rope. The corners of Long Chen's mouth curled into a faint smile as he watched the last wave of storm blades flying towards him. The feeling of exhausting spiritual ether was quite uncomfortable. With the remaining spiritual ether, Long Chen performed the Nine Heavens Absolute Kill for the last time. However, this incomplete Nine Heavens Absolute Kill was directly defeated halfway through. As Feng Xian wished, Long Chen let out a desperate scream, and then was completely submerged by the storm blades. Now he's dead. Feng Xian revealed an excited smile. On the other side, Xiao Lang's eyes were gloomy. He knew that Long Chen had his own methods and would not let Feng Xian succeed so easily. However, he was still worried. Coupled with anger, Xiao Lang directly threw away the remaining 3,000 phantoms, ignoring their attacks that fell on him, and directly rushed towards Feng Xian. Xiao Lang's tearing roar confirmed Feng Xian's judgment. She knew that Long Chen must have been dismembered. The sun-devouring demonic wolf ignored the 3,000 phantoms and rushed towards her angrily. This was the best proof. Even more proof that Long Chen was dead was that the devouring blood world that had suppressed Feng Xian had disappeared, and the surroundings were clear again. Roar! The sun-devouring demonic wolf instantly rushed to within 30 meters of Feng Xian. Its body suddenly expanded, and the 9 Serenities demon ancestral flame that it could control was suddenly spat out. Suddenly, all the 9 Serenities demon ancestral flame turned into a black torrent, rushing towards Feng Xian like a tide. Feng Xian felt a suffocating coldness. Wherever the 9 nether demon ancestral flame went, everything turned into black ice. Even those that were not enveloped by it were shattered one after another. Feng Xian had never heard of such a terrifying flame. However, this made her even more determined to tame Mo Xiaolang. How would she know that the sun-devouring demonic wolf hid a human soul? So terrifying. At this crucial moment, all Feng Xian could think of was to hide. Long Chen was already dead. Next, she just had to focus on dealing with Xiao Lang. Feng Xian still did not believe that Xiao Lang could use the Nine Serenities demon ancestral flame limitlessly. Wind was originally very fast. Among the 9 great clans, the Wind clan was famous for their speed. At least in the Wushu Sage dynasty, Feng Xian was one of the best in terms of speed. She used all her strength and retreated backwards. "Little darling, can you burn me?" The speed of the 9 Serenities demon ancestral flame was actually not as fast as Feng Xian. Feng Xian knew that she would not be in danger, so she covered her mouth and giggled. Her eyes were full of coquettishness. She recalled that she had never tasted a demonic beast in her life. Moreover, after Xiao Lang turned into a human, he was so handsome. If she could tame Xiao Lang, wouldn't she have a good life in the future? Thinking of this, Feng Xian was so happy that she almost went crazy. Just at this moment, something strange happened. Feng Xian suddenly realized that there was a terrifying aura coming from behind her. After she discovered it, a grey deathly aura had already shrouded her body. What is this? That grey aura was not any less terrifying than the 9 Serenities demon ancestral flame. Feng Xian was sure that there was nothing behind her, but where did this grey aura come from? In an instant, her face revealed a horrified expression. Chapter 682. At this critical moment, she crazily turned her head, only to see Long Chen's sneering face. She had thought that Long Chen was already dead, but at this time, he was completely unharmed. His quintessential essence hadn't been exhausted, and he still had a lot left. "You." Feng Xian's face turned deathly pale. The moment she turned her head, she saw Long Chen's handprint, which was covered in a grey deathly aura, imprinted on her proudly puffed-up chest. The terrifying death qi instantly wrapped around her body, completely shredding the clothes on her chest. Her proud snow-white twin peaks had just been exposed when Long Chen's grey handprint pressed directly on them. Long Chen flew back, but the grey handprint remained between Feng Xian's body, deeply embedded. Feng Xian let out an earth-shattering scream. At this time, her eyes still retained the joy of killing Long Chen, and then turned into extreme shock. Long Chen's attack was too sudden. In front of her was Xiao Lang's 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire, and behind her was Long Chen's desolation divine seal. How could she escape? Feng Xian's eyes were wide open at this time, completely filled with disbelief. She glanced at Long Chen in a daze, and then looked at her chest. At this time, between her twin peaks, the grey desolation divine seal instantly expanded, turning her pair of proud twin peaks into rotten flesh, and then spread in other directions of her body. This kind of pain was not something a human could bear. Feng Xian's entire face became distorted. She tried her best to struggle, but she did not have the slightest strength. Her eyes were still looking at the indifferent face of Long Chen. Why is he not dead? At the last moment, Feng Xian still had this thought. Her eyes were full of despair. At this last moment, Feng Xian's eyes flashed, and an invisible mark quietly came out from her forehead and transferred to Long Chen's arm. Long Chen was only concerned about Feng Xian's life, and this point was ignored by him. In the next moment, the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire directly pounced on her body, and the raging black flames quickly burned on her body. Soon, the black flames swept past, leaving a cold black ice sculpture, vivid and lifelike, between Xiao Lang and Long Chen. Just now, under the attack of Feng Xian's storm blade, Long Chen used a time reversal, successfully escaped the attack, and restored his genuine essence to 10 breaths ago, when he still had half of his genuine essence left. Time reversal was an unimaginable divine sense. It should have been the divine sense of the void cosmic dragon. If it was in its complete state, it would be even more terrifying than the divine sense of the ancient blood spirit dragon. It was just like what Cat had done in the past. It had actually restored the entire Baiyang town that had been destroyed. Thus, it could be seen that when Kitten said that the status of the Void Cosmic Dragon was above that of the ancient Blood Spirit Dragon, there was a basis for it. The last time he used time reversal, almost a day had passed, and Long Chen could use it again. And this time, it was actually quite thrilling, but Feng Xian was an expert at the 5th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, and Long Chen had just reached the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, and his cooperation with Xiao Lang was interrupted. If he did not risk his life like this, it would be difficult to kill Feng Xian at the last moment. This battle was wonderful and thrilling. Looking at the lifelike ice sculpture of Feng Xian, Long Chen sat on the ground powerlessly. The last Desolation Divine Seal had almost exhausted all the genuine qi in his body, but he had finally killed Feng Xian. For him, this was a somewhat unbelievable thing. Mo Xiaolang returned to his human form and came to his side. His battle was also quite fierce, so at this time, his forehead was full of sweat, and he was panting. His appearance was almost the same as Long Chen's. Xiaolang, it's finally over. We killed Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian, Long Chen said with some disbelief. Zhao Danchen has nothing to do with me. Brother, are you scared silly by this woman? Mo Xiaolang said with a smile. It was not that he was silly, it was just that he had carried the hopes of so many people in his hands. Naturally, Long Chen cared a little. When he really killed Feng Xian, he still felt like he was dreaming. In particular, Feng Xian's life and death meant the ownership of the ancient tomb token. The matter of the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty was finally over. For Long Chen, this was a release. Next, he could embark on a new path. As long as he passed through the ancient tomb, he would be able to see Lingxi. After not seeing her for more than a year, the longing in his heart was actually so strong. Brother, Zhao Danchen is dead, Feng Xian is also dead. The matter of the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty is also over. If they knew this good news, they would probably jump for joy. Long Chen nodded and said, at this time, they should have already occupied Martial Emperor City. That old fellow Xiao Lin would not dare to resist. It's time to part, Mo Xiaolang said. Yes, it's normal. People have to part eventually. What about you and me? Xiao Lang suddenly said. Long Chen was startled, then he grinned and said, first of all, let me declare that I have no interest in men. Then, let me tell you, us brothers can also be together forever, fighting side by side like today. Let all our enemies die like this old witch. Huh. I have no interest in men either. Mo Xiaolang smiled helplessly. Long Chen felt relaxed. However, when he thought of the future, he still could not relax. Although the ancient tomb was full of opportunities and dangers coexisted. The dangers there would be countless times more than the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty. Not only would there be monsters, there would also be various natural disasters, and there would also be attacks from countless opponents. The next challenge would be even greater. Hey, kid, I have something to tell you. At this time, Kitten in the great virtual realm suddenly said. What is it? Long Chen was startled. When that woman died just now, she seemed to have transferred her bloodline brand to your body. This kind of bloodline brand belongs to a clan. It should be the Feng clan. The reason why she did this is because in the future, her clansmen will feel this brand and know that you have killed their clansmen. Long Chen was dumbfounded. Where is it? Can it be removed? Long Chen said with a frown. This was a troublesome matter. The Feng clan would definitely go to the ancient tomb. Long Chen did not want to be killed by the people of the Feng clan at the first moment. I don't have any power now, so I can't remove this brand. However, after 49 days, this brand will disappear on its own. It'll depend on your luck. Kitten laughed and looked as if it had nothing to do with him. Fuck. Long Chen cursed. He was quite speechless. However, since it had already happened, there was no point in dwelling on it. Next, he had to think about how to deal with the people of the Feng clan. Long Chen believed that if he was prepared, it would be fine. Next, he just had to wait for the ancient tomb token to appear. After Feng Xian's death, there was no one in the divine Wuxia sage dynasty who could compete with Long Chen for the ancient tomb token. Long Chen spent a year climbing from the bottom of the divine Wuxia sage dynasty to the top of the divine Wuxia sage dynasty. Not many people could achieve such a feat at the same time. Xiaolang had also become a rank 4 king-tier monster, which was quite nature-defying. Of course, the reason why Xiaolang could achieve such results today was mostly because of Long Chen. Without Long Chen, he would not have so many good things to devour. On Sky Island, time passed slowly. It's here. Long Chen suddenly stood up from his meditation. After a day of recuperation, his body had recovered to its perfect state. Boom! At this moment, there was an explosion in the sky. The sea of red fog was suddenly shaken. The eternal divine ocean, which had always been shrouded in white fog, became incomparably spacious in the Sky Island. Long Chen raised his head and could directly see the azure sky. In the eternal divine ocean, this was almost impossible. But now, Long Chen saw it. Other than the azure sky, Long Chen also saw a place that shocked him. Is this a mirage? Long Chen stared blankly at a corner of the sky. In that corner, there was something blurry. Vaguely, Long Chen saw countless tall and solemn tombs. There were all kinds of tombs arranged together. It was quite a shocking sight. An ancient and mysterious aura was being emitted from these tombs. As soon as the tombs appeared, they were swept away by the gray fog. The original place became empty. However, that ancient scene was deeply engraved in Long Chen's mind. Is that the so-called battlefield of the medieval era, the ancient cemetery? Long Chen mumbled to himself. At this moment, the place where the mirage appeared suddenly flashed with a gray light. A gray ray of light flew towards Long Chen's direction at high speed. Long Chen's eyes lit up and hurried towards the gray light. The direction the gray light was heading towards was Sky Island. In midair, Long Chen intercepted the gray light. He held it in his hand and saw that it was a gray token. It was about the size of a palm. He couldn't tell what material it was made of. It looked like it was made of rotten wood. It was inconspicuous and there was no sign on it. This is the ancient cemetery token. Long Chen's eyes were filled with doubt. Without a doubt, this was the ancient cemetery token. The more mysterious something is, the more mysterious it is. However, I have the ancient cemetery token. How do I enter the ancient cemetery? This was the question that Long Chen was confused about. He flipped the ancient cemetery token up and down a few times. He couldn't find anything strange about it. I'll try to infuse it with qi. Thinking of this, Long Chen immediately began. The dragon soul qi gradually infused into the ancient cemetery token. At this moment, the ancient cemetery token actually emitted a gray light and firmly locked onto Long Chen's palm. At this moment, a stream of information flowed into Long Chen's brain. 1 month later, open the ancient cemetery. Tomorrow, open the 12th volume, Protoss Young Lord of Brothers on the computer. If you like the Dragon Blood War God, please click the like button below. In addition, I recommend a fantasy-style online game, Online Games, Invincible King. The author is a famous online game author, Lonely Rain Follows the Wind. This book is currently free, please read it. Chapter 683. This day next month. In other words, there's still 30 days left. Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. This meant that he had time to say goodbye to everyone and researched the 5 Emperors' seal. Long Chen studied the ancient tomb medallion for a while, and after realizing that he could not find anything else, he put it into the realm of virtuality. However, during this process, Long Chen found some obstacles. "Kitten, what's going on? The ancient tomb medallion is resisting me from putting it into the realm of virtuality." Long Chen asked. This thing has been tampered with, so it can't be put into the Qiankuan pouch. However, the realm of virtuality can hold anything. A mere ancient tomb medallion is naturally a small matter. Kitten said lazily. Tampered with? Who? Long Chen was shocked. The ancient tomb medallion required the key to enter the ancient tomb medallion, and the ancient tomb medallion had come to Long Chen in such a bizarre manner. All of this seemed to have been premeditated. Long Chen subconsciously thought that this was a natural occurrence, but from Kitten's words, he guessed that this was not the case. There had to be someone manipulating it for such a coincidence to occur. Then who was the manipulator? How would I know the details? You're about to enter the game. If I tell you the inside story of the game beforehand, it'll be pointless. Kitten said. Inside story. Long Chen was speechless. Looking at Fat Cat's lazy attitude, it did not seem to want to explain things clearly, so he said, "Why don't you say it?" "Don't ask me, I won't say anything this time." Kitten looked completely unconcerned. Long Chen was too lazy to force it. He knew that if there was any danger, he would definitely warn it. After all, they were all grasshoppers on the same rope. Even if Kitten doesn't say it, I can guess that there's definitely someone manipulating the ancient tomb medallion, but who could it be? Long Chen could not figure it out, so he did not think about it anymore. Bringing along Xiao Lang, Long Chen left Sky Island and headed towards Martial Emperor City. Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian were dead, and the ancient tomb medallion was obtained. The entire world was peaceful. Long Chen believed that under Long Yu's rule, the divine Wuxia sage dynasty would become better and better. Who knows, it might even be able to regain its former glory. After all, the divine Wuxia sage dynasty was one of the 10 great sage dynasties. It had already been 2 to 3 days since he killed Feng Xian. At this time, the dragons had already taken full control of Martial Emperor City. Among the people of the Wuxia alliance, some had surrendered, some had fled, but there were still more people who surrendered. With the Wuxia alliance's way of doing things, it was very difficult to nurture martial artists who were loyal to the death. When these martial artists saw that the Wuxia alliance's momentum was gone, they naturally chose to submit and continue to stay in Martial Emperor City. To them, it was like a different martial emperor, but in fact, it was more or less the same. And the power of the Crimson Soul had also taken control of the entire divine Wuxia sage dynasty. Under the influence of the dragons, the entire Wuxia sage dynasty fell into their hands in just a few days. Changing dynasties, sometimes, could happen so quickly. At this time, Long Yu and the others were in the Martial Emperor Palace's main hall, discussing the future development of the divine Wuxia sage dynasty. Our plans are all based on the fact that 7th brother can kill Feng Xian. If Feng Xian is still here and 7th brother is not, she probably won't let us stay in Martial Emperor City. After all, she still has a grudge with us. After some of the plans were made, Long Yu couldn't help but say something disheartened. Big sister, will 7th brother win? Lan Ling bit her lips and asked worriedly. Long Yu saw that the atmosphere was a little serious, so she smiled lightly and said, "What's wrong with everyone? Don't you have confidence in 7th brother? 7th brother is at least a rare super genius of the divine Wuxia sage dynasty. Even Zhao Danchen died in his hands. Feng Xian is at most not much stronger than Zhao Danchen. I believe that 7th brother will succeed. Everyone, don't be anxious. They have all gone to the eternal life divine sense sea. The news will come very soon. We'll just have to wait and see who will be the final victor. Long Shan was the oldest, so everyone naturally believed what he said. Moreover, Long Chen still has his demon wolf. That demon wolf should have reached the 4th grade king realm, the same level as the heavenly phoenix. With the two of them working together, they should be able to defeat Feng Xian. Lan Ling looked around and said. In fact, she didn't have much confidence in herself. If she said it out loud, she would feel a little better in her heart. This 7th brother of hers who often made miracles, could his miracles last until the last moment? Everyone didn't care about the affairs of the divine Wuxia sage dynasty and directly went to the walls of the martial emperor city, waiting anxiously. Calculating the time, there should be news by now. Everyone's heart was like 15 buckets of water, up and down. Half a day passed. Just when everyone was about to lose their patience, suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the distant sky. It was clearly a man and a wolf. When they approached the martial emperor city, the sun-devouring demon wolf transformed into its human form. 2 handsome young men, one cold and the other pure, walked towards the direction of the martial emperor city. Seeing these 2 figures, everyone's heart finally calmed down. Did this mean that Long Chen had already defeated Feng Xian and successfully obtained the ancient tomb order? One should know that the sign of the ancient tomb order's appearance was already gone. Seeing Long Chen's unscathed appearance, everyone's face revealed a smile, especially Long Chen's brothers from the dragons. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, they had known each other for more than half a year. Their relationship had reached an incomparable level. In this place, apart from Xiao Lang, the closest people to Long Chen were them. 7th brother. Everyone shouted for Long Chen. Long Chen had already noticed that they were waiting for him on the city wall. His face also revealed a smile as his figure flashed, heading towards the city wall. After a few breaths of time, the unscathed Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang stood in front of them. Everyone carefully observed the 2 young men, their eyes were full of admiration. Among them, a few people anxiously asked, 7th brother, what happened to Feng Xian? Did you kill her? Did you obtain the ancient tomb order? They roughly knew how important the ancient tomb order was to Long Chen. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Long Chen nodded with a smile and said, everyone, don't worry. From now on, no one in the divine Wuxia sage dynasty will be our match. Moreover, I have obtained the ancient tomb order. Hearing Long Chen's words, everyone let out a burst of surprised cheers. Regardless of age, at this moment, their faces were brimming with satisfaction and gratitude. They all looked at the young man in front of them with reverence because they knew that without Long Chen, they wouldn't have such a perfect ending today. In fact, they wouldn't even know where they would have died long ago. Under such a grim situation, if it wasn't for Long Chen's efforts to turn the tide, who would be able to survive? Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian, 2 undefeatable enemies, both died at the hands of Long Chen. Moreover, Long Chen obtained the ancient tomb order, which made everyone happy for him. The only one with a stiff smile was Lu Yi, who was in the corner, smiling and crying at the same time. He has obtained the ancient tomb order and is leaving. Are you unhappy? Queen Qingli gently touched her daughter. Lu Yi pretended to laugh and said, who said so? It's a very happy thing that he can fulfill his dream. Anyway, he won't stay here. It's the same whether it's early or late. It's good that you can think it through. Queen Qingli looked at her daughter with distress. She was experienced and knew that a young man like Long Chen, who was like a shooting star, would not stop because of a scenery along the way. What he wanted to pursue was too high and too far. While they were talking, everyone had already started asking Long Chen when he would be leaving for the ancient graveyard. Long Chen told them that there was still a month's time. A month, just right. At that time, the divine Wuxia sage dynasty should be stable. A month's time is enough for 7th brother to prepare well. The ancient tomb is not like our divine Wuxia sage dynasty. There are dangers and opportunities. Seventh brother should be prepared for many things. That's right. But today is a day worth celebrating. Let's go back and prepare a big feast and have a good drink. Next to Long Yu, her younger brother said. They were at the third level of the Earth Martial Realm. After Long Chen left, they were the strongest except for Long Shan. There were many things that they had to do in the divine Wuxia sage dynasty. Under his suggestion, everyone returned to the huge martial emperor palace. And the news that Long Chen had killed Feng Xian spread like a whirlwind throughout the entire divine Wuxia sage dynasty. Those who were not convinced by the dragons before were completely convinced after hearing this news. This grand feast could be considered as a celebration feast. Without the pressure of external enemies, everyone had a very good time. There were also good programs to watch. Long Chen was also very happy. After playing for several hours, everyone was a little tired and dispersed. And Long Chen also returned to the residence that Long Yu had prepared for him. In the following time, Long Chen was preparing for his own matters. And the others were planning how to manage the huge divine Wuxia sage dynasty. Although Long Yu was a woman, she was very talented in making decisions. Moreover, she was actually very kind-hearted. Everyone in the dragons were kind-hearted people. Divine Wuxia sage dynasty was handed over to them. Long Chen was relieved. Long Chen knew that actually, with their nature of loving freedom, they would not necessarily like to rule the divine Wuxia sage dynasty. But since they had killed the martial emperor and overthrown the original ruler, if they did not act quickly and decisively to take control of the divine Wuxia sage dynasty, in the end, the people who would suffer would be hundreds of millions of people. Therefore, they stepped forward bravely. Chapter 684. Long Shan came to see Long Chen again and told Long Chen everything he knew about the primordial cemetery. Only then did Long Chen understand that 1 month later, the ancient tomb badge would directly bring him into the primordial cemetery. At that time, he would meet the experts from the 9 dynasties and countless small countries. There were at least 10,000 of those experts, and their strengths were at least in the 4th level of the Earth realm or above. Every single one of them was an expert comparable to Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji. Also, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the dynasties. There were definitely quite a few people whose method surpassed Long Chen's. It seems that for several hundred years, no one from the divine Wuxia sage dynasty who went to the primordial cemetery has ever returned. So, I don't know about the other situations. However, I have to remind you of one thing. After going to the divine Wuxia sage dynasty, killing is unavoidable because I heard that only by killing a certain number of opponents and merging their ancient tomb badges can one obtain the qualifications to come out. Otherwise, one will die in the primordial cemetery. What? Long Chen was shocked. If it was like that, then the killing in the primordial cemetery would definitely be extremely intense. Also, it wouldn't be killing one opponent, but a certain number of opponents. How many is this certain number? Long Chen frowned and asked. I'm not sure either. But I heard that it's very difficult and very terrifying. As long as one enters the primordial cemetery, they are usually in the midst of killing. 10,000 people go in, and every time, less than 1,000 people come out. The most terrifying time, only 100 people can come back. Of course. Long Shan paused, then comforted, every single person who can come out of the primordial cemetery will have their strength and foundation increase by quite a bit. The primordial cemetery contains the inheritances left behind by countless experts in the Middle Ages. Among them, there are quite a few in the heaven realm. If one can obtain the inheritance of a heaven realm expert, when they return to the myriad kingdoms, they can do whatever they want. Only then did Long Chen remember why the ancient tomb badges couldn't be put into the cosmos sack. It seemed like it was convenient for others to fight and merge with them in battle. However, that seemed to mean that there was someone controlling everything. Who was controlling everything? If he wanted to break out of the trap, he had to first enter the trap. Only by entering the primeval cemetery would Long Chen be able to understand everything. Only those who can survive in battle can become true experts. I'm already old. The reason I wanted to go to the primordial cemetery before I died was because I wanted to witness this legendary place. However, you're different. You're born with battle potential, so you're rather suitable for the primordial cemetery. After you go there, you have to be more careful. You must keep a low profile, and don't offend some of the great figures of the 9 clans. Only in this way will you be able to endure the initial period of time when your strength is weak. Once you've endured it, you'll be able to do whatever you want. Long Shan knew that Long Chen had great potential, so he warned him like this. Thank you, Senior Long. I will definitely protect my own life. Long Chen spoke gratefully, and then he suddenly thought of another matter and asked. I heard that there are paths that lead to the 3 imperial regions in the primeval cemetery. I wonder if Senior knows anything about this? The 3 imperial regions. Long Shan looked at Long Chen in amazement and said, there are indeed people who said so, but until now, no one has been able to verify this legend, so I'm not very clear about it. Do you want to go to the imperial regions? Long Chen nodded. I didn't expect your ambition to be so great. It's a good thing that young people have such aspirations. The 3 imperial regions are all mythical existences. They are the true core of the dragon sacrificial continent, the true stage of the dragon sacrificial continent. Although our myriad kingdom's territory seems very big, it's actually just a small corner of it. Long Shan sighed with emotion. The 3 imperial regions are really so terrifying. Long Chen bit his lips and said. That's natural. Although I've never seen it before, from the various records, there are many experts there, and their level far surpasses the myriad kingdom's territory. There are many ancient races there. It's said that when the children of many races are born, they can more or less skip the cultivation of the 4 basic realms. From the age of 5 or 6, they can start leading the 3 martial realms. Long Chen was stunned. A newborn child can very quickly skip the training of the 4 basic realms, and by the age of 5 or 6, they can start to comprehend the 3 martial realms. What kind of concept is that? If they reach the age of 20, how strong would the people there be? Of course, what Long Shan said was only the legendary ancient races. If the overall standard was like that, then there was no need for Long Chen to go to the 3 imperial regions at all. However, after hearing these words, the pressure in Long Chen's heart increased a little. Of course, Long Chen was a weirdo. To him, the greater the pressure, the greater the fighting spirit in his heart. As long as he wasn't completely dead, he would never stop moving forward. How many people in the myriad kingdom's territory had such a courageous temperament? Imperial regions, Long Chen, will set foot there one day. Long Chen clenched his fists, his eyes shining brightly. I can see that you have a strong determination in your heart. Young man, do your best. Long Shan patted his shoulder and said with a smile. A junior like Long Chen was the most heaven-defying he had ever seen in his life. Not only was he heaven-defying, he also had a demonic wolf that was equally heaven-defying. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang was sitting next to Long Chen. However, when Long Chen was talking, he didn't say a word. When Long Chen asked about the imperial regions, his eyes also flickered with a fiery light. Thank you, Senior Long, Long Chen said. What are you thanking me for? Hee, by the way, Long Chen, you've collected the 5 Emperor seals, right? Long Shan asked. Long Chen said, I've already collected them, and I was just about to check them. I don't know much about these things. Let's take a look together. After all, I didn't obtain all 5 Emperor seals, so I should share them with everyone. Forget it. Long Shan hurriedly waved his hand with a smile and said, I'm already so old. What's the point of learning this? Also, we can't see through royal-level battle skills for now. We should just learn our own battle skills. That's more or less enough. With that, he did not stay and directly bid farewell to Long Chen. Long Chen could only study the 5 Emperor Seals by himself. Of course, even the Divine Seal of Desolation was so troublesome. Long Chen had a premonition that the cultivation of the 5 Emperor Seals would probably be even more difficult. Only after Long Shan left did Long Chen look at Xiaolang. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang stood up and walked over to Long Chen. What's wrong? Asked Long Chen. It seems like the matters of the sovereign region are much more difficult than I imagined. I know that you must be feeling a little depressed right now, and I don't feel relaxed either. However, I want to say that no matter what, Mo Xiaolang, will stand by your side. I know that Sister Lingxi is very important to you. We're brothers. I only have my current achievements because of you. In the future, I will follow you and fight together until you no longer need me. Mo Xiaolang stared firmly at Long Chen and said word by word. Long Chen was stunned, but he soon began to laugh. He laughed aloud before patting Xiaolang's shoulder and said, Why are you trying to get emotional for no reason? Go do what you need to do. I'm going to study the 5 Emperor Seals. Mo Xiaolang rubbed his nose and smiled helplessly. That was how Long Chen was. He acted like he didn't care at all when Chen Shi was talking about serious matters. I'm going out to get some fresh air. Mo Xiaolang didn't want to disturb Chen Shi, so he headed out. Wait. Long Chen suddenly turned around when he reached the door. What's wrong? Mo Xiaolang gazed at Long Chen with a strange expression. What did you say just now? Until I no longer need you? Long Chen repeated himself. Yes. Long Chen fell silent for a while as he gazed at the youth with clear eyes, and then he said, Let me emphasize that I'm not interested in men. Besides that, you and Xiaoxi are the most important people in my heart. I can risk my life for her and embark on this path of exile, but I'll do the same for you, Mo Xiaolang. Why? Mo Xiaolang was a little stunned. He had always known that Long Chen cared about Lingxi the most, but he, his brother, was often ignored by Long Chen. Because we're brothers. Get lost. Long Chen said with a smile. Okay. Mo Xiaolang smiled. He didn't need to say much because he already understood. After Mo Xiaolang left, Long Chen smiled helplessly and said, This brat, I've always neglected his feelings. Sigh. I wonder when I'll be able to turn him back into a human and not a beast. Long Chen had always kept this in mind. Afterward, Long Chen took out the 5 Emperor Seals one by one and placed them on the sandalwood table. The 5 Emperor Seals were gold, azure, black, red, and yellow. Aside from the color, they were all the same, and they were all extremely old. There was even some dirt on them, so there was nothing special about them. Long Chen arranged the 5 Emperor Seals according to the 5 elements into a pentagon shape. Then he began to ponder over the rules of the 5 Emperor Seals. At first, he thought that when the 5 Emperor Seals were gathered together, the king-tier battle skill would appear, but now it seemed that this was not the case. There had to be some sort of method to activate the 5 Emperor Seals. On the road of cultivation, Long Chen was like a blind man crossing a river. He had to feel the stones to cross the river. There were many things he didn't understand. After all, he was born in a small place like Baiyang village, so he couldn't compare to a true genius like Lingxi. However, Long Chen was very lucky. When he first came into contact with cultivation, he had always had the guidance of Lingxi. After Lingxi left, he met the so-called reincarnation beast, Kitten. If there was something he didn't understand, it was best to ask Kitten. Long Chen didn't bother thinking about it and directly asked, "Fat cat, what should I do?" As soon as he said that, Kitten's body came out of the void realm. Its body was very illusory, much more illusory than Lingxi. Chapter 685. Kitten didn't say anything else and floated above the 5 emperor seals. After pondering for a while, he said, "These 5 emperor seals should be considered as a magic treasure. If you want to control it, you should be able to bind it with your blood." Magic treasure? What is that? Long Chen asked. Kitten looked at Long Chen with disdain and said snappily, "In the dragon sacrificial continent, the so-called tools are divided into 2 types. One is the weapons, and the other is the magic treasures. You've seen the weapons. Those high-quality divine weapons can allow a cultivator to display even more powerful combat strength. Moreover, there are very few martial soldiers born from weapons in the Myriad Kingdoms domain, but in the Emperor domain, there are a lot of places that are ruled by martial soldiers. The martial soldiers there are the true martial soldiers. As for the strength of the martial soldiers there, you'll know once you see them." Is the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace related to martial artists? From Kitten's words, Long Chen speculated. Not bad, you're smart. The Sword Spirit Emperor domain is the world of martial artists, and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace is the gathering place of the strongest martial artists. The martial artists there are many times stronger than the martial artists in the Myriad Kingdoms domain. They rely on their weapons and can display all kinds of divine abilities, battle skills, and secret techniques. Once a sword or saber is drawn, they're invincible. I can't explain it clearly, you'll understand after you see it for yourself. In other words, the martial artists there were different from the martial artists here. That was something that he would have to find out about in the future. Even though it had a lot to do with Ling Shi, he was not in a rush to find out about it. Thus, Long Chen changed the topic and asked, "What kind of treasure is that?" In addition to sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, there are many weapons that don't have the shape of traditional weapons, but have powerful combat strength. They are called magic treasures. Magic treasures have all kinds of functions, such as attack, defense, and even healing. The ancient demon flag that can control ancient demon corpses is also a type of magic treasure. The 5 emperor seals you've obtained are also magic treasures. Of course, these are the lowest grade magic treasures. They just have an awesome name, but they're nothing but trash in the emperor domain. After Kitten's brief introduction, Long Chen had a brief understanding of the concepts of weapons and magic treasures. He discovered that he was like a newbie who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. There were many things that he had just come into contact with. In the Myriad Kingdoms domain, his knowledge was considered high, but compared to the true stage of the 3 great emperor domains, his knowledge was really too little. This stimulated Long Chen's desire to go to the emperor domain. That was a place where only true experts could stay. Long Chen became more and more immersed in the path of cultivation. He longed for battle and challenge. The stronger the opponent, the more his blood would boil. He thought that his temperament had changed, but in fact, the biggest influence was the blood essence of the ancient blood spirit dragon in his bloodline. The ancient blood spirit dragon was the legendary ancestral dragon that ruled over blood and slaughter. It was born for slaughter. In the world of the ancient blood spirit dragon, there was only the word kill. The reason why Long Chen was able to maintain a stable state of mind until now was largely related to the mysterious dragon jade in his sea of consciousness. Otherwise, he would have long been reduced to a murderous demon. Casting these thoughts aside, Long Chen looked at the 5 great emperor seals and asked, in other words, I need to drip my blood on these 5 emperor seals. Your blood has a brand unique to you. In terms of bloodline, no one in the entire Myriad Kingdoms domain can compare to you. Give it a try, said Kitten lazily. Long Chen nodded. He had some extraordinary control over his blood. At this moment, he directly forced a drop of blood out of his finger and carefully dripped it on the 5 emperor seals. At first, the blood flowed down the emperor seals, but nothing happened. Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. When his blood dripped on the last yellow emperor seal, there was finally some movement. Almost at the same time, the blood on the surface of the 5 emperor seals was absorbed. Then, the originally ordinary 5 great emperor seals gradually glowed with a misty light. Gold, green, black, red and yellow. 5 colors shone in front of Long Chen. At first, it was just a misty glow. However, in the next moment, these glows gradually shone brighter and brighter. "It's starting," said Kitten before returning to the Great Void Realm with a whoosh. This meant that the method of blood recognition was correct. As soon as Kitten entered the Great Void Realm, Long Chen felt a powerful and imposing power coming from the 5 great emperor seals. This power directly caused a series of houses to collapse. All the walls around Long Chen's room were shaken off, and the table under the 5 great emperor seals was completely shattered. The place where Long Chen lived was relatively quiet, so there weren't many people living around. Even though the house had collapsed, it didn't crush many people. However, this huge commotion startled everyone in Martial Emperor City. Then, the 5 great emperor seals formed a circle and began to fly up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived above Long Chen's head and at the top of the Martial Emperor Palace not far away. At this moment, the 5 emperor seals had already erupted with intense light. Gold, green, black, red, and yellow. These 5 different colors of light shrouded the entire Martial Emperor City in a colorful world. This intense light caused everyone who had been staying in their houses to come out. They couldn't see the 5 emperor seals, but they could see that the sky seemed to be filled with 5 different colored suns. Wow, what the hell is this? How magical! How could this be? Could it be that the gods have manifested themselves? Do gods really exist in this world? There were hundreds of thousands or even millions of people in Martial Emperor City. At this moment, they were all looking at this strange scene in astonishment and discussing it. At this moment, Long Chen had already followed the 5 emperor seals and flew below them. He didn't go up for the time being. He wanted to see what the 5 emperor seals could do. After all, the 5 emperor seals had absorbed his blood. Even if others wanted to take it away, they wouldn't be able to. How could Long Yu and the others not notice such a huge commotion? Mo Xiaolang, who was nearby, quickly arrived next to Long Chen. As long as the others were in the Earth martial arts realm, they also arrived next to Long Chen. Long Shan was the first to say in amazement, "My friend Long Chen, it's the 5 emperor seals." Long Chen nodded and said, "Yes. This is a great fortune. You have to grasp it well. Grasping the 5 emperor seals is the greatest thing you can rely on when you go to the archaic cemetery," Long Shan said meaningfully. "Yeah, I'm much more at ease with the 5 emperor seals. However, 7th brother, you need to know the principle of not showing off your wealth. You can't let other people know that you have a king-tier battle skill. In the Myriad Kingdoms territory, there aren't many people with king-tier battle skills," Long Yu also warned. "I understand." Long Chen accepted all of their concern. "That's good. Alright, we won't disturb 7th brother anymore. Let him focus on comprehending the 5 emperor seals. Let's work a bit more tonight. Don't let 7th brother be disturbed." Long Yu smiled faintly before giving orders to everyone. Under her arrangements, everyone began to spread out in all directions of Martial Emperor City. They observed the surroundings and even suppressed the chaos in the city. Under the 5 emperor seals, only Long Chen remained in the air. His figure was especially dazzling, so everyone recognized him very quickly. The news of Long Chen killing Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian had already spread throughout the divine Wushu Sage Empire. Now, everyone knew that Long Chen was the most terrifying person in the divine Wushu Sage Empire. There were hundreds of millions of people in the Wushu Sage Empire, but no one was Long Chen's opponent. In the Wushu Sage Empire, an existence like Long Chen was directly recorded in the annals of history. He was not even 20 years old, but he had already become the most dazzling person in the divine Wushu Sage Empire. Below, everyone was talking about Long Chen. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Long Chen was a young genius. In terms of character, he was much better than Zhao Danchen. In fact, many people did not know that Long Chen was going to leave. They thought that Long Chen would be the next ruler of the divine Wushu Sage Empire. Many people had already given Long Chen a title, Dragon Emperor. The martial emperor's bloodline had been completely annihilated, and Long Chen was the strongest among the dragons. It was normal for him to represent the dragons. The divine Wushu Sage Empire had a new master. The original martial emperor had now been replaced by the new dragon emperor. Of course, this was only the opinion of the people. Long Chen did not want to stay in the divine Wushu Sage Empire and be a dragon emperor. Although this name was quite awe-inspiring. In a corner of Wu Emperor City, a beautiful woman with 2 children looked up at the dazzling figure in the sky. "Mother, this big brother is the dragon emperor. This big brother is so powerful. He is so young, but he has already become the dragon emperor." The 2 children surrounded the woman's knees and babbled. "Yes, he is very powerful. When you grow up, you must be as powerful as him," the woman said gently as she stroked the 2 children's heads. "That's for sure," the 2 children said, striving to outdo each other. The woman nodded her head in satisfaction. She raised her head and looked at the young man in the sky. She knew who this young man was. It was him who had disguised himself as her husband and laid on her bed. At the time, she had thought that Long Chen was the 100 Battles martial king. The 2 of them had interacted before. Mo Nyang felt a little uneasy when she thought about it. However, it was a wonderful thing for her to have a little interaction with such a dazzling figure of the generation. Mo Nyang's lips curled into a smile as she looked at the high-spirited young man in the sky. She knew that there were millions of eyes below. He would definitely not notice her, but that was enough. At that moment, the 5 emperor seals began to change. Long Chen calmed himself down and watched carefully. He still did not know that he was now known as the Dragon Emperor. Chapter 686. The surroundings were pitch black. Long Chen seemed to be shuttling through a dark tunnel. His body was involuntarily moving, and he couldn't even control it. There was a strong suction force in front of him, swallowing him. In the distance, there seemed to be spots of starlight. Long Chen felt like he was being swallowed by a monster. The first time, Long Chen used the Qian Kun teleportation formation to go from the Zhangyang country to the God Wushu Sage dynasty. This time, the ancient tomb token actually had the same formation, and it was even more intricate than the ordinary Qian Kun teleportation formation. It also wanted to teleport to a mysterious location. Are they bringing me to the primeval cemetery? Long Chen thought like this. Time passed. Perhaps only a moment had passed, or perhaps an endless amount of time had passed. Long Chen finally discovered that the light in front of him had become very large. He had finally reached the end of this pitch-black tunnel. That light had an endless suction force, and it swallowed Long Chen in its direction. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen disappeared in the light. At this time, he realized that the control of his body had gradually returned to his body. His body landed on solid ground, and this made Long Chen feel a little more at ease. But then he was dumbfounded. He hadn't even opened his eyes, but he could already feel that the ground of the platform below him was moving at high speed. Long Chen hurriedly used his vital energy to hold on to the ground, so that he wouldn't be flung away by the ground that he had just landed on. This is. When Long Chen opened his eyes, he was immediately shocked by the vast scene in front of him. He realized that above his head was a vast starry sky. It was different from what he saw in the god Wuxia Sage dynasty. This vast starry sky was actually within his reach. This meant that he was already in this vast starry sky. Those shining stars in the distance revolved around a center, and they were actually within his reach, as if they were right in front of him. This ancient tomb token actually brought Long Chen to this starry sky. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with resplendent stars. The sea of stars revolved according to a fixed orbit. This majestic and beautiful scene frightened Long Chen. The starry sky was part of what shocked Long Chen. After seeing this vast starry sky, Long Chen began to observe where he was standing. He looked down and realized that he was standing on a disk that was moving at high speed. This disk was moving at high speed in the starry sky, and it seemed to be taking Long Chen to a faraway place. This disk was incomparably huge. At least, Long Chen couldn't see it through his lens. He only knew that this disk was like a flat star, and it flashed with a bright blue light. Within the blue light were countless dark golden runes. These runes were arranged in a regular pattern, in the form of a ring. An ancient force came from these runes and attacked Long Chen. This was an astrolabe that stretched as far as the eye could see, wandering in this endless starry sky. Other than the starry sky and the astrolabe, what surprised Long Chen next were the people. When he opened his eyes, there were already many people standing on this huge astrolabe. More and more white lights flashed by. With every flash of white light, a warrior would appear on the astrolabe. Long Chen understood that he should have appeared here in this form previously. So the people who obtained the ancient tomb token will appear on this astrolabe at this time and head towards the primordial cemetery together. In other words, I haven't reached the primordial cemetery yet. Thinking of that, Long Chen was not anxious. He calmed his emotions, restrained his aura, and carefully sized up the gradually increasing number of people. According to what they said, every time there were close to 10,000 people going to the primordial cemetery, and this astrolabe was incomparably huge, with no end in sight. Long Chen estimated that even if there were 10,000 people, it would not be able to completely fill up this astrolabe. He should be considered to have arrived relatively early. After arriving, he could only see a few hundred people. Then, more and more people appeared here. These people were all warriors. When they just arrived, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. However, like Long Chen, they reacted very quickly. Sizing up these warriors, Long Chen inhaled a breath of cold air. As he had imagined, these people's strengths were actually all at the level of martial Emperor Zhao Wuji or above. There were even many people that Long Chen could not see through. After looking for a long time, he did not find a single one who was like him, in the third level of the earth martial realm. Moreover, more importantly, most of the people that dared come to the primeval cemetery to take the risk were vicious and wicked people, and the number of people they'd killed wasn't a small number. With so many people gathered together, even though no one rose in revolt, the gazes of every single one of them were icy cold, and the killing intent that converged together directly shot into the sky and pierced through the clouds. Under such a gloomy atmosphere, no one dared to make any big movements. Judging from the size of the golden rune ring on the ground, Long Chen discovered that he should be near the center of this huge astrolabe. If he appeared at the edge of the astrolabe just now, if he did not pay attention for a moment, he might even be thrown out. If he was thrown out in this endless starry sky, the consequences would definitely be unthinkable. In this starry sky, the astrolabe headed towards a certain direction at a high speed. Long Chen tightly grasped the ground. In front of a group of vicious and evil people, although he was not afraid, he did not dare to show too much. He seemed to be the weakest. If he was discovered, he was afraid that there would be a lot of trouble. In fact, the most important reason why Long Chen went to the primordial cemetery was to find a way to go to the imperial domain. This was a major prerequisite, and increasing his own strength was also the most important. After about half a day, the people who should have come had more or less arrived. There were almost tens of thousands of experts on the astrolabe. Every one of them emitted a kind of sharp aura. This was a kind of comprehension towards martial arts. Long Chen was really a little speechless. Such martial artists were first-class existences in the divine Wuxia sage dynasty, and many of them were even very young. However, there were tens of thousands of people on this astrolabe. With a glance, Long Chen saw that there were even many people who were younger than him. However, the elites of the entire Myriad Kingdom's domain should have gathered here. Although the primordial cemetery was terrifying, there were also endless treasures. Humans die for wealth, just as birds die for food. This was a truth since ancient times. Therefore, although they knew that it was very dangerous, many people still came to this astrolabe like carps crossing the river. After coming here, most of the people in the surroundings were unfamiliar, so no one dared to approach each other. Instead, they looked at everyone with hostility. Of course, there were also some small groups that directly appeared together. At this moment, more than a dozen white lights flashed not far from Long Chen. More than a dozen tall martial artists appeared. These people were too close, so Long Chen couldn't help but look at them vigilantly. Soon, these dozen or so white lights turned into martial artists. When they saw the starry sky, they were also startled. Among them, a fat man couldn't control his body for a moment and crashed towards Long Chen. The astrolabe was flying too fast. Such a situation was very normal when one had just arrived here. Long Chen stretched out an arm, and without using much strength, he directly supported this big man. After a short period of discomfort, the burly man had already regained control of his body. Long Chen then withdrew his arm from his waist. At this moment, the fat man turned his head and stared blankly at Long Chen with his bell-sized eyes. "Little brother, thank you very much." This fat man had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a rough voice. The most obvious feature was that he was carrying a huge pitch-black axe on his back. The handle of the axe was almost 2 meters long. The cold blade of the axe burst out with an ice-cold sharpness. There were a lot of faint bloodstains on it. When Long Chen touched this big man's body a moment ago, he could see that although this big man looked fat, he was actually quite strong. The fat on his body was incomparably hard. Presumably, this big man had cultivated a high-level body refining battle technique. His body was already much harder than steel. Seeing that this big man didn't have any malicious intentions, Long Chen smiled gently and nodded. Since they had just met by chance, the big man didn't stay and directly returned to his group. He had come with a group of people. This group of people were all male martial artists. Each and every one of them had a thick physique and bulging muscles. Their faces were filled with ferocity and killing intent. They should also be a group of people who had lived a bloody life. Among this group of people, the only one who looked relatively amiable was the fat man just now. This small episode didn't divert Long Chen's attention for long. More people slowly came to the astrolabe. There were also many people around Long Chen. However, everyone looked around vigilantly and didn't say much. At this time, probably in the direction of the center of the disc, many white lights suddenly lit up. "The people of the 9 great clans are here." Not knowing who said it, Long Chen quickly looked in the direction of the center. At this time, Long Chen roughly estimated that there were about 8,000 people in the astrolabe. These 8,000 people didn't seem to be people of the 9 great clans. Among the 9 great sacred dynasties, the 9 great clans were the supreme rulers. However, this didn't mean that there were no other experts. Many experts didn't belong to the 9 great clans. Although the 9 great clans were much stronger than the Wuxia alliance, they were family forces with limited numbers. It was impossible for them to absorb almost all the experts into the Wuxia alliance like the Wuxia alliance and completely control the entire sacred dynasty. Moreover, after the 9 great sacred dynasties, there were many small countries with the same level of martial artists. Of course, no matter what, the 9 great clans were still the core of the myriad kingdoms' territory. The 5 Elements Alliance, the Wind Divine Clan, and the Thunder Demon Clan added up to more than 1,000 white lights. At this time, one by one, they appeared in the astrolabe. At this time, the people in the center of the astrolabe all made way and looked at the more than 1,000 people who had just appeared. Their eyes were filled with awe. Chapter 687. Long Chen's position was close to the center of the astrolabe, so he was also affected. He was pushed back by the crowd. From the reverence in everyone's eyes, it seemed that the power of the 9 great clans was truly terrifying. After the 9 great clans appeared, they were divided into 3 factions. Long Chen looked around and saw that the 5 Element Alliance had the most people. There were more than 600 people in total. As for the remaining warriors, there were about 300 people each from the Wind Divine bloodline and the Thunder Demon bloodline. According to their characteristics, Long Chen could roughly distinguish which were from the Wind Divine bloodline and which were from the Thunder Demon bloodline. The people in the 5-element union had a very strong characteristic. The 5-element union was the direct descendant of the legendary 5 emperors. The battle skills they cultivated were all biased towards their respective attributes. They were divided into 5 branches: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each branch had many experts. Their combined strength was stronger than the Wind God and the Thunder Demon. Long Chen discovered that the people of the 5-element alliance had a very distinct characteristic. On their foreheads, there was a pattern of golden light, green wood, flame, water droplet, and yellow earth. This should be the unique mark of their race when they were born. This mark seemed to have quite a bit of power. It was likely that some powerful techniques needed this mark to be used. After looking at the 5-element league, Long Chen's gaze landed on the Thunder Devil clan. There were 2 clans here, and it was easy to distinguish them. The Thunder Devil clan didn't have a symbol like the 5-element league, but it might be a rule. Among the Thunder Devil clan, all the members of the Thunder clan were tall and had a dense thunder aura, similar to Lei Zhen. As for the Devil clan, their figures were very normal. They all wore black clothes, and their faces looked a bit paler than ordinary people. They also looked a lot more sinister. As for the Wind God's bloodline, Long Chen was very careful. He had killed Feng Xian before, and Feng Xian seemed to have left an imprint on his body, so he did not dare to approach the Wind clan, in case he was discovered. If he was discovered on this star plate, he would definitely die without a burial, and he would not even know where to run to. As for the Wind God clan, Long Chen was very careful. He had killed Feng Xian, and Feng Xian seemed to have left a mark on him. Therefore, he didn't dare to approach the Wind God clan in case he was discovered. If he was discovered on the astrolabe, he would definitely die without a burial ground. The Wind God clan didn't have any obvious differences. However, the Wind God clan's clothes were mostly the color of green bamboo. They looked simple and elegant. As for the so-called God clan, they were all handsome men and beautiful women. Their clothes were mostly white and pure. The overall strength of the 9 great clans was much higher than that of ordinary people. This was especially true for the God clan and the Demon clan. Although their population was small, each and every one of them was an elite. Whether it was their temperament or strength, they were far superior to ordinary warriors. As for the current Long Chen, in terms of cultivation realms, he couldn't even compare to these ordinary warriors. It could be seen that the competition for the magic treasures in the archaic cemetery was actually a competition between the 9 great clans. Among these 8,000 ordinary warriors, there must be many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. However, most of them would definitely be cannon fodder for the 9 great clans. The real battle would definitely take place among the 9 great clans. The real treasures would be monopolized by them. Ordinary people wouldn't be qualified to get involved at all. The 9 great clans are really going all out this time. They've actually sent out so many people. Yeah, how many chances do we have under the watchful eyes of these experts? We can only go all out. If we don't kill enough people, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to even get out. How can we talk about obtaining the treasures and bringing glory to our ancestors? Looking at the appearance of the 9 great clans, many people clenched their teeth and prepared to hold on. In their eyes, the reverence they had for the 9 great clans was the same as when Long Chen first went to the Wushu Sage Empire and saw the reverence the ordinary people had for the Wushu Alliance. This reverence was exchanged for the other party's bloody killing methods. This is a competition between the 9 great clans. I can't get close to the Wind clan. I'll move to another place first. Thinking of this, Long Chen was about to leave. Suddenly, someone stood beside him. Long Chen raised his head and looked. It was the fat man from before. Because of the crowd just now, Long Chen had already walked to his side unknowingly. "Brother, are you going to the archaic cemetery alone? You're really bold." The fat man looked at Long Chen in surprise. Compared to him, Long Chen's body was really too thin. "Yeah." Long Chen nodded and looked at the fat man carefully. If the fat man had evil intentions, he would definitely not continue to pester him. "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. My name is Xiao Yu. You can call me Fatty Yu. What about you?" The fat man said with some enthusiasm. When a person spoke, it could be seen from his eyes whether he was sincere or not. Long Chen had this kind of ability to see through people. This fat man asked Long Chen this question purely because Long Chen had helped him just now. "My name is Long Chen." Long Chen nodded and the coldness on his face relaxed. Xiao Yu chuckled. When he was about to talk about other things with Long Chen, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. It turned out that the 9 great clans in the center of the astrolabe were talking. There were many people around. Seeing that everyone was looking in that direction, Long Chen also looked in that direction. At that moment, among the 3 camps, many people walked to the forefront. Needless to say, Long Chen knew that these people were definitely the leaders of the 3 forces. They were existences that Long Chen could not touch at the moment. Among the 5 Elements Alliance, 5 elders appeared. They represented the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth clans respectively. Every one of them looked quite old. At the first level of the earth martial arts realm, he had a lifespan of more than 100 years. Every level of the earth martial arts realm would increase his lifespan by 5 years. If he reached the 9th level of the earth martial arts realm, he would have a lifespan of more than 500 or even 600 years. These 5 old men were like very ordinary old men. They did not have the slightest bit of power on their bodies, but it was precisely because of this that Long Chen knew how terrifying they were. The earth martial arts realm was about the control of power. The smaller the fluctuations on the body of a person, the more robust his strength was. These 5 old men had already reached the realm of returning to one's natural state. It could be seen how profound their strength was. Although there was no fluctuation of power on their bodies, when their calm eyes swept past the crowd, everyone felt their blood run cold. Long Chen felt the same. Although they did not look at him and only swept past him, there was a strong pressure in those calm eyes, which directly stopped the true qi in Long Chen's body from circulating. What a terrifying expert! If I were to fight against them, they wouldn't even need to make a move. They could directly subdue me with just a look. The top warriors of the Myriad Kingdoms domain are actually this powerful. Long Chen was secretly speechless. The old patriarchs of the 5 clans are all more than 400 years old. They have led the 5 Element Alliance for nearly 200 years. I didn't expect them to still be like this. They are old but strong, said Xiao Yu, who was next to him. What is their strength? Long Chen asked in a low voice. He noticed that there were still many things he didn't understand about the 9 great clans and the primeval cemetery, whereas amongst the 9 great dynasties, this information would probably circulate the most. Since this Xiao Yu had actually delivered himself to his doorstep, Long Chen didn't mind asking him a few more questions. The old patriarchs of the 5-element alliance should be above the 9th level of the earth martial arts realm. It has been a long time since anyone has seen them fight. Thinking back, the achievements of the 5 of them really shocked the entire Myriad Kingdom's domain. The entire 5-element alliance is mostly supported by these 5 patriarchs. When the 5 of them work together, they are simply invincible, said Xiao Yu in a low voice. He could see that Long Chen should be from a relatively remote place, so he asked, "Little brother, I am from the Tianfeng sacred dynasty of the 5-element alliance. What about you?" "It's just a small country. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know," said Long Chen with a faint smile. Xiao Yu nodded. What Long Chen said was within his expectations. "You're really brave to come to the ancient cemetery like this. Don't you know how dangerous the ancient cemetery is? If we didn't work together, we wouldn't have dared to come to this damned place." Fatty Xiao Yu pointed at his dozen or so fiendish companions and said to Long Chen. Among their group, only this Xiao Yu could speak. At this time, the Wind God and Thunder Devil lineages each had someone walk to the front. Long Chen looked over and saw a middle-aged man and a youth from the Thunder Devil lineage. The middle-aged man wore a purple brocade robe embroidered with a huge beast covered in lightning. The beast roared at the sky. The middle-aged man's physique was also quite robust, similar to Lei Zhen's. However, this person was much stronger than Lei Zhen. He had an inch-long hair and a pair of dark purple eyes. At this moment, many blue lightning bolts were flashing in his eyes. His 2 small eyes seemed to contain all the lightning in the world. The purple-robed middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. That huge pressure was even stronger than the 5-element alliance's clan leader. As for the other youth, Long Chen found it strange. Logically speaking, the purple-robed middle-aged man should be the clan leader of the Thunder Devil lineage. As for this youth, he should be the clan leader of the Devil lineage. However, how could a mere youth become the clan leader? After taking a closer look, Long Chen realized that he had seen wrongly. Although this person looked like a youth, his eyes were as deep as a bottomless pit. Everyone's gazes fell into them and even lost consciousness for a moment. Just from this point, it could be seen that this person's age was definitely not as young as his appearance suggested. This youth gave the Dragon clan a rather strange feeling. His face was deathly pale, and he looked like a sickly youth, as if he could not withstand a single blow. He also did not have the deterrence of the purple-robed middle-aged man beside him, but Long Chen felt that he was very terrifying. He just stood there casually, as if he was the center of the world, and everything around him was under his control. Chapter 688. Xiao Yu lowered his head and whispered into Long Chen's ear, "That middle-aged man in purple is the patriarch of the Thunder clan. His cultivation should be about the same as the patriarch of the 5 Elements Alliance. He's also over 300 years old. He's also a legend. When he was in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm, he killed 3 brothers of the same level and became the new patriarch of the Thunder clan. As for that black-clothed youngster, what about him?" asked Long Chen. "You must be wrong. He'll be an ordinary person in the future. In fact, he's the patriarch of the Demon clan. It's said that he's over 500 years old. Other people might not have reached the Sky Martial Realm, but the patriarch of the Demon clan is publicly recognized as an expert of the Sky Martial Realm. He's truly reached the legendary Sky Martial Realm. In the past 500 years, he's simply a legend of the Demon clan. He's also my idol." He. Xiao Yu was very excited when he talked about the patriarch of the demon clan. He said a series of words. His saliva was flying far and wide. Long Chen could see that Xiao Yu was a person with a true temperament. At the same time, Long Chen secretly remembered those great figures in his heart. Right now, Long Chen was just an ant to them. But Long Chen had the confidence and desire to catch up to them in the future. In Long Chen's great virtual world, there was a 5-colored key. In the ancient cemetery, there were treasures left behind by the 5 emperors. Long Chen believed that the ultimate goal of the 9 clans was not the treasures of the 5 emperors. After the leader of the Thunder Devil tribe came out, the Wind Divine tribe came out as well. There were 2 patriarchs of the Wind Divine tribe. The Wind Patriarch was an old man with white hair and beard. He looked rather elegant and sage-like. His face was filled with a faint smile. As for his strength, it was likely that he was about the same as the Thunder Patriarch. As for the Shen clan Patriarch, the Dragon clan paid more attention to her because she was actually a woman, and a young girl at that. Of course, Long Chen knew that this girl was an old witch who was a few hundred years old, just like the Demon clan's Patriarch. The girl was wearing a veil and a long white dress. From her figure, she looked like a goddess. She was like a pure and holy white lotus. No matter where she went, this God clan's patriarch's figure and temperament were enough to attract everyone's attention. At this time, after the patriarchs of the 9 great clans came out, even more people looked at the patriarch of the God clan. Under the thin veil, Long Chen could faintly see her face that could turn all living things upside down. However, when he thought about how this guy was already a few hundred years old, he lost some interest. Among the 9 clans, the patriarch of the Shen clan was the only female. Among the 9 patriarchs, the patriarchs of the Divine clan and the Demon clan are the strongest. They are both in the sky martial arts realm. One is my idol, and the other is my goddess. I never thought that I would be able to see these 2 peak existences with my own eyes. The fat man next to Long Chen had stars in his eyes. Long Chen was not like him. He carefully looked at the 3 parties and calculated the gap between him and them. From the first level of the Earth martial arts realm to the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm, I spent almost 4 months, and the time for each level almost increased by half. That is to say, if I want to reach their level, it should be 4 or 5 years later. The huge gap made Long Chen a little depressed. If others knew what he was thinking, they would definitely beat him to death. Even the patriarchs of the Divine clan and the Demon clan reached the sky martial arts realm after they were almost 100 years old. And since they reached this level, they almost didn't make any progress. It could be seen how difficult the path of cultivation was, but Long Chen was still complaining about 4 or 5 years. Of course, at present, Long Chen's strength was not as good as any expert from the 9 clans. Looks like I have to endure silently for a while, and I'll only be able to carry out other actions after my strength increases. Otherwise, I'll really lose my life very quickly in this primeval cemetery that's filled with blood and slaughter. On the astrolabe, no one made a move. However, as far as the eye could see, apart from Xiao Yu who seemed to be easy to talk to, everyone else's eyes were filled with vigilance. If they arrived at their destination, they might very well start fighting. In this place, there was only slaughter, no friendship. Even the 9 clans would probably be the same. At that moment, the patriarchs of the 9 clans all started talking. Among the 5 Elements Alliance, an old man with a golden mark on his forehead smiled at the people of the Thunder Demon clan and the Wind God clan, the patriarchs of the Thunder Demon clan and the Wind God clan. How have you been? Among the Thunder Demon clan and the Wind God clan, the Shen clan was the leader. At that moment, before the patriarch of the Demon clan said anything, the patriarch of the Shen clan said in a gentle voice, "The patriarch of the Jin clan, do you only know how to say this kind of nonsense?" The patriarch of the Shen clan wasn't polite at all. The Five Elements Alliance was talking to her, but she used such provocative words to provoke them. It was clear how proud she was. However, Big Shots weren't easily angered. In front of everyone, the Gold Clan's patriarch laughed and retorted, "Why does the God Clan's patriarch have such a bad temper? Could it be that he still has to have his period every month at his age?" Pfft! The crowd roared with laughter. The patriarch of the Jin Clan's counterattack was truly beautiful. Everyone laughed and cursed the old hooligan in their hearts. The patriarch of the Shen Clan didn't anger the Five Elements Alliance. Instead, she was angered half to death. Her gaze instantly turned cold. Although the astrolabe was moving at high speed, everyone still felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. The smiles on the faces of the laughing crowd all stiffened. The Five Elements Alliance and the Wind God Clan quickly assumed a fighting stance. Both sides glared at each other. The atmosphere gradually became tense. The smell of gunpowder filled the air. What a joke! The patriarch of the Shen Clan's gloomy voice disrupted the atmosphere. "This is the primordial cemetery. It's a place of slaughter. Don't try to curry favor with us. Let's meet on the battlefield. However, on this astrolabe, anyone who makes a move is courting death. Even if you want to die, don't harm others. If the astrolabe is broken, we're all finished." After saying that, the patriarch of the Shen Clan directly turned and walked into the crowd. She sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes. This patriarch of the Shen Clan is rather straightforward. After a few short conversations, Long Chen had a rough understanding of the relationship between the three races and the tempers of the leaders of each race. The reason why the three clans maintained this situation was that none of them were willing to submit to the other. Otherwise, any two clans could join hands to destroy the third clan. The experts of the Shen Clan and Shen Clan were extraordinary. However, the Five Elements Alliance was a veteran of the Myriad Kingdoms domain. They had deep foundations. The strength of the three great clans was about the same. The patriarch of the Shen Clan was straightforward and decisive. As for the patriarch of the Shen Clan, she was a woman. She was arrogant and virtuous. She could be agitated when doing things. As for the Five Elements Alliance, from the words of the patriarch of the Jin Clan, it could be seen that they were just a bunch of vile people. Kill, kill. It's best if you don't leave a single one alive. Long Chen couldn't wait for the three clans to be annihilated. After the patriarch of the Shen Clan said that, both sides snorted and returned to their respective places. The real battle would begin when the astrolabe arrived at the archaic cemetery. Long Chen noticed that when the patriarch of the god race returned to the god race's team, a handsome young man with a fair complexion came to greet him. This young man wore a purple gold crown inlaid with jewels. He wore a white robe and black hair. His clothes and hair fluttered in the wind, not tied up or tied up. His silhouette hovering in the air made him look like a god descending to the mortal world. His skin had a faint luster, and his eyes flashed with 1,000 kinds of lights. Just his appearance alone was enough to surpass all the characters on the astrolabe. Long Chen noticed that when the god race's patriarch returned to the god race's team, a handsome young man with a fair complexion greeted him. There was a boundless aura emanating from the body of this young man. Earlier on, the few clan leaders had been restraining their strength. However, this young man was releasing it without any restraint. That aura that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas caused everyone's hearts to tremble. It seems that this young man should be at the level of the young experts of the 9 clans. His strength must be above the 8th level of the earth martial arts realm. Long Chen looked at the young man and thought. At that moment, the young man was talking to the patriarch of the Shen clan in a low voice. Long Chen vaguely heard the word mother. Presumably, this young man should be the son of the patriarch. However, judging from their appearance, they seemed to be around the same age. This young man is the famous young master of the Shen clan. It's said that the patriarch of the Shen clan loves him very much. I didn't expect that he would bring him to the dangerous archaic cemetery this time. Moreover, there are so many experts from all sides. Could it be that something big is going to happen this time? Xiao Yu muttered in Long Chen's ear. The young master of the Shen clan. Long Chen had an impression of the young man in his mind. He didn't care too much. The young man was very strong. Long Chen wasn't qualified to enter his eyes. However, Long Chen didn't want to be his enemy, so he didn't care too much. Even the young experts of the 9 holy dynasties were more than one level higher than the Wuxia sage dynasty. The astrolabe has already started to slow down. I reckon that we'll arrive at the archaic cemetery soon. Right, little brother Long Chen, I want to ask you a question. Xiao Yu suddenly said. What question? Long Chen asked. You came to the archaic cemetery alone. Your strength is also at the lowest level. Honestly speaking, it's very difficult for you to survive there. It's fate that we met. Why don't you join our team and travel with us? Xiao Yu said, his eyes filled with hope. He looked at Long Chen's calm eyes. He was young and also very young. If he were to die like this, it would be a pity. That was why he wanted him to stay. Long Chen didn't even have the time to tactfully refuse. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, a man with a gloomy expression suddenly walked over from his team. He glared at Xiao Yu with eyes filled with killing intent and said coldly, "Idiot, you're trash to begin with. You still want to drag trash into our team. Do you believe that I won't chop you to death with a single slash?" As of now, there were already many readers voting for him. Among them, I am most grateful to student Lin Qingxian and the student whose phone number ends with 137. They directly contributed 10,000 VIP and 2,000 VIP, 1,000 renminbi and 200 renminbi respectively. Out of the 50 explosive chapters, 14 chapters have been released. There are still 36 chapters left. Whether or not Crazy can release 50 chapters on the 4th of April depends on you guys. Students who have internet access, hurry up and join in. You guys fight, I'll fight too. Today's morning update, I'm very excited. Chapter 689. This gloomy man was obviously a bloodthirsty person. There was a hideous scar on his dark face. When he roared, his expression was quite terrifying. Xiao Yu hurriedly said in fear, "Boss Venomous Vulture, I spoke too much. It's good that you know. Not everyone can join our team. What if they drag us down? In this primordial cemetery, how many lives do you have to drag others down? If you want to join our team, that's fine. If you show your true ability, I, Venomous Vulture, will treat you as a brother." After saying that, Venomous Vulture looked at Long Chen with contempt, then turned around and left. Xiao Yu looked at Long Chen with an apologetic expression, then followed him and left. Long Chen didn't care. Originally, he would have refused Xiao Yu's invitation. In this way, the result was more or less the same. As for Venomous Vulture's contempt, let him be. This Venomous Vulture was the leader of the group. To be honest, Long Chen couldn't see through his cultivation, but he was at least in the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm. He was definitely stronger than Feng Xian at the beginning. He wasn't someone that Long Chen could easily deal with. After Xiao Yu left, Long Chen didn't speak anymore. This year's struggle made him calm down a lot. He knew what kind of opponent was the most terrifying, which meant that he had to become such a person. Sure enough, the speed of the astrolabe was slowing down. Everyone started discussing. It seemed that they were finally arriving at the primordial cemetery. In this endless starry sky, the astrolabe flew for a very long distance. Where exactly was this place? What kind of place was the primordial cemetery? Long Chen didn't know. He only seemed to have heard that the primordial cemetery surrounded the myriad kingdoms in this way. No matter what, Long Chen had already felt the existence of the primordial cemetery. In front of the starry sky, there was a vague shadow of a vast land. Long Chen looked carefully. There seemed to be a new world there, and all he could see was a shadow. After arriving, Long Chen and others found that this was a light source, and the primordial cemetery was in this light. The astrolabe directly brought everyone into this light, and the dazzling light directly blocked Long Chen's eyes. When he could open his eyes, Long Chen felt that the astrolabe below had disappeared. Of course, everyone was already an expert above the earth martial arts realm. After arriving here, although the astrolabe disappeared, they could safely land on the ground. Tens of thousands of people spread out and landed on the ground one after another. They looked at this novel world with amazement. Long Chen was stunned for a moment. This is the primordial cemetery. The world in Long Chen's eyes was different from the desolate land where not even a blade of grass grew in his imagination. Not only was the primordial cemetery not desolate, it seemed to be covered with trees, birds were singing, and flowers were fragrant. In front of them was a large oasis. Maybe because no one had come here for a very long time, the plants here were rather lush, and the places that could be seen by the eyes were like a fairyland on earth. A place like this simply couldn't be connected with the word grave. This place was the burial place of countless experts. Some people who had never been to the primordial cemetery before, after looking at the nearby scenery, were slightly dazed. Long Chen also didn't expect that the primordial cemetery would actually be so beautiful. Moreover, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was much denser than in the Wuxia Sage dynasty. The Wuxia Sage dynasty was filled with dense spiritual energy of the earth veins, and this primordial cemetery was filled with various kinds of spiritual energy. Even the spiritual energy of life was quite numerous. This is the primordial cemetery. Why is the primordial cemetery like this? I thought it was a desolate land filled with tombstones and withered bones. Me too. Only those people from the 9 great clans who had once entered the primordial cemetery and came out from the primordial cemetery would know about this. Everyone couldn't help but start discussing. This was the primordial cemetery, and it was also a place of battle. After coming here, there would be a real battle very quickly. Where there were treasures, there would be slaughter and battle. So when everyone was shocked by the scenery earlier, they quickly reacted, and all of them used vigilant gazes to look at the surrounding people. For a moment, the surroundings were filled with people, and everyone didn't know which way to go first. Right at this moment, the people from the 9 great clans and 3 great powers actually flew up one after another. They looked at each other with provocative gazes, and without saying a word, they actually flew towards different directions. The others also followed suit and flew up one after another. There were naturally a lot of treasures in the primordial cemetery, but if one fell behind, nothing would belong to them. So, everyone scrambled to go in all directions. In fact, when everyone came here, they weren't familiar with this place, and they also didn't know which way was suitable. So, most of the people still followed the footsteps of the 3 great powers. More than 10,000 people, under the premise that there was no conflict, had already gradually dispersed, and went in all directions. Seeing that everyone had already left, Long Chen couldn't stay in this place, so he found a direction to move forward. In front of him was an endless dense forest, and in the depths of the dense forest, there were many demonic beasts. In the vicinity, most of the demonic beasts weren't able to pose a threat to Long Chen and the others, but the astrolabe stopped here. Maybe this was the safest place in the primordial cemetery. As they walked, the 10,000 people completely dispersed, and Long Chen realized that he was alone. So, he stopped and let Mo Xiaolang come out from the Great Void Realm. After all, Xiaolang was his brother, and he couldn't let him stay in the Great Void Realm all the time. Big brother, is this the Great Void Realm? Why is it so beautiful? Xiaolang also had a surprised expression on his face. Long Chen sighed, I also didn't know that this place would be like this. I thought that it would be the same as the Nine Serenities Soul Land, a barren land. Just as Long Chen finished speaking, Mo Xiaolang seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. He frowned as he looked towards one of the directions, and said, Big brother, it seems like there's a strong fluctuation coming towards us from that direction. Moreover, the aura of flames in that direction is quite dense. What? Long Chen was shocked. He had just arrived at the primordial cemetery, and other than Xiaoyu, no one had noticed Long Chen. Why would there be someone following him at this time? Could it be that he was wrong? Among the celestial race's team, the mysterious female patriarch was walking at the front, and beside her was a dazzling young lord of the celestial race. At this moment, the young lord of the celestial race suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's wrong, Guangyu? The patriarch of the celestial race asked softly. Her voice was gentle and sweet, and it made people's fingers itch. The young lord of the celestial race, Wu Guangyu, stretched out his arm. On his fair and slender wrist, there was a green bracelet. The young lord said, Mother, didn't you say that the inheritance of the Green Lotus Emperor is of the fire attribute? As long as my Green Lotus bracelet is near the inheritance of the Green Lotus Emperor, it will sense its existence and heat up. Why is it heating up now? As soon as he finished speaking, the patriarch of the celestial race was shocked. She quickly stretched out her slender fingers and gently touched Wu Guangyu's Green Lotus bracelet. She said, Sure enough, it's heating up. However, this can't be the inheritance of the Green Lotus Emperor. This Green Lotus bracelet is heating up because there are some good fire attribute items around, or maybe there are demonic beasts. To be able to make the Green Lotus bracelet heat up, it must be a good item. Mother, wait here for now. I will look for the location indicated by the Green Lotus bracelet. It would be best if I can find something. There are so many treasures in the primordial cemetery. Maybe I'm just lucky. Wu Guangyu acted like a child and said coquettishly. All right, go. Pay attention to safety. We will wait for you here. The patriarch of the celestial race seemed to be unable to dissuade this child, so she let him carry the Green Lotus bracelet. Under her command, many experts of the celestial race followed the footsteps of the young lord of the celestial race, Wu Guangyu. As for the others, they waited at the same spot like the patriarch of the celestial race. Wu Guangyu didn't spend too much time to go there once. We're almost there. Long Chen still didn't understand the situation. The other party's speed was actually so fast. Xiaolang had just discovered it, but the other party could already see it. Long Chen used his soul-devouring demon eyes to look over and found that many people had already entered within a mile of him. The leader was an expert that Long Chen couldn't figure out. As for the other experts, they were also quite powerful. Behind them, there were many people who were watching the fun. When the young lord of the celestial race rushed over, many people felt strange and followed along the road. There were many people who hadn't left in time. Seeing that the young lord of the celestial race was in a hurry, as if he had discovered something important, they also followed him from afar. Even if they couldn't get the treasure, they might be able to gain some knowledge by following behind him. Wu Guangyu instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. Behind him were many experts of the celestial race. Further behind him were hundreds of people who hadn't left in time and came to watch the fun. Seeing that the young lord of the divine race had actually surrounded Long Chen, everyone looked at Long Chen in amazement. They had never seen this young man before. What was so strange about him that made the young lord of the divine race rush over in such a hurry? Long Chen also didn't know what this guy was going to do, but he soon found out because the young lord of the celestial race was looking at Mo Xiaolang with blazing eyes. It's actually a super demonic beast that can level up without limit, the sun-devouring demon wolf. His face immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. The green lotus bracelet just happened to be hot. When he came back to take a look, he discovered that there was such a good thing in the primordial cemetery. Moreover, it was obviously not a demonic beast that originally belonged to the primordial cemetery, but a young man next to the sun-devouring demon wolf brought it in. Heaven is really helping me. Long Chen knew that this Wu Guanyu was definitely the person who understood the sun-devouring demon wolf the best he had ever seen. He even knew that the sun-devouring demon wolf could level up without limit. Chapter 690. How strong was the young master of the Shen clan? His strength was definitely hundreds of times stronger than Long Chen's. Long Chen knew that the gap between them was as wide as the sky and the earth. What he regretted now was that he immediately let Xiao Lang out. If he had been further away, the young master of the Shen clan wouldn't have been able to sense it. When would he let Xiao Lang out? Long Chen hadn't thought that this would happen. He was already alone. Who would have known that the young master of the Shen clan would come back with a green lotus bracelet? Long Chen held his breath. At least the young master of the Shen clan didn't show any killing intent towards the two of them. He looked at Xiao Lang in amazement. As for Long Chen, a warrior at the third level of the earth martial arts realm, he didn't care about him at all. He came down from the sky and walked around Xiao Lang a few times. Then he nodded with satisfaction and said, "It's indeed a legendary creature. The sun-devouring demonic wolf is indeed extraordinary. It was originally a demon beast at the first level of the earth rank, but now it's at the fourth level of the king rank and can even transform into a human form." It could be seen that the young master of the Shen clan wasn't the kind of person who relied on the protection of his elders to be ignorant and lawless. On the contrary, he was quite knowledgeable. After confirming the identity of the sun-devouring demonic wolf, he looked at Long Chen and asked faintly, "Is this sun-devouring demonic wolf yours?" "Young master, it's mine." Long Chen was thinking of a way to leave. The young master of the Shen clan had come too quickly. Moreover, he had come right next to him and Xiao Lang. Even if he wanted to let Xiao Lang return to the Great Void and use the blood escape technique, it would be a little difficult. Although he was unwilling, Long Chen could only endure it. The gap in strength was always an insurmountable chasm. The warriors who were watching were also discussing what had happened. It seems that the young master of the Shen clan has taken a fancy to that young man's demonic beast. What's the origin of that demonic beast? It actually made the young master of the Shen clan talk to a weak warrior. No one understood this. Not many people knew about the origin of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Last time, when they had just arrived at the Wushu Sage dynasty, Jiang Wucheng wanted to plot against Long Chen because of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. However, he failed in the end and was killed by Long Chen. But this young lord of the divine race was different. He was 1,000,000 times stronger than Jiang Wucheng, so the two crises couldn't be compared. After Long Chen finished answering, he was still looking at Mo Xiaolang with interest. He said to Long Chen, "You raised the sun-devouring demon wolf to this realm, it seems you know its talent. I originally didn't want to keep you, but seeing how well you took care of it, I'll spare your dog life today." Scram. His voice was condensed into a single strand and transmitted to Long Chen's ears. His words made Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang nervous. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a huge challenge right after arriving here? The opponent was actually the young master of the divine race. Long Chen didn't know the specific strength of the young master of the divine race, but he was at least in the 8th level of the earth martial arts realm. This kind of expert was definitely at the peak that Long Chen couldn't surpass. Unfortunately, the time had passed. The young master of the divine race seemed to know that they would escape, so he stood between the two of them. Long Chen's mind was spinning frantically as he tried to think of a way to make the correct response in a short period of time. He was very clear that if he were to make a move against the young lord of the god race, the other party would be able to kill him with a single glance. With him here, rescuing the wolf cub would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Young master, I'm willing to give this demonic wolf to you, but can you let me stay with it for a little longer, considering that I've raised it for so many years? Long Chen said with a pleading expression. When one was under someone else's roof, he had to lower his head. He pretended to lower his head now so that he could take revenge in the future. Long Chen was a petty person. Whoever provoked him, he would definitely take revenge in the end. Even if he was the young master of the divine race, he would not be an exception. His only goal was to get close to the wolf cub, and then directly put it into the great void realm so that he could use the blood escape technique to escape. Of course, even if he used the blood escape technique, he might not be able to escape from the hands of the young master of the God clan. Long Chen's luck was very bad to have encountered such trouble as soon as he arrived at the primordial cemetery. Didn't you hear what I said? Get out of here. The young master of the divine race frowned and a cold aura surrounded Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly felt a strong force acting on his body. Big brother. Xiao Lang clenched his teeth and restrained himself from making a move. He also knew that the young master of the divine race was strong. If Long Chen didn't allow him to make a move, he wouldn't dare to make a move. If he offended the young master of the divine race, then it would be troublesome. Long Chen clenched his teeth. This young master of the divine race clearly wanted to take Xiao Lang as his own and tame him like a demonic beast. Right now, he was in a good mood and might even ask Long Chen to get out of here. If Long Chen still didn't know what's good for him, he might directly make a move. When one's strength couldn't be compared to others, words were all empty words. The others looked at Long Chen with pitiful eyes. They had just arrived at the primordial cemetery and Long Chen was already targeted by the young master of the divine race. It could be seen how tragic he was. At this moment, everyone was looking at the struggling Long Chen with pitiful eyes. Honestly speaking, the contemptuous and dismissive gaze of the young master of the divine race made Long Chen angry. As an ancestral dragon martial artist, he had his own pride. Speaking humbly and submissively was already his limit, but this young master of the divine race was still overbearing and didn't give an inch. Long Chen was sure that if he dared to say another word, the young master would definitely make a move. Among the 9 major clans, the divine race and demon race were the strongest. This young master of the divine race was ranked second in the divine race and was the treasure of the patriarch of the divine race. In the primordial cemetery, even the other 2 major forces wouldn't openly provoke him like this and not give in front of the patriarch of the divine race. Therefore, a figure like him didn't need to take Long Chen to heart. Aren't you going to scram? This even colder voice enveloped Long Chen firmly. The eyes of the young master of the divine race suddenly burst out with a bright white light. It was like a sharp sword that pierced towards Long Chen. Only then did Long Chen realize that this young master of the divine race seemed to be an expert in using the sword. Do it. Delaying wasn't the best plan. At this moment, Long Chen actually exceeded everyone's expectations because he actually made a move against the young master of the divine race. The expressions of the surrounding people turned stiff. This young man was really too daring. There was a huge gap between the status and strength of the 2 of them. This was like a filthy beggar actually making a move against the prince of the country. Long Chen's desperate move was only because he wanted to get Xiao Lang into the Great Void Realm. He and Xiao Lang could directly communicate using the language of spiritual beasts, which no one else could understand. When Long Chen shouted to make a move, Xiao Lang instantly transformed into the body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. The 9 nether demonic ancestral flame in his mouth instantly shot towards the young master of the divine race in front of him. Long Chen directly used the devouring world of blood. Although the effect of the devouring world of blood was negligible to the young master of the divine race, it could at least attract a portion of his combat strength. This was the strongest opponent that Long Chen had ever encountered. The difference between the two of them was a few levels. This huge gap wasn't something that Long Chen's quick-wittedness and decisiveness could make up for. Under the cover of the devouring world of blood, the nine-nether demonic ancestral flame was the first to approach the young master of the divine race. Seeing that Long Chen actually made a move together with Xiao Lang, the young master of the divine race was stunned for a moment. Then, he revealed a mocking smile. Only the might of Xiao Lang's nine-nether demonic ancestral flame surprised him. Why is this flame so strange? The nine-nether demonic ancestral flame attracted the attention of the young master of the divine race. Xiao Lang, come here. Long Chen shouted in the language of spiritual beasts. The young master of the divine race and the others didn't know what Long Chen's purpose was. At this moment, Xiao Lang spat out the nine-nether demonic ancestral flame and quickly moved towards Long Chen. The nine-nether demonic ancestral flame instantly swept in front of the young master of the divine race. Long Chen thought that he could block the young master, but he didn't expect that the young master of the divine race would sneer and suddenly disappear. When he reappeared, he had already dodged the nine-nether demonic ancestral flame and appeared in front of Long Chen unscathed. What a terrifying speed! Long Chen was amazed. The speed of the young master of the divine race was so fast that Long Chen couldn't even see him with his naked eye. Long Chen's dragon soul transformation already had the combat strength of the fourth level of the earth martial realm. If he used the blood escape technique, even if he burned his true essence, he would only be slightly faster. You really are a strange guy. You actually dared to attack me. The young master of the divine race looked at Long Chen curiously. The true essence in his body surged, firmly suppressing Long Chen. To be honest, Long Chen actually dared to attack him. This made the young master rather curious. There didn't seem to be such a person in the myriad kingdoms. Xiao Lang was originally close to Long Chen, but this guy stood in front of Long Chen and blocked his path. It's very strange to attack you. I'm going to fuck your mother. Long Chen cursed. The young master of the divine race was standing in front of him. This kind of pressure was too great. Long Chen's spirit was stretched to the extreme. The blood in his body was boiling. Even in the divine Wuxia sage dynasty, he had never seen an opponent with such a big gap in strength. The opponent had completely pulled out the ruthlessness in his heart. In every corner of his body, there were countless blood dragons roaring unyieldingly. It seemed that being provoked by this insignificant creature made them incomparably angry. What did you say? The young lord of the divine race frowned. His mother was the patriarch of the divine race. Wasn't Long Chen scolding this legendary existence in the myriad kingdom's domain? He actually dared to say such words to the saintess who was so pure in everyone's hearts. This made everyone's jaws drop. Chapter 691. Who was this young man? Did he have a high status or was he just a fool who didn't know anything and wasn't even afraid of death? Wu Guangyu, the young lord of the divine race, was about to faint from anger because of Long Chen. He was so angry that he found it hard to breathe. In the next moment, he decided to make a move and kill Long Chen first. However, at this moment, Long Chen made the first move. He suddenly flipped his right hand. This was the first time that Long Chen used the Scarlet Emperor Burning Seal. Right now, using the Scarlet Emperor Burning Seal would drain almost all the energy in his body. Therefore, Long Chen didn't dare to use it easily. However, if he didn't use it now, he reckoned that he wouldn't have another chance. A blood-red flame burned in Long Chen's hand. The Scarlet Emperor Burning Seal was a one-handed seal technique. Therefore, the execution speed was quite fast. When Long Chen raised his arm again, the seal technique in his hand was almost complete. As his palm pressed down, a huge flame seal appeared in front of Long Chen. Scarlet Emperor Burning Seal. At this critical moment, Long Chen whistled. His right hand suddenly turned into a flame. The flames in his martial aperture crazily poured out. The only Scarlet Emperor seal in his palm flashed and suddenly expanded. It formed a huge seal in front of Long Chen's palm. Under the control of Long Chen, it suddenly smashed towards the young lord of the divine race. Under the control of Long Chen, the Scarlet Emperor burning seal became bigger and bigger. When it reached the front of the young lord of the divine race, it was already equivalent to a huge mountain. Moreover, it was a mountain burning with blood-red flames. The surrounding air was burning, making crackling sounds. Go to hell. The huge flaming mountain instantly covered the head of the young lord of the divine race. Long Chen's first move was such an earth-shattering move. It could be seen how crazy Long Chen was at this moment. Under the display of the Scarlet Emperor's heaven-burning mark, all the true essence in his body was sucked dry. All the true essence condensed together and erupted with the most violent attack, blasting towards the defenseless young lord of the god race. Who would have thought that a warrior at the third level of the earth martial arts realm could have such a terrifying combat power? Frankly speaking, this kind of attack was difficult even for an ordinary cultivator at the fifth level of the earth martial arts realm. The young master of the Shen clan was caught off guard, so he was hit by Long Chen's Red Emperor burning seal. What? The hundreds of onlookers cried out in shock. They had never expected that a young man like Long Chen would have such a crazy side to him. How is this possible? He's only in the third level of the earth martial arts realm. How could he have such an attack? Look at the power of this attack. Could this be a king-tier battle skill? An ordinary kid actually has a king-tier battle skill, and he's even learned it. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Other than the shock, there was also greed. A royal-level battle skill was extremely tempting to them. Other than the people of the Shen clan, everyone else firmly remembered Long Chen's appearance. This royal-level battle skill really made them, who did not belong to any sects or clans, envious. Of course, they also understood that it was impossible for Long Chen to escape the punishment of the Shen clan today. He actually dared to attack the young master of the Shen clan. Out of the tens of thousands of people who came to the ancient cemetery, only Long Chen had the courage to do so. When the young master of the Shen clan was attacked, there were quite a few experts of the Shen clan who had strength close to the young master of the Shen clan. However, they didn't do anything. They all understood that Long Chen's battle skill was good, but the person who used it was really too weak. The Scarlet Emperor Scorching Seal suddenly fell down and directly enveloped the young master of the Shen clan in flames. Under the bombardment of the Scarlet Emperor Scorching Seal, the entire ground rumbled and shook. This kind of attack made the onlookers' expressions change. They understood that even if it was a strong expert of the sixth level of the earth martial arts realm, facing such a strong attack, the result would probably be very tragic. How is the young master? Just as everyone was thinking about this question, the center of the Scarlet Emperor Inferno seal suddenly revolved with a resplendent sword radiance, which directly shook the Scarlet Emperor Inferno seal away. The surrounding flames were instantly shattered by the sword radiance. The huge Scarlet Emperor Inferno seal was instantly destroyed by the sword radiance. Long Chen furrowed his brows deeply. The Scarlet Emperor Scorching Seal, which could almost kill a strong expert of the sixth level of the earth martial arts realm, was actually easily destroyed by the opponent's sword light. The only good thing was that during this period of time, he had successfully avoided the young master of the Shen clan. Xiao Lang also took advantage of this opportunity to come to Long Chen's side. He would soon be able to enter Long Chen's great void realm. Of course, at this time, because Long Chen used the Scarlet Emperor Scorching Seal, all the strength in his body had been exhausted. Not to mention the blood escape, it was difficult for him to even throw a punch. However, Long Chen only had one way. Great Void Dragon Talisman, Time Reversal. Under the control of Long Chen, the great void dragon talisman on his chest rippled and enveloped Long Chen's whole body. Under the reversal of this ripple, the spiritual qi in Long Chen's body quickly recovered. Very soon, it returned to the state it was in 10 breaths of time. Xiao Lang was delighted and went into Long Chen's great void realm. At this time, the young master of the Shen clan had already broken the Scarlet Emperor scorching seal. However, at this time, his hair was messy and his face was red. Obviously, Long Chen's Scarlet Emperor scorching seal had made him very angry. From his messy clothes and slightly burnt hair, it could be seen that he was accidentally attacked by the Scarlet Emperor scorching seal. As soon as he broke the Scarlet Emperor scorching seal, he saw Xiao Lang turn into a black light and rush towards Long Chen's great void realm. Trying to run? Purple bone lock. At this time, a purple chain-shaped light suddenly burst out from the hands of the young master of the Shen clan. This chain-shaped light was very fast. In an instant, it broke through space and wrapped around Xiao Lang's body. This speed was much faster than Xiao Lang's speed. What? Long Chen was shocked. Before he could see what the purple light was, Xiao Lang let out a muffled groan. It was obvious that he was in pain. Then, Long Chen saw that Xiao Lang was completely locked up by a purple metal chain. The purple chain wrapped around his body and tightly squeezed into his hair. The overbearing force even made Xiao Lang's body bleed. Xiao Lang. A surge of blood energy suddenly rushed towards Long Chen's head. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen had never allowed Xiao Lang to face such danger. His relationship with Xiao Lang was not that of biological brothers, but it was closer than that of biological brothers. At this moment, the young master of the Shen clan had actually used this strange purple chain to completely lock him up. Seeing the pained expression in Xiao Lang's eyes, Long Chen's eyes were about to spit out fire. Rage. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. A towering killing intent erupted from his body. He stared at the young master of the Shen clan as he dragged Xiao Lang's body back. Then, he looked at Long Chen with a playful smile and said, "Trash, do you really think that you can escape? In front of my purple bone lock, nothing can escape, including you." Long Chen looked at the purple bone lock. Sure enough, this thing should be what Kitten said. It was a magic treasure. Different from offensive weapons, these magic treasures were used in a strange way. The effects were also very strange. However, this purple bone lock was very useful. This sun-devouring demon wolf is the most mysterious demon beast. This sun-devouring demonic wolf is the most mysterious demonic beast. With your lowly status and strength, how can you be its master? You're tarnishing this demonic beast. Don't worry, it's in my hands. I'll let it devour endless flames and increase its strength by at least 10 times. As for you, you can go in peace. The God Race young master was very excited after obtaining the wolf cub. He didn't need to explain so much to Long Chen. However, when he saw this kid's indignant eyes, he felt very happy. Big brother, at this time, Xiao Lang was using spiritual beast language to talk to Long Chen. Big brother, this young master of the Shen clan is too strong. We can't beat him right now. Big brother, this God Race young master is too strong. We can't beat him right now, so why don't we temporarily stay by his side? I can see that he covets the sun-devouring demonic wolf's ability and wants to tame me. He thinks that I'm a beast, but he doesn't know that I'm a human. He can't tame me no matter what. For now, we aren't his match, so I might as well follow him. In any case, he will make me stronger. Once I can break free of him, or perhaps you can defeat him, us brothers will skin him alive. Who knows who will win and who will lose? This was the only way for Xiao Lang. If Long Chen kept risking his life, he might lose his life. After all, his only chance to reverse time was gone. To encounter such a thing as soon as he arrived, he could only blame his bad luck. Shen clan's young master. Long Chen gritted his teeth. A man knew when to advance and when to retreat. Xiao Lang's words made sense. That young master didn't know that the sun-devouring demon wolf was a human and that it was impossible for him to tame it. He thought that if Xiao Lang tamed it, he would give Xiao Lang many resources. When Xiao Lang's strength increased, that would be the time to kill this young master. The wolf cub was in no danger at all. If Long Chen could avoid this confrontation and leave this place to increase his strength, he would be able to face the power of the divine race's young lord in the future. He would not be so passive and humiliated like today. This was a humiliation for Long Chen. He swore that he would definitely take revenge. Xiao Lang, promise me that I will deal with this young master. Before I do, don't do anything. Long Chen's voice was so cold that it was trembling. Xiao Lang nodded. The two of them were forced to make such a decision today. If they could choose, Long Chen would definitely be more willing for the two of them to improve together. However, he was helpless to meet an opponent like the young master so early. At this moment, Long Chen took a deep breath. Everyone looked at this youth. Although they couldn't deny that this youth had strong combat strength and exceeded their expectations, he could only face a tragedy when he met an existence like the young master of the Shen clan, who had an incomparably high status and identity. Everyone's eyes were filled with pity. One day, I will come back to take your life. Remember my name, I am Long Chen. Thank you book friend, Time and Eternal Dragon, for investing 10,000 VIP points and getting another 10 chapters. There are still 25 chapters left. Please work hard. Whether I can get 50 chapters on the 4th of next month depends on you. The website stipulates that if a madman gets 50 chapters, he will get double VIP points. If not, there will be no more. I hope everyone will support me. Chapter 692. After discussing with them for a while, Long Chen set off with this small team of warriors. The only one he was familiar with here was Xiao Yu. The others were quite fierce and rarely talked to Long Chen. They looked at Long Chen with a lot of hostility in their eyes. As for the boss, Vulture, he didn't say anything and completely isolated Long Chen and Xiao Yu. Long Chen knew that this vulture just wanted to keep him by his side. He still didn't know Long Chen's strength. He was worried that Long Chen had some trump cards that he couldn't resist. Otherwise, he would definitely make a move. Under the lead of Vulture, everyone walked on the cold dark brown ground. The ground was covered with fine metal sand, and the ground was quite hard. The underground soil must have been mixed with metal, which made the ground as hard as real steel. When everyone stepped on it, the iron sand rolled and made a rustling sound. Vulture and the others walked at the forefront. One of the sturdy men walked to Vulture's side and said in a gloomy voice, "Boss, when will we make a move on that kid? I don't think he has any strength. I can cut him into 2 pieces. Don't worry, if we encounter any danger later, let him rush in front. I will first figure out his strength. This kid is a bit mysterious, we can't make a move easily." Vulture sneered and said. Mysterious. The burly man smiled coldly. He turned around and glanced at Long Chen. He couldn't see anything special about this brat. His brows twitched. He returned to his seat and rubbed his fist a few times. Their voices weren't heard by Long Chen, but the two of them whispered to each other. Long Chen could guess what they were talking about. He sneered in his heart. The reason why he was here was for 2 purposes. One was to learn more about this world from Xiao Yu. The second was that Xiao Yu was a good person, at least to Long Chen. Long Chen understood that if Xiao Yu followed them, even if he didn't die this time, he would definitely be cannon fodder next time. For Long Chen, he would help if he could. "Brother Yu, why don't you tell me about this Steel City? What is it all about?" Long Chen walked over to Xiao Yu's side and asked. You haven't heard of the primordial cemetery, so you don't know. In fact, the ancestors of the Myriad Kingdoms domain have already come here many times. The first time they came here, they suffered heavy losses. Later on, they learned their lesson and established some rules. These rules are implemented by the entire Myriad Kingdoms domain and are jointly supervised by the 9 great clans. Even the 9 great clans have to abide by these rules, and the city is one of them. Xiao Yu said with a sigh. Tell me the details. Long Chen continued to ask. In the primordial cemetery, there are a total of 5 regions. They are the glazed gold region, the greenwood region, the heavenly water region, the abstruse fire region, and the thick earth region. We're currently in the glazed gold region, and within these 5 regions, a large area is desolate and uninhabited. However, there are some special places within every region, and those are some abandoned cities left behind from ancient times. For example, within the glazed gold region, there are quite a few steel cities. What's the use of these steel cities? Long Chen asked. Xiao Yu chuckled. In the glazed gold domain, the steel cities are where we rest. You should know that the primordial cemetery is filled with treasures. These treasures are in some mystical places. Even if there are treasures in ordinary places, they have already been taken away by our ancestors. In order to fight for these treasures, almost everyone who comes to the primordial cemetery will be in a state of slaughter. In order to seize the treasures in the hands of others, and also to fuse with the ancient tomb medallion and obtain the qualifications to leave, many people will lose their lives here. The losses of the Myriad Kingdoms domain are too heavy, so our ancestors joined together to set some rules. For example, because there are basically no treasures in these cities, the 9 great clans have listed these cities as forbidden areas for battle. The 9 great clans all abide by this rule, and any place is dangerous. However, to us, the steel cities of the glazed gold domain are safe, because killing is forbidden here. If you are discovered, you will be punished by the members of the 9 great clans who are stationed there. Xiao Yu said a whole bunch of things in one breath. After he was done, he panted and looked at Long Chen with a chuckle. Of course, we've come to the primordial cemetery to fight. After all, wealth comes from danger. We can't stay in that steel city forever, so there's also a rule that no one can stay in a city for more than a month. Otherwise, we'll be automatically expelled from the city. Our boss Venomous Vulture's plan is to use the city as a stronghold and search for and fight for treasures in the surroundings. If we fight outside and suffer losses, we'll return to the city. This way, we'll be absolutely safe. Long Chen nodded. So that's how it is. As long as it's a city guarded by the 9 great clans, they'll follow this rule. If there's no 9 great clans guarding it, of course, that city doesn't count. The 9 great clans have moved before us. As long as we move in this direction, we'll definitely be able to find a city. At that time, we won't have to be as apprehensive as we are now, Xiao Yu said. The purpose of those cities was indeed to provide the cultivators with a place to rest and relax a little. This could be considered as a convenience that the 9 great clans provided to the ordinary cultivators. However, Long Chen had another thought. As long as those ordinary cultivators go to the cities and obtain treasures, they might be under the 9 great clan surveillance. The 9 great clans can use this method to occupy the cities, and on the other hand, there'll be many benefits, Long Chen thought. He suddenly remembered the matter of the ancient tomb tokens and asked, "What's the situation with the ancient tomb tokens you mentioned? You don't even know this?" Xiao Yu's face was full of surprise. Seeing Long Chen's bewildered expression, he could only continue, "The fight for treasures is also the source of the slaughter in the ancient graveyard, and the fusion of the ancient grave medallion is another source of slaughter. Every one of us has an ancient grave medallion, but it is gray in color. This ancient grave medallion records the information of our true yuan after we enter, and knows our approximate strength. After a year, the passage to return to the Myriad Kingdom's domain from the ancient graveyard will reopen. Only those who have fused the ancient grave medallion to gold will have the qualifications to leave. As for the others, I have no idea. How many other ancient tomb tokens do we need to fuse to reach the gold level? Long Chen was more concerned about this question. A trace of helplessness flashed across Xiao Yu's face, and he said, "Someone has roughly calculated. If it's at our level, killing a dozen or so opponents of the same level will allow us to reach the gold level. If it's a level higher, the amount will be even less. As for those at the level of the god race and demon race, they can leave safely every time, so the requirements for them probably aren't too high. The ones who suffer are us lower class people. I really don't know who will fuse with my ancient tomb token in the end." Every time tens of thousands of people came to the ancient graveyard, only a few hundred could return, or even less. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the killings in the ancient graveyard were. The chance of survival was almost 1%. However, those who survived basically all became peerless experts, so even if they knew it was death, there were still many people who wanted to come in and fight for their lives. Riches were sought in danger. Without fusing with the gold level, in the end, one cannot leave the ancient graveyard, and the interval between every opening of the ancient graveyard is around a dozen years or so. Doesn't that mean that there are many people who entered last time who haven't left? Long Chen thought of this question and hurriedly asked. "You're really smart to be able to think of this so quickly." Back then, I was also puzzled by this question. This can be considered the most mysterious thing in the ancient graveyard. When Xiao Yu spoke of this, there was a bit of fear in his eyes. "What's going on?" Long Chen asked in confusion. Xiao Yu said, "I heard from others that every time the killings in the ancient graveyard are about to end, there are basically over 1,000 people still alive. Among them, a third already have the gold ancient tomb token, and the remaining several hundred people are left here. There are even some martial artists in the 7th or 8th level of the Earth martial realm. These people have a lifespan of several hundred years, and can easily live in the ancient graveyard. But the strange thing is, every time the ancient graveyard opens, a new group of people enters, they will discover that the previous people have all disappeared, and even their corpses can't be found. I don't know why this is." Long Chen's eyes narrowed. The distribution of the ancient tomb tokens, the teleportation formation, the fusion of the ancient tomb tokens, and so on, clearly shows that the ancient graveyard is controlled by someone. And when we come to the ancient graveyard to compete for treasures, it feels like a game in the eyes of others. We're in a chess game, and who are the players? The people from the 3 great imperial regions. Long Chen wasn't an idiot. He very easily thought of this point. From this point it was very likely that the people who hadn't fused into the gold ancient tomb token and were left here were cleaned up by the people who set up this game. And after cleaning up, every 10 years or so, they would come and set up another game. There must be some eyes in the darkness that were observing Long Chen and the other ants that were risking their lives in the vast sky. As expected, the strong have boundless power, and the weak like me can only be manipulated by others. Long Chen was extremely unwilling in his heart, but it was a pity that he was powerless. He couldn't even suppress a young master of the God clan, let alone other people. He couldn't even protect Xiao Lang. Long Chen clearly recognized the reality, and that was that he was really too weak. With this kind of strength, if he went to the imperial regions, he would only be asking for humiliation. Currently, I should increase my realm as soon as possible, then find treasures of other attributes and earn money to complete a heaven-defying battle skill like the 5 Emperor Seals as soon as possible. In the ancient graveyard, there shouldn't be many people who would use a royal-level battle skill. Chapter 693. At this time, Xiao Yu sighed emotionally. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. I don't know what happened to me in the past, but I got hot-headed and snatched an ancient tomb token, and then inexplicably came here. After coming here and witnessing the slaughter here, only now do I regret it. But regretting is already useless. There's no one to feel pity for my rotten life here, so I'll give it my all. If I can obtain the inheritance of the 7 monarchs, I'd be willing to die. Xiao Yu's unintentional sighing attracted Long Chen's attention. Long Chen hurriedly asked, "Brother Yu, what is the inheritance of the 7 monarchs you speak of? Why did you come to the primordial cemetery if you don't even know this?" Xiao Yu was truly a bit speechless towards Long Chen. He paused for a moment, then explained, "In this primordial cemetery, there are countless treasures left behind by the experts of the Middle Ages. Some people obtained these treasures and returned to the Myriad Kingdom's domain to become experts worthy of respect. Among the 9 great clans, besides the old 5-element alliance, basically all rose up because of the treasures in the primordial cemetery. The most classic ones are the God clan and Demon clan. They rose up later, but in a short period of time, they became the most powerful force in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, and that's because they obtained the inheritance of the 7 monarchs." Xiao Yu's face revealed an excited expression, his eyes filled with yearning. Even the God clan and Demon clan rose up because of the treasures in the primordial cemetery. Long Chen was slightly startled. To be able to reach such a strong degree, it could be seen that the treasures in the primordial cemetery were truly powerful. As everyone knows, there are countless treasures in the primordial cemetery. Divine weapons, magic treasures, spiritual medicines, combat skills, and even many mystical items. Among them, the most famous is the inheritance of the 7 monarchs. This is the wish of every cultivator who comes to the primordial cemetery. Long Chen didn't know about the 7 monarchs, he only knew about the treasures of the 5 emperors. This was the information he obtained from the 5-colored key. Legend has it that the 5 emperors of the Myriad Kingdom's domain were buried in the primordial cemetery. Why was it that Xiao Yu didn't say the inheritance of the 5 emperors, but the inheritance of the 7 monarchs? 7 lords? What do they do? Don't they have the legacy of the 5 emperors? Long Chen asked curiously. Xiao Yu looked at him with an incorrigible gaze, and said with his eyes wide open, 5 emperors, the inheritance of the 5 emperors, this kind of thing only exists in legends. No one has been able to obtain any information about it for countless years, and no one even believes it. How could this thing possibly exist? The inheritance of the 7 lords, that's the most realistic, and it's also the greatest treasure in the primeval cemetery. Long Chen thought to himself, it seems that no one has ever been able to find the 5 emperors' treasure. What's the deal with the 5-colored key I obtained this time and the 5 emperors' seal that I have now? Long Chen could only keep this doubt in his heart for the time being. At this time, Xiao Yu told him about the 7 lords. In the Middle Ages, among the experts that followed the 5 emperors in their campaigns, there were 7 that were the most famous. They were the experts that later generations called the 7 lords. According to legends, they were only a step away from the god martial arts realm, because they were existences at the peak of the sky martial arts realm. They had a lifespan of more than 2,000 years. Among the 7 lords, there were the demon god Imperial Lord, the White Lotus Fairy, the Green Lotus Emperor, the Mysterious Flame Lord, the 7 Luminary Star Lords, and so on. Among them, the inheritance of the demon god Imperial Lord and the White Lotus Fairy has already been obtained, but the inheritance of the other 5 emperors still exist in the primeval cemetery. You should be able to guess who obtained the inheritance of the demon god Imperial Lord and the White Lotus Fairy. In the Myriad Kingdom's territory, there were the powerful god and demon races. Without a doubt, the god and demon races obtained the inheritance of the demon god Imperial Lord and the White Lotus Fairy respectively, which was why they had such a situation today. In other words, the god and demon races were created by the White Lotus Fairy and the demon god Imperial Lord. Naturally, Long Chen could guess it. The experts at the peak of the sky martial arts realm had long since ceased to exist in the myriad kingdoms territory. The inheritance left behind by such experts was revered as the most precious treasure by the billions of people in the myriad kingdoms territory. This was naturally within reason. The inheritance of the demon god Imperial Lord and the White Lotus Fairy could create the god and demon races. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the inheritance of the Seven Lords was. If I can also obtain the inheritance of one of the emperors. As Long Chen listened, he also had such a desire in his heart. He temporarily had no desire for the treasures of the 5 emperors in the legends. However, if Long Chen could obtain one of the inheritances of the 7 lords, he would have something to rely on when he went to the 3 great imperial domains in the future. There are still 5 inheritances that haven't been obtained yet. It seems that I can fight for them. If I can obtain these inheritances, defeat the young master of the god race and bring Xiao Lang back, I think there's hope. Now, in front of Long Chen, the urgent matter that needed to be resolved was Xiao Lang. If he didn't bring Xiao Lang back, Long Chen's heart would be very uneasy. Although Xiao Lang said that there was no problem and that he could protect his life, what if something unexpected happened? What if the young master of the god race went berserk? What if the young master of the god race had some terrifying methods to deal with Xiao Lang? These were all things that were very likely to happen. If something happens to Xiao Lang, I will bury the entire god race with me. It doesn't matter if I'm strong enough or not, I will. Long Chen fiercely clenched his teeth and secretly swore. Thinking of the young master of the god race's contemptuous smile, Long Chen had an urge to pinch him to death. Let's wait and see. Long Chen put down his fist and stabilized his emotions. Brother Long Chen, what's wrong? Do you also want to obtain the inheritance of the 7 lords? I think you have a lot of hope. If you work hard and preserve your life, you might really be able to do so. As for me, Xiao Yu, I have no family background, no potential, no looks, no connections, and no hard work. Everything about me is ordinary. People like me deserve to die early. I don't have any special characteristics. The only special characteristic I have is that I'm fat enough. Xiao Yu laughed mischievously. But how could Long Chen hear that there was a hint of helplessness in his laughter? Indeed, in life, many people were ordinary. There was nothing special about them, and they wouldn't be remembered by others. Sometimes, they even looked down on themselves. Before Long Chen left Poplar Village, he was such a person. Every day, he just ate and waited for death. He couldn't find any purpose or courage to live. In the instant that Long Qinglan closed his eyes, in the instant that Ling Shi left, Long Chen was like a tightly wound machine. He did not know fatigue, he was fearless. He had embarked on this long and seemingly futureless journey, and it was only then that he discovered that he had his own life and goals. As for Xiao Yu, he was in the same state as Long Chen a long time ago. He had no life and no purpose. He was very ordinary, and everything was just going with the flow. If fate wanted him to die one day, he would naturally die. Other than a pile of dirt, there was no trace of him. Long Chen didn't know how to tell him this. Do you have your own purpose? What kind of person do you want to be? Long Chen suddenly asked. Xiao Yu was startled. Purpose? I don't know. My parents are gone, and so is the person I like. The only reason I'm alive is probably because I'm afraid of death. If you hadn't saved me just now, I would have been scared to death by myself. These were all his own matters. Long Chen was also very helpless. He was somewhat glad that his life was different from Xiao Yu's. Although it was very tiring, it was very fulfilling. Otherwise, he would feel that he was a very pitiful person. Walking on this dark brown iron sand land, the road here was actually not smooth. Sometimes, there would even be a huge mountain completely made of rusty metal piled up on the side. A desolate rusty smell wafted over, causing Long Chen to feel a little nauseous. The wind that came from all directions also carried this disgusting smell. In the process of rushing, everyone encountered another demon beast attack. This time, it was just a grade 4 king-level scorpion. Its body was covered in black metal, and its eyes were full of fierceness. A trivial grade 4 king-level scorpion dared to attack everyone. Soon, it was directly killed by a tall warrior next to Venomous Vulture. After the warrior killed the scorpion, he cast a provocative look at Long Chen. Long Chen turned a blind eye to it. He already knew a lot of things from Xiao Yu's mouth. The reason why he still stayed here was because he felt that he couldn't just watch Xiao Yu become someone else's cannon fodder. Long Chen was a very loyal person. Xiao Yu had called him brother, so he would remember it in his heart. After crossing a short mountain made of metal and iron, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the front. Everyone's complexion changed. Except for Long Chen and Xiao Yu, everyone else surrounded Venomous Vulture, their eyes cold and bloodthirsty. Let's go and take a look quietly. If there's an advantage, we'll take it. Venomous Vulture said gloomily. Everyone followed him, crawling forward. At this time, they were less than a mile away. Long Chen could easily see the situation over there through his spirit-devouring demon eye. At this time, there were two groups of people fighting each other. The fight had already come to an end, and the scene was quite tragic. There were blood and corpses everywhere. The two groups originally had 5 or 6 people, but now there were only 2 people left fighting. Bastard, you killed so many of my brothers. Hand over the axe, and I can spare your life. Such a voice came from the front. Long Chen and the others moved forward a little more, and they could see the situation in front with their naked eyes. After seeing it, Venomous Vulture and the others suddenly revealed a look of surprise. The two opposite teams had died, and only 2 people were left fighting. The scene was full of corpses and blood. It was a mess. Both sides were very ruthless, so broken arms and other things were everywhere. The one who had just spoken was a relatively short martial artist. Another yellow-clothed man was madly fighting with him. The yellow-clothed man fiercely roared, "We obviously obtained this axe, but you came to snatch it. Your brother deserves to die. If you don't leave, I'll kill you too. Dream on. Go to hell, Primordial Finger Spear." You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.